Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 281. And this week we have a little bit of a special episode, one of these roundtable episodes we do from time to time. The timing aligned really well this week because there's really not much going on in Japanese wrestling this week, especially in the promotions that we usually cover here. There was like one Stardom Korakuen. There was a Mari Gold Shinjuku face show that's really not worth watching, honestly, besides maybe the main event. But yeah, the Stardom Korakuen was great, and we'll talk about it on next week's show. But there really just wasn't a ton going on in Japanese wrestling this week. It was a very slow week. When you watch like 10 promotions, you don't expect there to be many slow weeks at all. But this was a very slow week. But at the same time, the Voices of Wrestling website, the website that of course hosts this podcast, put out their annual 2025 or their annual Match of the Year poll for 2025, and that is why we're here today. So I have on 4 people who all voted in the 2025 Voices of Wrestling Match of the Year poll, which for people who don't know what that is, it's basically open to anyone who's in wrestling media. So if you have a blog, if you write for a website like Social Suplex, if you do a podcast, YouTubers can do it, news reporters, anybody who does anything remotely media related is able to vote. Obviously, all the Voice of Wrestling people vote, or almost all of them, I think. So yeah, it's open to pretty much any media person. So all 4 of my guests here this week all voted in the poll. So we're all going to go through our individual top 10s, where each match in the top 10 finished ultimately in the final poll. And then we'll talk about, which matches multiple people on this podcast voted for, and some top 20 matches that none of us voted for. Besides that, the other thing on this episode that I just kind of recorded last night is a little bit of bonus audio, mostly because I'm not sure how long this is actually going to go. It's also obviously Wrestling Observer newsletter award season, and I recorded about 45 minutes of solo audio yesterday, going through my Observer Awards ballot. So that I'm going to tack on at the end of the episode. So after we go through all of our top 10 Match of the Year picks, you can also hear me go through my Wrestling Observer newsletter award ballot if you're so inclined. So that'll be coming up later. That is a tease, as they say in the biz. But first, let me introduce my 5 guests here. First of all, from the Joshi-ing Around podcast, it's not Snazzy, who's on here all the time. Instead, it's Tim. Hello, Tim.
Hello. Excited to be here.
Making your first appearance since the 5.5-hour Joshi Wrestle Kingdom preview episode, which I think is still the longest episode we've ever done. I think
it was a lot of fun, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably no greater English language introduction to like Diana out there, like Ice Ribbon, or like all these other promotions that we went through. It was funny. I was just telling you off the air. Your co-host is the reason why I was late starting this, because he messaged me like right as 3:00 was coming around to remind me that I had to buy him All-Star Grand Queendom tickets, because that lucky man's going back to Japan even faster than I'm going back to Japan. So he's going at the end of April for All-Star Grand Queendom, and then I assume he's going to Dontaku. I don't know if he is or not, actually.
He's definitely going to the big Marvelous show at Bunta.
Oh, right.
In early May.
When's the Sari show? That's March?
That's in March, yeah. He's not going to get this one.
Yeah. There's a lot. And then obviously there's also Tokyo Joshi and Ryogoku in March. So there's a lot of big Joshi shows coming up next few months.
I should, since real quick, since we're on an actual network now, I should probably introduce myself and our podcast. I'm Tim Hunter, and Snazzy and I do Joshi-ing around weekly, every week on the Social Suplex podcast network. You can find us over there or on socialsuplex.com. And thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Are you going in December, by the way?
I'm not quite sure yet, honestly, because I want to. I kind of want to wait for the announcements. If they do a big, like, they're teasing the dome constantly, right? If they do a big dome show like in 2027 mid-year, then I want to go then instead of December. You know, that's kind of what it hinges on right now. But I'm gonna miss the December time though, so maybe I'm gonna just have to do 2 trips as well, like some of you guys do.
Yeah, we're doing.
Not sure yet.
I'm doing June and December, and then I haven't quite decided what after. I mean, I was going to aim for All-Star Grand Queendom in 2027, but it's also like, will it be that date if they do the dome or something? I don't know. So
exactly.
Kind of waiting to find out. But yeah, great to have you on. Another person I saw in Japan in December is also on the podcast from Social Suplex. It's Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hey, John. We finally did it. We've been dancing around me being on the show for so long.
It's true, because I remember asking you, like, I thought you were going to sign up for the Wrestle Kingdom preview, and you're like, well, my time zone's really stupid for that, like, as far as trying to match up with, like, the Europeans especially.
Yeah, when you're on the Pacific Coast, you don't want to kill the time zone for the European friends. Yeah. So we made it work today. So yeah, happy to be here. I am, I guess, representing Social Suplex newsletter, although Tim also is. I write features over there, and someone recently said I was the production manager, which sounds both vague and silly. So I think we're going to go with that.
Yeah, production manager. Okay, same question as Tim. Am I going to see you again in December?
Almost certainly not, for basically the same reasons that Tim outlined, which is
you're going to wait for the dome.
I want to go back to Japan, A, in a different time of year, B, what Tim said about a potential Stardom Tokyo Dome show, and C, I have family obligations for vacations in the middle of this year too, which might stretch the finances some.
Got it. But so it sounds like if they do run All-Star Grand Queendom at the same time of year again, I probably will see you then.
I'm sure, yeah. And I'm sure you'll be in Los Angeles at some point, or I'll be in New York.
Yeah. I don't know when I'm going to LA, actually. It's a good question. Probably not this year, because I have too much on my plate for this year. I was just thinking through all my trips. I have Vegas at the end of April. I have Japan in June. I have Chicago for the G1 in July. I have DC in August. It's like, Jesus Christ. This is where all my money goes, I guess. It's like just travel. Yeah. But I'm glad I don't have any other expensive hobbies, I guess. But yeah, thanks for coming on. Also here is Brady. And Brady, I have to be honest, I have no idea what outlet you representing right here. Like, do you have a personal blog or something?
I occasionally pop up on the Baseball Prospectus podcast network to talk about wrestling with Jarrett Seidler and Jeffrey Paternostra, who are they're the 2 lead prospect writers for BP and are both longtime wrestling fans. Jeffrey was...
Yeah, no, I know. Jarrett I follow on social media forever. I know him, so I know him.
So
I mean, he follows me too, I think.
Yeah, because you're a Yankees fan, right?
No. I hope that was that a joke. I hope to God that was a joke.
I forget. No, Blue Jays, right?
Yes. Jesus Christ, Yankee. There's like, I'd rather have you call me a Republican than a fucking Yankees fan. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, I mean, really the same thing anyway.
But like, yeah, I've known Jeffrey and I've known Jarrett for like since like 2012, whenever I started posting about baseball online, and Jeffrey was not far behind them. And Jeffrey was trading tapes, Toriyama tapes when he was at Hartford in the early 2000s, and so a big Dragon Gate guy, not into. Go ahead.
Well, he and I probably came up with the exact same stuff then, because that's literally when I started, was early 2000s. And one of the first tapes I ever bought was a T2P tape, which is a 21 2000 project.
Yeah, he's a huge like Milano Collection AT guy.
Well, me too, actually.
Yeah,
that's one of my original favorite wrestlers. See, I should get to know this guy. We have a lot in common.
Jeffrey kicks ass. No, Jeffrey's super smart. He's very thoughtful. He doesn't post online as much anymore, but they're rolling out their prospect list right now. The top 100 prospects list drops for them tomorrow. And
I got to see where Trey Savage.
He's going to be high.
Slam really high.
He's going to be really high.
They have some. I can't remember if it's a second baseman or a shortstop that looks really good too. Can't remember his fucking name now.
Arjun Namala?
No, it was definitely a white guy name. Okay. I just can't remember what it was now.
You know, this is. I can get this. I have okay, let's see. Jojo Parker.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. JJ Parker. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit far away, but he's a good prospect. 19, shortstop. Yeah.
Just good because we obviously just lost Bo Bichette. So
yeah, I'm trying to do some more writing this year. I said this last year. My New Year's resolutions can often fall like a year behind. So I find that like I feel these like really strong emotions when I watch these matches in the moment, right? Because for like Dragon Gate and AEW, I follow full time. So I'm big into their builds. And particularly with these high end AEW matches, they're so tied to the stories and the builds that culminate after like 9 months to a year and a half of storytelling, right? And so trying to go back and recapture that moment, watching this match in a vacuum, it can feel flat. You notice and learn new things about the match, but the sort of like what I'm feeling in that moment can get lost. And I want to prevent that this year. And so I keep a giant spreadsheet where I have all this stuff and the names and the dates and the ratings and yada, yada, yada. And so I'm going to try and add little comments this year and start up a blog, write about my thoughts about just philosophy. I learned a lot watching a lot. I've watched more Joshi and Lucha this year than I have Joshi ever, Lucha since 2018. And it sort of got me thinking more about like what I like out of wrestling, the philosophy of wrestling, specifically Saya Kamatani and what she makes me feel about wrestling and kind of what I want out of it. I learned a lot and I want to explore those feelings more this year.
Okay. Saya Kamatani makes a lot of people feel a lot of things. So, pure and impure, I think. But, did anyone see the Shin Saya Kamatani from this morning, by the way? I was fucking dying when I saw that. Her Phoenix Splash.
It was incredible.
I love no one will ever make me hate Sakura Hirota. I love her. Okay. Last but certainly not least, I know what you write for, Sean. You write for Voices of Wrestling. It's Sean C.
Yes.
Here.
Hello.
Wait. Brady. I just realized Brady's listed for Baseball Prospectus. That's kind of awesome.
Well, I mean, like the day if I'm never going to actually get paid to write for BP. Now, my baseball writing days are kind of behind me. But like,
but you get listed under the Voice Wrestling Match of the Year polls Baseball Prospectus, right?
Oh,
that's kind of cool.
I usually put Everyday Gourmets because it's funny because that's my old balsamic and olive oil business.
I see.
So like, my friends will look me up on the Master Wrestling Year poll and they'll go, "Ha, Everyday Gourmets." And
I see. Well, that's pretty funny too, actually.
Yeah, But yeah, there was 1 year I put BP, but I kind of do EDG just for the gag.
I got it. Okay, sorry, Sean, I cut you off there. I just wanted to.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I appeared on your show, John. It's been a very long time, but I'm happy to be here. I feel like it feels sort of weird hearing some of you guys talk about your big wrestling trips you have planned, and I really don't have any big wrestling trips planned. It's usually at this point, it's just dependent on where the next AEW pay-per-view is that's relatively close to me. So
So you're not doing Chicago?
Well, here's the funny thing about that. So before the G1 show even got announced, I had already worked out a plan with Rich Craich from Voices Wrestling, of course, and we're going to be going to the NASCAR race that's running in Chicagoland, which is actually it ended up being the week before the G1 show over for the July weekend. So I'm going to be in Chicago, but the weekend before the G1 show. I think there's a universe where I could maybe make that work, but it's going to be really hard. So at this point, I think I'm just waiting to see where Forbidden Door is this year. And if it's somewhere close, and because All In's back in August, I'm presuming this will be back in June again this year. If it's somewhere relatively close, then I'll probably just go to that instead.
I just realized I'm probably going to be in Japan during Forbidden Door. It's so weird.
Well, I don't know, because Forbidden Door is usually late June, and that's after Dominion. So unless you're,
I'm going to be there till the 28th.
Okay, yeah, then you'll probably miss that. But yeah, so again, with All
not that I'm in a rush to go to Forbidden Door these days.
Right. But with All In back in August, Forbidden Door is back in June, and like I said, if that's somewhere relatively close, which I'm hoping, because I think a lot of at least Revolutions on the West Coast, Dynasties in Western Canada, I presume Double or Nothing will probably be. If they did the same thing with last year where they ran Phoenix because WrestleMania was in Vegas, I presume that Double or Nothing will be on the West Coast too. I'm hedging my bets that it'll be an East Coast show. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I don't have any.
They should stop being cowards and put Double or Nothing in Atlantic City. That's what they should do.
Honestly, I'm kind of hoping Forbidden Door is in Boston, just because I would like to go to Boston because I've never been there. So
you never been to Boston, really? Wow.
No.
Like, you live so close to me, I would have think you made it to Boston.
No. And part of it too is it's just really easy to get to. I just go to New York, get a train, and go.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised you haven't done it.
Yeah. So I just haven't had a reason to. I mean, it's not like I'm a fan of Boston sports. Go Seahawks this weekend.
Fuck
the Patriots.
I've been to Boston. I could not give less of a shit who wins the Super Bowl shot. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But good luck to the Seahawks, I guess. Everybody hates the Patriots, right?
I think most people do, yes. See, I don't hate them as much anymore because I realized that my hatred of them previously was more of just Brady Belichick, not really the team as a whole. But I have no attachment to Drake May or Mike Vrabel or any of those guys, but I'll be pulling for the Seahawks on Sunday. So,
if I may, America's sports hatred is currently infatuated with my home market baseball team.
Yes, you're really your tiny little ball club, the Dodgers. I still like them, even though they beat the Blue Jays. It's kind of weird, but I don't know. They're my NL team, and I don't really feel like I think it's funnier that they're doing what the Yankees used to do. And the Yankee fans are mad about it. Then I'm upset that they beat us in fucking end of Game 7, which was kind of a fluke anyway. So,
the only thing I'll say about football is that, after last year where my team won the Super Bowl on my birthday after destroying the Kansas City Chiefs, my sports fandom, I don't think it could get any higher than that. So everything else from this point on is just sort of, I guess the next best thing will be if Penn State wins the national championship, but I am not sure if that's happening soon, but we'll see how things go next year.
My baseball team didn't even win the World Series, and I still feel like I don't know if it'll get any better than that season. But that was just such a magical season because the team was not even supposed to be good.
Right.
We made it all the way to Game 7 of the World Series. So I guess we'll see what we're like this year. But still, it's like 3 weeks away. Pitchers and catchers reporting, right? I think 3 weeks or something. Is it less than 3 weeks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah.
There are already guys down there. The timeline keeps moving up earlier and earlier because a lot of these guys, like particularly the minor leaguers, a lot of them, they don't stay there like year round, but they're in the complex for like a lot of the off season because that's where they're getting their individualized like nutrition, PT, rehab. It's all spring training complex.
Poor Tim. I just realized having to suffer through American sports talk.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Are you like a soccer fan or anything? I don't even know.
Yeah, I've kind of been checked out of soccer for a couple of years. But,
me and hockey this last couple of seasons actually. But,
yeah. I'm just watching too much
wrestling. Well, watching too much wrestling, and also my teams are bad. So
yeah, no, that's never the problem with my team. That's
you have Bayern Munich.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's true because you guys dominate that fucking game. Yeah, my soccer team is Chelsea. They're okay, I guess, but they're not like great or anything right now. So, but my hockey teams are awful. I mean, the Kings are like, I guess, more mediocre than awful, but the Rangers are fucking terrible, like the worst team in the Eastern Conference. So, fun times there. But just waiting for baseball to come back, and I guess the Winter Olympics in a few weeks will be fun. I don't know. The World Baseball Classic now is like that's like getting ruined by insurance companies or something. I was just reading about like Puerto Rico might have to withdraw because they can't get any of their players insured. It's like Jesus.
Their scope of what qualifies as a chronic injury is pretty wide. I don't think it's fair.
I know. I was reading it. I'm just like, Francisco Lindor can't go? Like, he was barely even hurt.
If you want to chalk up everyone who's like every baseball player who's had multiple surgeries and say that they're chronically hurt, then that's you're going to ding like 60, 70% of the league.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, the other thing I saw is the Latin American players are basically arguing that the Americans and the Japanese players are being held to different standards, basically their argument, which sure seems like the case when you read about this shit. So, but I don't know, racism in baseball.
The league's going to step in at some point and try and make sure that like this issue is fixed because they do not want a scenario to where all their star players and even like especially in specific like the Spanish market are not able to compete because it just nukes the entire event.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. All right, but we got a match to talk about. So let's get over to the top 10 matches of the year for 2025. So we're going to go one by one here. We'll each give our pick for each place. We're going to start up with 10th place and work our way up. So we'll do it snake style. So I will start this round and we'll keep the same order, but Sean will end this round. He'll start the next place. Get what I'm saying here. 10th place, I voted for Kazuki Hirata versus Yoshihiko from DDT's September 28th Korakuen. It was for the KOD open-weight title. Now, this pick was obviously what they would call a quote-unquote vanity pick, where I did not literally... The other 9 matches were all like the 9 matches I rated highest, and like all my 5-star and 4 3/4-star matches. This one I went 4.5 on. I technically did have another 4 3/4-star match I could have put here. But first of all, I think if you have a 4.5-star match with a sex doll, that counts for a lot. That's what Hirata did here. And second of all, I just wanted to recognize Hirata for the year he had because he's like my favorite comedy wrestler of all time. As much as I love Shin Sakura Hirota, I do like Hirata even more. And, he won the KOD openweight title. He one of the greatest moments, I think, of the year, if not just the greatest moment when he won that title on his cash-in. And, it kind of felt like he earned this spot. So I wanted to give the spot to him here. It made as I talked about last week, it made a poster on the Voice of Wrestling Discord lose his fucking mind and not understand the point of a vanity pick. And the funny thing is, when the fucking results came out, I'm scanning the results expecting it to be at the very bottom, one of the 1 vote, picks that, you see that every year. Instead, it was 174th place, 7 points, 3 total votes, 1.47% of ballots. So 2 other people voted for this, and the highest vote was 8th. So somebody voted for this match. Actually, 2 different people, because 8 points is 8th place is worth 3 points. 2 different people voted for this match in 8th place. So other people appreciated this match, not just me. And Yoshihiko, the sex doll, appeared on this list 3 times. The other 2 appearances were Yoshihiko and Mao versus Hirashima and Pokotan. 2 people voted for that. And Minoru Suzuki versus Yoshihiko. 1 person voted for that. And both those matches, their highest vote was also 8th. So 4 different people voted a Yoshihiko match 8th place. So God bless the Voice of Wrestling voters, and the Vitamin J on Discord can die mad, I guess, because a lot of people appreciate Yoshihiko this year.
I think
Chris?
I know.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think I know someone who voted a Yoshiko match 8th. I don't know if it was the Hirata one, but another writer from the Suplex newsletter did. So I can tell you this much, maybe.
Another person of culture.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
Chris, your pick for 10th place was Hiromu Takahashi, Mayu Iwatani, and Yuka Sakazaki versus Evil, Sho, and Sumi Sakai from New Japan, January 11th at the San Jose Civic Center. This finished in 216th place, 5 points, 4 total votes, which was about 2% of ballots. The highest vote was 9th place, so somebody put it a spot ahead of you. So I guess I'm guessing this was your version of a vanity pick, but you can explain your reasoning. And were you also surprised to see other people voting for this match the way I was at my 10th place pick?
Yes, I truly assumed I'd be the only person that voted for this. Absolutely, this was a vanity pick. I try to always do one that just made me feel good, even if it wasn't quote unquote the best or one of the 10 best. Yeah, I was really surprised that other people voted for this actually, but it is really fun. This is the Sumi Sakai retirement match. For context, I didn't just vote a random House of Torture match for no reason. And it.
Well, as we're going to get to, a lot of people voted a House of Torture match very high. But.
Yeah, but I think this one of the things with the vanity picks is sometimes matches just kind of fly under the radar, and I think this did a little bit. It was a week after Wrestle Kingdom, on one of the random New Japan America shows before they kind of retooled them later in the year. And yeah, this match just made me feel really good, and it felt really nice for Sumi. Sumi's story is kind of cool. And people, if you talk to anybody that's worked with her, everybody loves her. So this just felt really nice. And I was just like, this is like the perfect 10th place match choice. And for one person,
there's so much backstory too, because obviously for people who don't know, the reason why New Japan put her retirement match on the show to begin with is because she lives in New Jersey, the Jersey Shore, I think, and she houses a lot of the New Japan Young Lions when they come over to work America on their excursions, including 3 of the wrestlers in this match. I mean, she housed Evil when he was over in Ring of Honor, she housed Sho, and she housed Hiromu. So, that's the connection there. I mean, she literally opened her house to these people. I guess Mayu Iwatani and Yuka Sakazaki are just friends. I've heard. I don't know quite the backstory there. But obviously the rumor is that the wrestler who got involved under a mask was Io Shirai.
I've also heard that rumor. I don't know if that's true or not.
Also what? Sorry?
I heard that same rumor, but I don't know if it's true.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because I think she's friends with Mayu, and it would make sense that they're both friends with Sumi. So.
I think Sumi actually lives in Florida now, and I think presumably is kind of like the heart of the community for Japanese wrestlers who end up moving to Florida.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, I definitely know she was in New Jersey at some point, but not surprised she moved, I guess. Okay. Tim, your 10th place match was Manami Katsu versus Kilai Wakana from Ice Ribbon's November 24th Yokohama Radiant Hall show. It was for the Ice Infinity title. This was the match that of the 5 that did end up being a 1.1 total votes. It was tied for last place, 327th place, 0.5% of ballots, one person. And obviously the highest vote was your vote of 10th place. So you were the one who actually did get the true vanity pick that only one person voted for. So I guess congratulations.
Thank you. I do want to kind of shy away from calling it really a vanity pick, because it always kind of implies that I didn't actually think it was one of the best matches of the year. And I just to explain how I came up with this one, because it's definitely my most out there pick on the list, obviously. But I just kind of think whatever you call one of the best matches of the year is kind of how you interpret what a great match is in the first place, right? And I kind of decided I stopped rating matches after April 27th, essentially, because rating wrestling stopped making sense to me after that match. Maybe I'm gonna come back to that later. But when I sat down to make my final top 10 for for the list, I decided to put the main factor for a great match for me personally is the memorability. Like, how much did a match stick with me, however long, far back in the year it was, and how much do I remember a match actually? Like, there are tons of matches where I could probably say that the moves execution was better than in Manami Katsu and Kirari Wakana. But whenever I like sat down to do my final top 10 and just asked myself which matches pop up in front of my inner eye, as like, which matches do I remember vividly, like how I watched it, when I watched it, what I felt like watching it. And this match just kept popping into my head over and over. So I just kind of had to give it to him. This was kind of like, I for those who haven't seen it, I guess some people may not have seen this Ice Ribbon match from November 24th listening. I would kind of describe it in a similar way as like the Aja Kong Senka Akatsuki match that also made a lot of people's lists. This is like a similar pick to me, like what I felt watching it, because it was like a similar story with Kirari Wakana, this like rookie, this pure underdog who just fought so valiantly against Manami Katsu, and whatever Katsu was throwing at her, Kirari kicked out and kept fighting until like she couldn't fight anymore. And it was like just this really, really well told underdog story and a tremendous match to me personally. And I just kind of, it just kind of stuck with me since then. So I decided to give it to them. It was really, really good, I thought.
If I may, do you find yourself drawn to those types of like underdog babyface against like hardened veteran type of stories in your wrestling? Because I love that. That's one of my favorite subgenres of the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those matches are always like, I can really like get into the story of a match when it's built like that. Easily.
And I think I love that. I mean, I was just going to agree with you that I love that story. And I think it's one of the things that Japan does way better than American wrestling. Because American wrestling, especially modern American wrestling, doesn't have that rigid set of hierarchy in a lot of cases. And that can be a good thing. You know, I can see the other argument too, where a lot of people, you could turn around and say the quote unquote AEW blob of like this giant, like mid-card, upper mid-card is actually a good thing. But it does result in a kind of system where like you don't really have that very like seniority based or weight class based hierarchy you have in Japanese wrestling, and it doesn't leave as many openings for that kind of underdog type of match, in my opinion.
No, I absolutely agree with that.
I agree with a lot of that. I think the AEW is a little different because their blob is not. It's more like you have the giant upper mid card with all the dudes who are super protected, they never lose, and then you have like this big lower mid card which is filled with all these bodies of dudes who they don't go 50-50, they go like 20-80, they only beat other prelim guys, and when they start their elevation, they're elevated through like losing and having these big strong competitive matches and eventually beating someone in the upper mid card, like Mark Briscoe. Mark Briscoe was in like that lower mid-card blob and has worked his way up. But it's harder to do that story with someone like Mark Briscoe, who even though he's fresh to TV, a lot of the fan base has been familiar with him for like 25 years.
It's a little different. It's not seniority based. It's just like where Tony slots you based.
Yeah, exactly. And so there is, I think it's a better story when you have like the young lion that you've seen come up and eat shit for 2 years, going up and fighting up against the veteran who's sort of like the gatekeeper of, and some promotions, some like the people like Yuji Nagata, Kojima in New Japan, who are like the gatekeeper of the young boys.
Yeah. It's just a different vibe.
I do think, to be fair, AEW used to do this a lot more, if I remember, because like I specifically remember this Wheeler Yuta versus John Moxley match. That was kind of like exactly this type of hierarchy match,
right?
Like when Wheeler bled buckets, and that was fucking awesome. But
they used to have a younger roster in general.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like
because they have
this rut now. I guess.
They have a really big roster, and a lot of them are old. So it's kind of a different vibe. I mean, I'm not trying to bash AW podcast, but it's just very different vibes. So, Brady, your 10th place match, you went a very different direction here. You voted for a match that finished very highly, actually. So you voted for Sari versus Shuri from the Sariism March 10th Shinjuku Face Show, a match that's going to come up multiple times. It finished in 10th place on the final poll, too, with 260 points, 48 total votes, appeared on about 23.5% of ballots, and it had 2 first-place votes. So what made you decide to slot this match in 10th? And do you consider this a vanity pick?
Oh heavens no! This match kicked ass. I'm living up to my reputation as the most earnest man on the Discord. Like I understand the purpose of a vanity pick, and I encourage it, especially because like I was kind of I didn't go there. I didn't push this direction when I was having this conversation with Rich in the Match of the Year channel. But I feel pretty strongly that the matches should be like spoiler free, because people are going to look back at this list like years from now, like decades from now, and as sort of a guiding light for what was good, what should I watch to sort of capture this year of wrestling. And when you're going to a match cold, it's like who's going to win and who's going to lose is like all the stakes, right? When you don't know the background and the build. But I forgot what my point was.
Agree with that.
But yeah, I didn't really push that. But I forgot what my point was. But yeah, I love this match. I thought it kicked ass. This is my first exposure to Sari. I have seen Siri previously for the big Atami match that was, I think, 3 years ago at this point. But I don't typically watch a whole lot of Joshi. But with Sari being so big the past 2 years in particular, and Stardom maybe being the promotion of the year this year, I felt obligated to go back and watch all the hyped Joshi
this year,
stuff.
As in 2025, I just want to say, right?
Yes, as in 2025.
Although they're off to a great start, 2026 too. But
yeah,
Corkins this month are all pretty awesome.
I'm gonna follow them this year because I really liked what I saw the top end of the roster. I love Sari. I love how these women wrestle with a physicality and an intent that the women in America don't have. Like some of those foot stomps are just like absolutely filthy, where she leaps off the barricade. This is the second foot stomp outside the ring, and she's crashing like 4 feet down right into her stomach. And you don't get that in, like, they don't teach American women to work like that. And it's frustrating that you watch these women in Japan that, granted, have been training since they're like, in Azumi's case was like 11, right? And Starlight Kid was like 14. But
is it only 11? Really? I thought
it's something really small like that.
It's
right?
It is really crazy.
Yeah. But it's not like they have better athletes than us. We can have like, well, they might, but like we have pretty good athletes coming into women's wrestling right now, but none of them know how to work. And I don't know how to fix that, but I watch these women go and kick ass in Japan. And I'm like, why can't we have this? I thought Sari's selling of the arm bars was incredible. She has such desperation and like fierceness in her eyes, and just like really selling the pain that, again, you don't see a lot of American women have. The finish was perfect. It was the wrist clutch backdrop driver right as the bell was ringing to go to the time limit draw. So I was 4 3/4 on it. Loved it. It beat out Neon and Dorada, Fletcher and Osprey in the cage, and the other Sari Shiri match from June 21st for the 10th spot.
Actually, that's an interesting question. What is everybody's like near misses? I guess I'll go back around and ask that afterwards. I can give my near misses that I would have put on the list if I didn't do the vanity pick. It would either been Finley Tsuji or Takeshita Ishii from the Dome, Zach and Goto, the first match from February 11th. I'm trying to think what else I had highly rated. Azumi Rina, the 5-star Grand Prix semifinal. I think that's all my 4 3/4 that didn't make the list. I think. So yeah, those would be the ones that would that would be like the next batch of like just missed my list.
Can I just say real quick?
Yeah.
Brady, if you really like, or anyone, the filthy footstomps, then I can just highly recommend my 10th pick, Katsu and Wakana again. That was a very, very big part of that match. I just say that.
By the way, how old are the two Ice Ribbon kids that are going to be on New Blood this week?
Oh, we don't know. Like, that's not officially known, I think, but
one of them looks taller than Starlight Kid already in that picture she took with her, which is funny. Were they the one of them the ones that were on the Korakuen I went to?
Yes,
the three-way. Okay,
one of them is the one from the freeway, and she's I don't want to guess her age. She's very, very young, but she fucking rules.
I thought they told us. I didn't realize we would have to guess. So, but I guess not.
In this case, I don't think it's publicly known, if I remember correctly.
Okay. But yeah, Tim, do you have any matches you can think of that were like just missed?
Oh yeah, for me it's like a dozen Starlight Kid matches basically, because Starlight Kid was like my second most outstanding wrestler of the year.
That's literally who I put second place too after Sarai.
But I couldn't get like kind of the Starlight Kid matches were like Mr. Burns' illnesses, where like they were all in the door frame, but none of them could pass through for some reason. Because
I have one Starlight Kid match on my list, which we'll get to.
Yeah, they were all like such high level, but none of them kind of pushed through to this ultra high top 10 level for some reason. I don't know. And like I said, like just. It would have probably been one of them in my 10th spot if like this fucking Ice Ribbon match didn't shoot into my head constantly when I was really thinking about which were the most memorable matches of the year for me. So yeah, it's basically a bunch of Starlight Kid matches. Also, Sari and Shuri 2 would probably be in there if I didn't want to have too many duplicates. I already have both Tam and Saya matches in there, so another Sari Shuri match, it just was too much stuff, and also Will Ospreay and Hangman Adam Page I think was really close to making it, and Mariah May and Toni Storm. So yeah, those were kind of my.
Before I let Sean do his actual pick, Chris, any near misses you can think of?
Yeah, Brady's number 10 match, the first Shuri Sari match would be a near miss for me. I had the other one. The Chihiro Hashimoto Sari match from, I want to say, November would be another. The Starlight Kid
Chihiro Iwata for me, I just thought of that.
Yeah, the Starlight Kid Sari Anu match from, I want to say, June.
July,
double leg sale match. Yeah.
July, yeah.
All of those. I think I didn't realize that until I was reading the list, the Takeshita Will Ospreay match that was on a Dynamite, which I remembered I did see that. I watched it. I just got to Vegas for Mania week, and I watched it in the hotel before I went to a show. That I'd forgotten about that match existed, but that probably would have been a close call too. So those would be a few.
Yeah, if I was going to pick, like, because I don't have any American wrestling matches on my list, if I was going to pick my favorite two, it would be the Takeshita Ospreay Dynamite match and the Mariah May Toni Storm match. Those would be the close. They would both probably be like the bottom half of my top 20, I think. So, okay, Sean, let me let you give your pick finally, and then you can give your near misses. So, Sean, for 10th place, you voted for the Lucha Solos, Archangel, Divino, and Ultimo Maldito. Why don't you read this instead of me butchering this?
Yeah, it's the Lucha Solos versus the Panther Brothers.
Panther, Flight Panther Jr.
Yes.
Dragon Gate USA PWR April 18th. Meet Las Vegas for the PWR tag team titles. It finished in 45th place with 36 points, 10 total votes, about 5% of ballots, and the highest vote it received was third.
Yeah, so this was absolutely a vanity pick for me. And honestly, I'm like shocked that it finished as high as it did. I mean, I love the match, obviously, that's why I put it 10th, but I didn't think it was going to get as much support as it did, to the point where it got in the top 50. So that was a really pleasant surprise. But you know, I would have never guessed that I would have had like a true. And I had another match from the show on my list, but that had a bunch of Dragon Gate guys in it. It was exclusively Dragon Gate guys. Where this was like just a true like indie match, I guess you could say. Like I would have never guessed I would have had an indie match on my top 10 this year, but I was going through stuff during WrestleMania weekend, and I heard about this show and I heard about that match and I watched it, and it was amazing. It absolutely lived up to the hype. It was like 12 minutes of just like, if I could swear, it was like fucking like insane.
You
shit
can
these
definitely
guys
swear.
fucking
Sean,
insane.
you can
Shit
definitely
these guys
swear
were
on this
doing.
podcast. I spent the entire opening 15 minutes last week swearing at Trump fans, so you can definitely swear on this podcast.
Yeah, but no, this match was absolutely insane. Just like some of the most insane spots to oversee, and when it was over, it was like this has to be my top 10. I don't care what else happens this year. I have to make sure it's on my list, and so it was an easy number 10 for me. And again, I'm pleasantly surprised that it made it as far as it did in the list and made it into the top 50. That's really awesome. Yeah, if I had more time, I would seek out more of these guys' work, but that's not the case. But again, I absolutely adore this match, and I know when we did, Voice of Wrestling did our like WrestleMania weekend poll back in I think late April, early May. I think this match and the other match from this show on my list were both my top 2, and they were absolutely deserving. This is just like, this is the kind of match that I want to watch on WrestleMania weekend, not like the gimmicky slop that we get sometimes, but like this match is like what I want on WrestleMania weekend. So, and the fact that Mania weekend's back in Las Vegas this year, I hope we see these guys again. Would love to see them again in actual like cool matches. So yeah, absolutely deserving of my 10th spot. And it was a blast. It was all action, which is the kind of match that I just absolutely adore. So
so I didn't see anything from Mania weekend last year because this was like right after I got back from Japan, and I don't know, I just wasn't on my radar or something. I was probably a little wrestling out at the time. But yeah, so I haven't seen any of this stuff. I never even watched the Senka Aja Khan match everybody raves about. But yeah, maybe this year, so I'm not going to be going to Japan in April. I'll try to actually keep up with the Mania weekend stuff. But last year it just felt like I just couldn't get myself to do it. So
yeah, and there were a couple of Voice of Wrestling staff that were there at the show. I think Rich Crouch was there.
Well, this was the one that like 60 people went to, right, or something. Yeah.
I know. I think Mike Spears was there, or maybe a few others, but yeah, like I said, everything I heard about I didn't see the show live, but everything I heard about it was about how insane it was, and it absolutely lived up to all of that. So I guess if we're doing the wraparound thing, I have next for number 9, and I could actually sort of tie this in because it was weird because my 10th place was locked in, but it was my 9th place spot that was sort of with my vanity pick slotted in. It was the 9th place match that was sort of I was trying to figure out, and I ultimately went with the Continental Classic semifinal with Jon Moxley and Kyle Fletcher. So
let me get everybody the stats.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Jon Moxley. So this is 9th place now. You went with Moxley Fletcher from AEW December 29th, Now Arena, the Continental Classic semifinal. It finished in 12th place with 235 points, 48 total votes, 23.5% of ballots, 2 first place votes. It missed the top 10 by 25 points. So for people who don't know how the system works, by the way, the first place is worth 14 points, and then second is 9, third is 8, and on down. So basically, if it gotten like one more first place vote and then like a couple more random like other votes, it would have gotten into the top 10. But so just missed it.
Yeah, and so like I said, with that tag match that I had in 10th locked in, it was sort of weird that like the 9th place spot was the one that I was trying to figure out, and that match was in the rotation with, if I'm thinking off the top of my head, like the Ospreay Fletcher cage match, the Fletcher Adam Page match from All Out. I think the Jun Kasai Desperado match was in the mix, and I think there was one other off the top of my head I don't remember. I think I might have considered the Mike Bailey Kyle Fletcher match. A lot of Kyle Fletcher, if you can't tell. I thought he had a pretty strong year, but I ultimately settled on this. Oh, and the Adam Page Will Ospreay match, of course. But I ultimately settled on this match. I guess maybe recency bias sort of creeped on that one since it happened, right at the end of the year. But I thought, and like I just said, I thought Kyle Fletcher had a very strong in-ring year this year, or 2025. But to me, like, this match was all about Jon Moxley. People sometimes talk about people like Adam Page and MJF are like the I forget what Rich and Joe, like the main characters of AEW. When while that might still be the case, I think there's no question that Jon Moxley is still undeniably the ace of AEW, and he has been really since the promotion started. And this match was sort of just it had incredible wrestling and just continued the story that Moxley has been telling really since All in Texas, where he had spent the first half of the year as this champion who needed the help of his stablemates to win almost all of his matches. And then he goes on this run sort of in the latter part of the year where, he continue, even though he's lost the title, he continues to try to be this, this tough guy, but constantly loses. And in particular, constantly is just tapping out left and right, taps out to Darby Allin, taps out to Kyle O'Reilly a couple of times, gets himself intentionally disqualified because he knows he's about to lose to O'Reilly in one of their earlier matches. But then he goes into this Continental Classic with, the bum leg, and he's in a situation now where he, based on the rules of the Continental Classic, he can't have anyone interfere, so he can't have any of his friends there to back him up. And he ends up making the semifinals, and he guts through both the kayfabe leg issues he was having in that story they were telling, and also in this match, him getting his tooth jammed, into his mouth, and like just absolutely just it was so weird how that happened, because I remember seeing it and was like, how did this happen? It's like he just fell on the stairs and just clonked his tooth on the steps. It was crazy, but yeah, Jon Moxley was incredible in this match, and it's wild how he went from being, when you look at where the Death Riders and Jon Moxley were, at least perception-wise, late 24, early 25, where people just legitimately did not like the Death Riders act at all. And you get to a point where a year later, you're in the Now Arena in Chicago, and Jon Moxley is like the clear of the four guys. I guess maybe Takeshita would be up there too in terms of like babyface heel reactions. But in this match, Moxley was like the clear babyface. And the fact that he, was able to come through in the end, persevere, and win the match in the end, and then go on to win the whole tournament. And obviously, I didn't think the final itself was quite as good, not even close. But yeah, again, I think recency bias creeped in a little bit on this one, but it was an awesome match, and it's performances like this. And I don't vote for the Observer Hall of Fame, but in terms of like pure in-ring talent, like this match, made it even further clear, at least to me, that Jon Moxley is like a Hall of Fame level pro wrestler.
So part of the reason why I like doing this episode is because I get to react to everybody else's picks, and some of them I'm gonna bury. So I will warn everybody ahead of time. Nothing personal if I didn't like your pick. In this case, it's just my thoughts on the match, basically. In this case, for this match, I haven't seen it, so I can't say anything about how good or bad it is. It just happened on December 29th when I was in Japan already, and I never went back and watched World's End. So
I was just going to say, I thought I was going to say that this wasn't the Jon Moxley match on this list. I thought
we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. But I'm not. Although even that I'm not going to bury, as we'll get to in a sec. But what I am going to say for the Continental Classic thing is, I do find it very interesting that nobody voted. Did Okada versus Takeshita get a single vote?
I don't think so. Not off the top of my head.
That is wild after the amount of time they spent hyping that match. And I don't know if somebody wants... somebody's typing very loudly. I think it's...
Sorry, I was checking. It did not get a vote.
Okay. I mean, after the amount of hype for that match and how long AEW kept people waiting for that match, I haven't seen that match, so I don't know how good or bad it was. But just if you told me at the start of the year they're gonna run Okada Takeshi to finally, and not a single person is gonna vote for match of the year, I would have been pretty stunned.
It was for me. It was a great match up until the finish, and even with the finish and how and it wasn't even necessarily, at least for me, it wasn't even necessarily the fact that Okada cheated to win. Like, I was sort of half expecting if Okada was going to win, that he was probably going to cheat, because he's done that a lot in his Continental title reigns, that he just finds ways to cheat, or skirting around the no interference rule, but still finding a way to cheat his way to victory. But just the execution of the finish, and particularly Paul Turner, whatever he screwed up there, just totally messed up what they were doing. So
yeah, that's right.
I know people hated the fact that Okada cheated to win. I had no problems with Okada cheating to win. It's just the actual execution of it was the worst case scenario.
I don't know. It's just I guess it's fine. I mean, it's whatever at this point. That's clearly what he's doing in AEW. It's just really wild to me that you sign the guy who, for whatever issues I have with Okada, because he's never been one of my personal favorites, even during his New Japan run, but he undoubtedly was incredibly great at that ace energy. And it doesn't necessarily, you don't have to be a babyface to be an ace, but the idea that you signed that guy who, you can have a heel ace. I mean, it has happened. And there were definitely times where the crowd did not want Okada to win in New Japan, and he just won. But you sign a guy who's so good at presenting himself as unbeatable and presenting himself as a wall for people to overcome and an ace, and you have him do cheating spots all the time. It's very weird booking to me. I don't really understand why you would do that. It's very square peg round hole to me. So I don't know. Very, very strange stuff. But so I guess people don't mind it, but it's just really having seen his whole New Japan run, it's just really bizarre to me that that's what he's done in AEW. But the story I was going to tell, I don't know if the person wants me to tell, say who it was, because then it's I'm burying their friend. So I'm not going to say who it was, but someone I was with in Japan, I think is a listener. He might be listening. He told me that when he was going to Japan for the Wrestle Kingdom trip, because obviously the 29th, this is right in the middle of Wrestle Kingdom season, his friend kept telling him over and over again, the best two matches between two Japanese wrestlers is going to be, while you're in Japan, it's going to be in Chicago for AEW. And he was like, well, I went back and watched that match, in my hotel room, and that was I've seen a dozen better matches in that match since I got to Japan. And he was very happy about that, because after his friend so smugly said that the best match between two Japanese wrestlers is going to be happening in Chicago while he was in Japan, that did not really turn out to be the case, as I think the match getting no votes in the match of the year poll would say. Brady, your pick here is Konosuke Takeshita versus Kenny Omega from AEW on March 9th in Crypto.com Arena. It was for the AEW International title. This 9th place pick of yours finished in 24th place, 69 points, 18 total votes, about 8.8% of ballots, one first place vote, and it missed the top 20 by 51 points. So not really that close, but would have needed quite a few extra votes to get to the top 20. This was a match I liked a lot too. I don't think it was quite at this level for me, but definitely some really great selling by Kenny Omega in this match is what I mainly remember.
Yeah, this is not a match style that Kenny works a lot of, where he's underneath babyface, or punching and chopping a lot. It was really weird. But I think as Kenny gets older, and Kenny's always shown himself to be pretty multiple in terms of how he goes about working his matches. But I think as he ages, and I keep maybe I shouldn't be, because he's one of the greatest to ever do it, but I keep being surprised by how he bounces back from these injuries, and just how ridiculous of an output he can still put off. I have him, I think I have him 2 times on this list, and he's gone through multiple big time surgeries, injuries.
Well, he had the exact same disease that I had, which I cannot believe that he came. And I think we had the same surgery too, the diverticulitis surgery, which, believe me, was incredibly painful. And the fact that he's even wrestling is incredibly crazy after that to me.
Yeah, like he had this match. He had the Ricochet and Speedball match. I mean, there's nothing else on my match of the year list, but I mean, he had a really, really good year, even though,
Wait, there is definitely one other match of the match. You're buddy with the Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd.
Oh, Gabe Kidd, that's my number one.
The only,
so
yeah.
And just seeing him kind of adapt to
the match of the year according to the poll.
So. Yeah, he's not the athlete he once was. He's not as fast as he once was, but there are few people better at laying out and pacing an exciting match than him. There aren't many matches where people are working the stomach unless you're working with like Masaki Mochizuki, but they found a bunch of really interesting ways to get to those spots. Takeshita floats in the air like an angel. Like, he is remarkable, a remarkable athlete. Someone that looks like him and is proportioned like him, just like going up for that big top rope senton, and he just stays up in the air forever. I love how he works like an asshole, but he's not working the crowd. He's not doing like that American heel bullshit where like you can't get heat in the ring, so you go and like pantomime to the crowd to get them to get the cheap pop. People just boo Takeshita because he sucks. Like, he's just a dick. He's very physical in this. He's not as physical, Kenny, as was in like the Gabe Kidd match, but as he gets older and he can't move as fast and as nimble as he used to, he's made up for it by putting some extra meanness and grittiness in his work. And I like that. He's still great at selling strikes. Takesha's on another level. And yeah, I love this match. It was I think comparing it to the All Out match, I think it's from 2 years ago. God, this story took forever to get done. I think it's a little bit worse than that. That was
the All Out match is amazing, and I think this match is a little not quite as good.
Sometimes I see Kenny and I worry because he's so bloated. Like, it almost looks like it's. I know like people are better at cycling these days, about their their vitamin usage. But I still see him, man. It's like, man, like, look at that and compare it to like 2017, where he's just like leaned out, right? And how, just looking at him now where he's kind of just like puffy and bloated, but he still goes out there and he kills it like almost every time out.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking really rough when I saw him in person at Full Gear. I haven't seen him in anything since then because I just haven't been watching AEW, so I'm not sure how he looks now, but he looked really rough at Full Gear in that 6-man tag. So, I mean, it's amazing he can even wrestle.
It is funny you mentioned that because his last couple weeks of promos have been basically like, oh, I've never felt this good in like several years, pretty much.
Oh,
so
okay, I guess we'll see.
Now, whether that's true or not, I guess maybe we'll see this Wednesday when he wrestles Andrade.
He did talk a lot about like barely being able to walk up and down the steps at the Tokyo Dome too. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not. It's like time comes for us all, and he's taken some incredible bumps over the years. So I guess we'll see. Tim, okay. You voted for Jon Moxley versus Hangman Adam Page in 9th place. AEW, July 12th, Globe Life Field for the AEW World Title Texas Death Match. This finished in 4th place, 671 points, 93 total votes, about 45.6% of ballots, 13 first place votes. It missed the top 3 by just 5 points. So a single, 5th place vote would have gotten in the top 3. Before I say anything, put your match over, Tim. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is where the pot is falling apart, huh? This is the big fight. Okay. So yeah, I think, okay, without being like trying to call anyone out or whatever, I always thought like just slap in this Avengers match label on this and even comparing it to the fucking whatever Roman Reigns Cody Rhodes match.
Roman, yeah.
Is very short-sighted. I think if you like properly actually analyze the match, it was built a lot like smarter and made a lot more sense than anything that happened there. Like what people were even like involved in like this WrestleMania match. It was like The Undertaker and Seth Rollins or whatever, which made like zero sense. What connection do they have to like Cody Rhodes or whatever? If you think about it, the people who were like present in the Texas Death Match were all people who were either like swore the allegiance to Hangman in the build-up, like Will Ospreay, or they were people who were like killed and demolished by the Death Riders in the past year, like Danielson and Darby Allin and Swerve Strickland. So it made sense for them to fight off the Death Riders. I also think the type of interference was just different because, like, if you watch the match, what they do, what the outsiders do, like the quote unquote Avengers, is they mainly just fight off the other Death Riders. It had no real impact on the actual match between Hangman and Jon Moxley. It had no real impact on like the actual finishing stretch or whatever. I think in the WWE match, like the Undertaker basically finished the match for Cody or whatever. I don't remember. So it's quite different to me. I think it didn't hurt the match that much, all the interference, and the match itself was just exhilarating and fucking awesome and so brutal. Such an amazing like culmination to this whole story. And just like as an AEW fan that I was still was back then, kind of fell out with that in the past months, but that was just an exhilarating moment.
Something happened, huh? But,
yeah, it definitely bogs down this match in hindsight as well. Like everything they did after that with Hangman is just a fucking atrocity and just fucking killed the promotion kind of for me. So that kind of was a nothing burger. But the match itself, the moment itself, will forever be like great to me. I like if you bring up the fucking cell phone video from Darby Allin, I can see that's unnecessary. But in the grand scheme of things, that didn't really matter to me. Like I really liked it, and I think it was done very smartly and way better and less like universe destroying than like the WWE match that everyone compares this one to. So I don't see the comparison really, and I loved the match and I think it deserves to be up there. Yeah, that's basically.
Okay, so a lot other people voted for this too, and they're gonna, I can't remember if it's one or two, but they're gonna also put it over. I will give my slight rebuttal. I think people, first of all, I think people think I hate this match, which isn't true. If you go and look at my like my 4-star plus spreadsheet, which I keep linked on my Twitter, if you scroll down to the 4-star flat matches, you will find AEW July 12th Globe Life Field, AEW World Title Texas Death, Jon Moxley, Heyman, Adam Page. I mean, I like this match. I gave it 4 stars. To me, where I got annoyed and where I guess I depart from other people is, as somebody who defends the House of Torture at times, not all the time, because they can still be annoying, it was annoying to me to see a match that basically follows the same formula of run-ins and people coming out to save, and everybody works together and fights off the heels, and the baby faces get to be happy. That's basically the formula to a house match, where the faces overcome evil or whatever. And it annoyed me to see a lot of the same people, not saying Tim here or anybody else really, on the podcast, I mean, but it annoyed me to see a lot of the same people who bury that constantly, saying that this was the match of the year. And I believe it still is the highest rated match on Cage Match for 2025. So I didn't like seeing this described as a match of their front runner. That's what annoyed me. I don't think it was a bad match. I get why. I have it on my spreadsheet. I get why people voted for it. I like Adam Page. Him losing the title at Full Gear honestly was also the moment where I kind of was like, I don't really want to even like pay attention to the promotion at all. And I hadn't been watching the TV since like April, but I've been watching the pay-per-view still for the most part. And I think I'm kind of done with that now, especially given they put the title back on MJF too. But yeah, I mean, the match itself I don't dislike. I just didn't like seeing it as match of the year front runner. So 4th place, I think is fair. I get it. I mean, it's still higher than I would have it, obviously, but I just really did not want it to be the match of the year for 2025. And I'm happy it didn't win.
I do think it may kind of make a difference if it happens like once in a big match in a year. Then
they did a lot of
the Death Riders did it a lot, and that sucked. The Death Riders were fucking awful, and I don't enjoy people retconning that either. Like Death Riders from like I don't know November 2024 till like I guess maybe May 2025 were fucking dreadful, and people retconning that I find weird as well. But like this whole like the faces fighting off the heels or whatever, which does happen a couple of times with the House of Torture. I guess I guess what I'm saying is the House of Torture does it like sometimes 3 times per show, right? And not
well, like, not usually the big like Avengers match. That usually happens a few times a year, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I take that.
But yeah, I mean, it is whatever. I mean, I do think the house has run its course at this point and should go away, and especially now that Evil's gone. But that's a different discussion. But yeah, so I just wanted to say my piece about the match, which again it's on my spreadsheet. I didn't hate the match. I just didn't want to win match of the year, which it didn't. So there you go.
No, that's fair.
And you voted it 9th, not 1st. So
yes. And
I totally get again why somebody who was more invested, and not that I like Hangman Adam Page, but somebody who's even more invested in seeing him win the AEW World Title, I get why they would love this match. But yeah, the Darby thing really is the worst part about it. So the Darby video, like why are we seeing a video from Mount Everest? It's so weird.
You just answered the question because he's the only wrestler that ever went to Mount Everest. You have to cut a promo. You have to. Whether you show it during that match is the point.
Yeah, don't show it during that match. Exactly.
I think the zip line taking like 10 minutes was like kind of a fail as well. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe he could have just like did it differently. I don't know.
Yeah.
One quick thing I forgot earlier about like my honorable mentions and a thing. Because we just talked about New Japan as well, I totally forgot that Zack Sabre Jr. and Goto was probably like the closest one to miss my top 10.
The February 11th
just to throw that in. That's kind of a problem because I kind of liked both matches equally, and I couldn't quite decide on which one to pick either way, and then I couldn't put both in, and somehow they both missed in the end. So I do think like emotionally I liked the first one better, but like from a work standpoint, I may have liked the second better. I don't know.
Well,
it's really
close. As we'll get to, I agree. So
okay.
Chris, in 9th place, you voted for Jun Kasai versus El Desperado versus Masashi Takeda from the Crazy Fest March 10th Kirk and Hall show, the fluorescent light and glassboard extreme 3-way death match. It finished in 30th place with 60 points, 10 total votes, about 5% of ballots, 1 first place vote. It missed the top 25 by only 9 points. I almost voted for this. This is another one I forgot to mention in my just missed ones, but I like the Desperado Kasai singles match better, which most people seem to agree since that one made the top 10, as we'll get to. But this match was incredible too. And this is another one where I'm annoyed, as we were talking about in the Discord the other day, best major show and the Observer Awards should be a 3-vote category, because I would have gone Crazy Fest in like 3rd place, because what a fucking fun show that was.
Yeah, it was really fun. Barb Sasaki sure knows how to throw a party. Yeah. So actually, something that Sean said earlier was true for me as well. I knew probably what 7 of my matches were, including 10th place. 9th place was kind of a struggle for me, much like he outlined it was for him. And similarly, Tim was saying, a lot of the I did not sit down and look at a spreadsheet when I thought about this. I sat down with a blank piece of paper and a pencil and wrote down the things I remembered from the year, and mostly was guided by that. And then I had to fill in kind of gaps about, what resonated and what else I remembered and what else I liked. And the reason I ended up with this match was really, I mean, it was great. I'm one of the many people about this match that was like, I'm not a deathmatch guy, but I'm not. But this one, this by the end of this match, the only way I've described this is the ring is covered in like this pink sand, and it's the broken glass, and it's the blood, and it's these crushed red roses that El Desperado brought to the ring, and it's and the mat is black, so it's just this pink layer of sand on like a black surface. It's almost like there's this one beach in Maui in Hawaii that's kind of like that, and it's just this crazy visual that stuck with me. And then also they do so much crazy stuff in this. The crowd is going crazy. It's just really fun. It's just a really fun vibesy deathmatch experience. Junkasai and Korakuen Hall is, people talk a lot about Kento Miyahara and Korakuen Hall, and it's true, but I think there's something about Junkasai and Korakuen Hall too.
Well, this because the crowd sings that song every time when he comes out, and like there's a great moment too where the music hits, the crowd starts singing it, and like Desperado also starts singing it. That I'll never forget that, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if that was this one or the second one. It was one of the. I think it was
one of them.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was. I think it was this one. But yeah, because both shows, the Korakuen Hall was completely sold out, and there really just isn't anything like a sold out Korakuen Hall, as I think people who have been there especially will tell you. But just it's an amazing building when it's sold out, and then also kind of a bad vibes building when it isn't sold, when it's like half empty. Just kind of funny the difference, like because I'm sure like both of you have probably been in both. I know Tim has, because I was there with him for the Marigold one that was very much not sold out. But
yeah.
I'm sure I read in the press that was sold out. Actually, are you sure?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. There was that somebody was making fun of Hatman the other day for I think he claimed 3. Let me get, because I just had the tweet because it was really funny. He claimed for some Nagoya show, I think it was. Yeah, he claimed 375 people when the seating chart has 352 seats and they were empty seats in the building. So I love Hatman. He's so fucking funny. I don't love him, by the way, but he is fucking funny. My 9th place match, Yota Tsuji versus Gabe Kidd, New Japan's February 11th, New Beginning Osaka from Ideon Arena. This was the IWGP Global Heavyweight title. I finished 18th place in the final vote, 128 points, 24 total votes, which was about 11.8% of ballots. The highest vote it received was 3rd place. So this was one of several matches. I am a rewatch person. I rewatch my top matches to see, if stuff rises or falls. This was a faller for me. This one I rated 5 stars when it originally happened. And when I watched it back at the end of the year, I didn't quite have it at that level. It fell to 4 3/4. I didn't quite think it was a perfect match. I mean, the moment it felt so amazing, watching these two guys go in there and just be like, have a crowd chanting Shin Nihon, which I don't think had ever happened before that. Those vibes don't feel as good at the end of the year when it looks like Gabe has like, I would say more than 1 foot out the door at this point, like half his body out the door. And, Tsuji, it definitely helped him though. Cause he became like the standard bearer, and now, he's off to a very good start he's going to have a sold out building basically a year later, defending the heavyweight title against, Jake Lee of all people. So, it's very, it holds up better for him than it does for Gabe a year later. But it's still an outstanding match. It's still a match where they hit each other very hard. Still just a very good vibes match. And the only like very slight flaw that I think took the double knockout finish was a little more annoying and a little cornier than I remembered it being in real time. Like just the way like they kind of get up and just like collapse again looks kind of stupid. And that's ultimately why I couldn't go to full 5 and why it's not higher on my list. But still an outstanding match, and still a match I found a spot for here in 9th place. My 8th place match, I went with Suri and Shuri from the Suriism March 10th Shinjuku Face Show. The same match Brady already talked about that he put in 10th. So I don't have to give you all the stats again. It finished in 10th place as we went over. I voted for both of these matches. The second one is much higher on my list, as we'll get to later, but the first match is incredible too. I mean, it's, just the way they go in there and just like beat each other's asses in this tiny building, in front of a completely full, like 350 or whatever people. And, the fact that there's like no commentary too really does add to it, and just adds to this atmosphere of like, where you're listening to the kicks and you're, just really appreciating just how hard they hit each other. I mean, it's about as close as you can get to like a live experience on tape, which is really cool. And I think why it hit for so many people. So awesome match, as Brady already talked about, and as others are going to talk about, because I think at least one more person voted for this, I think. Chris, you had Aja Kong versus Senka Aksuki in 8th place. That's from the marvelous Las Vegas show on April 17th. It finished 35th place, 46 points, 9 total votes, 4.4% of ballots with 1 first place vote. I still have to watch this match. I never got around to it. I just kept forgetting. The thing that shocked me when I went and looked it up, it only went 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a perfect 5 minutes. So full disclosure for this one, I was there. I was live. I was one of the 250 or so people that lost their minds for, at that time, a 6-month rookie getting her ass absolutely beaten down by, Aja Kong, one of the world's grumpiest wrestlers. And it was just kind of a perfect moment. It had been a very long day. This was a midnight show or maybe an 11:30 show or whatever. I think it was the 3rd or 4th show I went to. I was very tired already. And, it was one of those ones where I was like, this thing is 5 minutes away, but I'm so tired, maybe I'll just fall asleep, and I didn't. And then it's the thing that you're so glad that you actually put the effort in, because it's so simple, but the moment in this match where Senka just refuses to be pinned by Aja Kong for even a 1 count briefly, just is a frenzy in the crowd that was wild to be part of, and really hard to explain, like, how crazy it made everybody for something so simple. But it's like, in that same quarter of the year 2025, I was in the Tokyo Dome 3 months earlier, and then maybe a month earlier, I was at the Staples Center for Revolution. And this small room in Las Vegas where people were losing their minds for a rookie not getting pinned felt like a bigger moment in that second than any of those other things did. And it's just remarkable that, like, someone's 30 seconds of fighting spirit can really just leave it like an indelible memory. Like, for the whole year, I was like, this is my number 10 vanity pick. But then as the year went on, I was like, I cannot stop thinking about this moment and that match and how great it was. So I got it all the way up to 8th, and shout out to Tim Dog for getting it into 1st.
Yeah,
because he was also there.
Also, by the way, sorry if you just heard me start to prompt Alexa. I thought I muted myself, but then it showed up on the thing, so I was very confused. But because I was wanting to remind myself to buy Snazzy's Stardom ticket in case because I just realized it's like 3 a.m. his time and he might fall asleep. So anyway,
we didn't hear a thing, bud.
Oh, he didn't? Okay, it like showed up on my thing. Like there's a little, like how it like shows the waveform or whatever. It showed up, so I thought it got recorded.
And don't worry, it's only 9:30 in England.
Yeah. Well, no. So when the ticket goes on sale, it's going to be 10 p.m. my time. So I think it's like 3 a.m.
Oh, I see.
I wanted to remind myself to buy his ticket in case he's not awake to tell me to buy his ticket. So anyway, he did send me the money. All right. I feel really bad if I didn't get him his Arena S ticket he's trying for. But yeah, I got to watch this match, basically. I'm definitely going to make a note to watch it because it sounds incredible. I mean, Senka's my vote, as you're going to hear later on, I guess to spoil my Rookie of the Year pick. It is Senka. I mean, she's incredible. But Tim, in 8th place, you voted for Chihiro Hashimoto versus Mika Iwata, another match I really loved. This was Sendai Girls September 23rd at the Sendai Sun Plaza Hall for the Sendai Girls World title. Of course, Mika Iwata lost because being a Mika Iwata fan is suffering. But what are you going to do? There's a lot of that in Joshi for me. So I think a lot of people who lose all the time. This match finished in 48th place, 36 points, 7 total votes, 3.4% of ballots, 1 first place vote. The thing that stunned me that when I was doing research, this was their first singles match since August 2018. How the fuck is that even possible with the tiny roster that Sendai Girls had? They managed to keep these two apart for over 7 years. Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wasn't really aware of that fact either until I read it in your spreadsheet. That's pretty sick. Yeah. Yeah. What is really to say about this match for me? It was just an absolute masterclass in pro wrestling. Just everything these two did was just perfection, perfectly executed, like from the mat wrestling to like any moves to just the selling. Mika Iwata's selling in this match was incredible. And it led to such a perfect kind of like emotional climax too. And even the kind of unexpected flash finish after like Chihiro's power slam was kind of the perfect finish to this match as well, because like I do kind of love these finishes out of nowhere sometimes, and it didn't miss its peak or anything. They didn't go too long, and it was just like the perfect encapsulation of pro wrestling for me in a way. So maybe it could have gotten even higher than 8th place. Hearing myself talk about it that way, but yeah, for some reason it didn't quite land as crazily as as my other picks, I guess. So there's like various other factors for the matches that ranked higher that just put them this little bit above. But I don't have much else to say about this match other than it was just a masterpiece for me.
Mika is another one who had like a quietly great year between the Red Energy tag team, this match. She was in her anniversary show. She had a really fun main event. I remember that, really liking that match. It was like when I think her and Sayori were on opposite sides of a tag.
Oh yeah, right. That was
cool. And there's just some really cool stuff in 2025 with her. But
she never
great. She never gets to like be the person, obviously, because Chihiro is the ace. Yeah. But yeah, she's so good. She's so good. She needs to get another Sendai Girls World title reign. Obviously, it didn't happen here, but it needs to happen.
Absolutely.
And she was also like the I think I told the story already, but when I met her, she was doing like a signing in April at the Sendai Girls Shinjuku Face show I went to. She was incredibly nice, like just very, very, very nice in the signing, which is funny because obviously her in-ring persona, she looks like the grumpiest like asshole when she comes out. So she was very nice in person. Cool. Like just very one of those people who like some Japanese wrestlers don't care about meeting, like a foreign fan or whatever, but then some of them just like are like, really, a foreigner likes me, like that kind of reaction. She had that kind of reaction, which is really always very sweet.
That's awesome. I had that experience with Misa Kagura this year. That was awesome.
Yeah. Like Sayaka Kurara was another one who had that kind of reaction when I like called out to her from the front row during the April show, and she was like, wow, a foreigner fan likes me, like that kind of reaction. It was very cool. Brady, you have Kenny Omega versus Ricochet versus Speedball Mike Bailey from AEW April 6th in Philadelphia, AEW International title. This would be another one that, again, I feel like I did this again, but this is when I was in Japan and I didn't see this pay-per-view, so I never watched it when I got back. So no idea if this is good or not. I'm assuming it was since you voted for it. It ended up in 34th place, 48 points, 8 total votes, appeared on about 3.9% of ballots, and received 1 first-place vote.
Yeah, it's Speedball and Ricochet just like popping off for 25 minutes. I was disappointed when they first came up because I ascribe to the theory that I like seeing one-on-one matches in my wrestling. I think it's cleaner storytelling. But then I always get suckered into a good three-way. And Kenny's had some of my favorite three-ways like ever. The Pac match, Pac and Orange Cassidy at Double or Nothing in 21 is one of my favorite three-ways ever. This match I was 4 3/4 on, so it's by default one of my favorite three-ways ever. Do you remember this is a match from like a Rampage. It's Darby Allin, Andrade, and I forget who else is and Sammy Guevara. That was an incredible three-way. It was a TV three-way where they just speed through everything and everything's executed perfectly. And my ADD mind is just losing it. But this is a similar kind of match where it's just like a great vehicle to let 3 amazing athletes just pop off and get their shit in. There were a lot of really creative three-way spots. There was a sequence where they all traded like double pinfalls because this match got set up by a Ricochet Speedball double pinfall. There's a spot where Ricochet runs through. He does the tope over the ropes, taunt, slides back in. There's a baseball slide, and right behind him is Speedball coming in for like the no hand acai. So yeah, it's just like that for like 25 minutes. It's incredible. I don't really have a whole lot three ways are hard to break down, because it's not like a big like storyline through line element other than like how how can they get through this match without like relying on the old tropes? And they don't really do a lot of the old tropes. Like there's the early on in this match, Ricochet's like outside the ring, right? Because he's cowardly here or whatever. But for the most part, it's like three guys doing three-way spots, which you don't really see. Even the finish, they found a way to get to the finish with it was the middle rope one wing angel from Kenny to Ricochet while Bailey was tied up on like the top turnbuckle trying to go for something and he just gets stuck and can't do anything. And it's like that's such like I wish everyone just paid the little bit of like just a little bit of attention to detail to try and find a new way to do things instead of just like hit with the finish, throw out the ring, get the pin, right? But I think Ricochet like fully embracing his personality and gaining confidence deep into his 30s is one of my favorite stories in wrestling over the past couple of years. This is a guy who had, he had of course, he had the work and athleticism piece, right? And he had an amazing body, and it's a guy that could have been a big American attraction throughout most of the prime of his career, and instead he was relegated to, I mean, I don't want to say relegated to Dragon Gate, but he's doing like Dragon Gate, New Japan, PWG, the Indies. He should have been making money on American TV forever. And if he would have had this confidence and personality and charisma, I don't know if he wouldn't have been a top guy in WWE, but he would have had a lot better run than he would have deserved to have had a lot better run. Because after all, he's only like, what, like 5, he's like 5'10", right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. So, yeah. But I wish he would have had this when he was younger, because he is so much fun to watch now in a way that he wasn't, like, trying to see this guy... Trying to see this guy cut promos and like
Speedball?
PWG. Yeah, no. Well,
he was
Speedball
great
too. But like Ricochet.
Oh, you're talking about Ricochet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ricochet like 10 years ago when you find like promos of him like backstage at PWG, they're horrendous. Like this guy failed public speaking in high school, right? And now he's just oozing charisma, and I'm so happy for him. I'm glad that we got to see this like complete fleshed out version of him while he's still capable of going like this, because like he's still bumping like he did in 2015 where he's just like on his neck and it just looks gnarly, and he does like the dead man cell where he just gets like high up angled and then just like falls over. Like I love him. He's one of my favorite wrestlers ever. But yeah, this match kicked ass. You should, if you ever have time to go out of your way and watch it, I would.
I will say that I was actually at the show because it was in Philadelphia. So I was in attendance for this one, and it was probably my favorite match on that show. But it probably would have had a shot of making my list if not for the fact that I thought something that did hurt it was that it was over half hour long, and it was the semi-main event on a show that ultimately didn't end until like 12:30 in the morning. It was one of those like really long AEW pay-per-views. But so that did hurt it for me a little bit, even though I still thought it was a fantastic match. And again, probably my favorite match on that show, just where if it was like the opener, I think there's a strong shot it's on my list, but just the placement and the length hurt it a little bit for me. But yeah, no, I still thought generally it was still a great match.
It was also sandwiched in between like a disappointing Moxley Swerve main event and a bad Daniel Garcia Adam Cole match.
Right. Yeah, that was definitely a long night. I can attest to that.
Sean, 8th place, you had Bandito versus Hechicero from Ring of Honor, August 29th at the 2300 Arena, also in Philadelphia. It was for the ROH World title. This match finished in 15th place, 174 points, 36 total votes, 17.6% of ballots. It had one first place vote. It missed the top 10 by 84 points, so again, not really that close to making it, but still 15th. What do you have with?
Yeah, so this match was in a group of like 4 on my list that ended up not making the top 10, but finished like 12th to 15th. So I had a lot of matches that were on the cusp of making the top 10, but just didn't quite get there. But yeah, so
there's a lot of AEW stuff in that group.
Right? Yeah, so I know a lot of people were talking about how great the Bandito Takeshita match was at the previous ROH pay-per-view before this one.
Which did make the top 10.
Yes, which did make the top 10. And I know people like Dave Meltzer and John Pollock have said it was their match of the year. And I thought it was great. But I think what happened to me is that happened to be that show happened to be the same day as my brother's 30th birthday celebration. And that was a long to do because it was also 30th birthday for some other of our friends, and they made it one big thing. At the end of the day, I watched that match live, but I was just like exhausted, so it didn't capture that same energy for me. But this match, I think, was like the far superior Bandito Ring of Honor pay-per-view match this year or 2025. Yeah, I now to be honest, there were points towards the end that were a little messy. And I'm sure, John, if you did see this match, I would guess that you would probably take points off of it for that. But it was
I didn't see. I don't watch.
Right. I'm just saying it's the type of match where I could see you, like, if you had watched it, you would probably knock it for some of the stuff that happened at the end. Not that there was anything botched or anything like that. It just they definitely missed the peak a little bit, but on the whole, some of the stuff they did in this match was absolutely incredible. There was a beautiful. And I like maybe Bandito hit maybe the most beautiful high cross to the floor that I've ever seen, like off the top rope onto Hechicero right to the floor. It was amazing. There was an incredible spot where they were balancing on the I guess the AEW, because this was during the residency in the 2300 arena, and I know AEW has those thicker barricades, but on that side of the ring that they're on, there was not a ton of space between the apron, the floor, and the barricade. It was all like that part of the ringside area was very tight. So when they were like just balancing on this barricade, it was like, oh, holy shit, there's something crazy is going to happen. And I think Bandito ended up suplexing Hechicero on the barricade. It was just a wild spot. And then Hechicero a little bit later, just did this insane like sort of F5 thing where he just spun Bandito like 2 or 3 times off the apron and crashed on the floor. It was a absolutely bonkers spot and what was a pretty crazy match. And for me, at least, my favorite Bandito match of the year. I know he's somebody who got a lot of support for like your most outstanding type of award. But yeah, I know the Takeshita match got a lot of talk, and I thought the match was great. But in terms of like Bandito, like Ring of Honor title defenses this year, this was definitely the one I prefer the most. So.
And your 7th place match was the Anarchy in the Arena match, which was Kenny Omega, Swerve Strickland, Samoa Joe, Powerhouse Hobbs, and Katsuyori Shibata against John Moxley, Claudio, Wheeler Yuta, Marina Shafir, and the Young Bucks. AEW, May 25th, the Desert Diamond Arena. This finished 14th place, so right ahead of your 8th place match, actually. 177 points, only 3 points more than your 15th place match. 38 total votes, 18.6% of ballots, and it also received 1 first place vote. And yeah, it was very, very close to making, or not that close to making the top 10. About 80, missed it by 81 points. So this is a match I did see. I'm trying to remember what the fuck I gave it. I know I liked it. Yeah, I gave it 4 flat. So I thought it was pretty great. Obviously not like match of the year level to me, but it's just not the type of match I would vote for in a match of the year. But a lot of fun. And I laughed a lot at the Young Bucks doing their goofy, like founding fathers thing. Thought that was funny. But
yeah, that I enjoyed that. And for at least for me, the fact that this still made my list, even though I did not watch this match live because as this pay-per-view was happening, I was at a NASCAR race in Charlotte. So I heard about this match in real time, but obviously I didn't get to watch it in real time. But yeah, when I went back and saw it, it was, probably of the Anarchy in the Arena matches, probably the best one since the first one. And yeah, just plenty of insane, crazy shit happened. As someone who loves the kind of music that you would hear constantly on like WWE shows in like the early 2000s for like pay-per-view themes, like, Saliva, Seether, Puddle of Mud, like that sort of genre of music, like Hearing Bodies was like by Drowning Pool was like the perfect like song for this kind of match. And like musically for me, like that's right up my alley. So I had a
I
blast
do,
during that
I
section of the
do,
match.
I do want to say, and I think this critique, because one of my best friends, Quinlan, who's been on the show before, he hates this match, which I thought was funny, and because he's normally more pro AEW than I am, but the playing of bodies is the reason why he hates it, because he says
Really,
it's supposed to be a serious match where like they're trying to fight back against the Death Riders, like trying to destroy the company or whatever. So like, why are they playing bodies in the middle of the match, and why are the Young Bucks coming out dressed like founding fathers and stuff? And like that is kind of goofy, given that the Death Riders whole thing was like to get rid of goofiness, and they're teaming with these two guys as the founding fathers. I just view that part doesn't bother me because I did view it as like the heels being hypocrites, whatever. But it is a little weird that like Kenny and them are like fighting for their lives supposedly against the Death Riders, and they start playing a fucking meme song from the early 2000s. But
I mean, if you were going to get mad about a song in this match, it would have been that because before they played Bodies, they played a different song that they used on Dynamite for like a couple weeks. Like that song definitely did not fit the tone of the match. Whereas I think Bodies was like that's the perfect kind of song for this kind of match, at least in my view.
Wasn't it Umba?
It was something.
It was. I'm so excited.
Yes, that's what it was. Like, if you're going to complain about a song that was in this match, like that's the one to complain about that didn't fit. Like Bodies, again,
well,
Bodies.
I mean, it's still kind of a joke though. So I guess I get it. It's like I don't really care about I'm not the type of person that gets mad about comedy and wrestling, so it's whatever. But there is a type of person who is cool with this and gets very mad at DDT, which it's kind of silly. Anyway.
Yeah, and I
was Forbidden Door. Just
yeah.
And I also do find it funny that you mentioned that, John, because I know somebody in another Discord who was when the poll results came out who was at Double or Nothing, by the way, who was extremely upset that the Ospreay Page match from the same show finished ahead of the Anarchy in the Arena. Like, I just thought that was funny. I mean, I thought both matches were great, and of the two matches, like I prefer the Anarchy in the Arena match a little bit more to Ospreay and Page, and Ospreay and Page was one of the matches that missed my cut. But I heard you say that, and I just thought that was funny because I know somebody who had the exact opposite reaction. Not that they didn't like Ospreay Page, but they just couldn't fathom that people would vote that over Anarchy in the Arena.
Well, there you go. But yeah, great match. Not one I was on my radar for match of the year, but definitely a great match. Brady, you voted for Natural Vibes, Flamita, KZ, Strong Machine J, and UT versus Gold Class, Benkei, Jackie Kame, Mochizuki Jr., and Rita from the May 9th Dragon Gate show in 7th place. So this finished in 39th place, 42 points, 10 total votes, 4.9% of ballots. The highest vote received was 4th. This was interesting. Look, when that 50 to 26 came out, I think it was Mike Spears in the Voice Wrestling Slack who called it like the Dragon Gate bloodbath, because it seemed like a ton of matches from Dragon Gate and like the Mania weekend Dragon Gate shows finished in that 50 to 26 batch. This is one I never saw, so I did get really into watching Dragon Gate again in 2025, but it probably like a month later, I think, is when I really started watching them regularly again. So I should go back and watch this. If I did not see it at the time.
Are you a big Hyo person?
Am I a big Hyo person? Not really.
Okay, well they're fighting for him in this match. This is the
Hyo contra Hyo match. Yeah.
This is the match for the possession of Hyo while he sits ringside, and it's like if Hyo can get this kind of effort out of all these wrestlers, then like Hyo should just be up for the line in every match on the card. Like these guys freaking killed him. So it is so good. This was kind of one of those, like, when people say that like Dragon Gate is not Dragon Gate anymore, they're wrong. You can show them a match like this and it's just guys going ball to the wall. Like Flamita is amazing in this match. He is working so fast. He is doing everything with exact precision, flawless execution. UT is doing these crazy cradling combinations with the like perfect technical execution. Like he'll end up doing like these like these snappy victory rolls, and it'll have like both legs over the arms, and just like it makes me gush because like you don't see that level of detail. People do these shitty pinfalls out like coming out of these technical moves, and they'll reverse. Mochizuki Jr. is outstanding. He was setting up a Bravegate title match with UT because UT finally won the belt. And so you have Jackie Kame, who has a spot in this match where he's coming off the ropes for like a swinging. He's coming off like a swinging DDT, so he gets up and he does like the little pedal drop kick, where he does like the little stomps around like the people around him. But then he swings back around, lets go, and turns to a drop kick. And it's like, so there's stuff in this match I've never seen before. And Jackie's one of those people where you tune into a match that he's in, and if it's a big match, if it's a big title match at a Korakuen or a one of their tentpole shows, there's like a 20% chance you're going to see something you've never seen before because he's that good. Ben K has like the sliding knee cell on the uppercut from KZ that looks fucking nasty. Flamita and Jackie have this incredible cradle exchange. And Junior wins with the best German suplex in wrestling, where he gets these guys up at like this perfectly tight angle. He has this amazing bridge. He's always up on his toes. It looks beautiful. It's like a waterfall, right? I love this match so much. There's so much wild shit in it. And they pack it all into about like 15, 16 minutes or so. This was my Dragon Gate proper match of the year. There's another one on the list that was on the show that Sean talked about earlier, which was the main event, which I think is on multiple of our ballots.
So yeah, there you go. Tim, you voted for Sari versus Chihiro Hashimoto from Sendai Girls, November 16th, Korakuen Hall. It was for the Sendai Girls World Title. This finished 28th place, 61 points, 11 total votes, about 5.4% of ballots. The highest vote it received was second place, and it missed the top 25 by just 8 points. So very close to getting into the top 25.
Yeah, so this was from Chihiro Hashimoto's 10th anniversary show. This is, to me, it's very like similar to the Iwata match in overall quality, I'd say, which is probably why I have them like right next to each other in my ranking. So because like everything I said about the Iwata match also like counts for this one, it's just a perfect like masterclass in professional wrestling. Just like the early match mat work, the rolling at the start of the match is just like on such a high level that you're never gonna see in other matches. And this was kind of a weird match, like in general, like the general response to it, because I feel like these two are on such a high level that it gets like judged differently in a way by a lot of people. Like they just take it for granted, like how fucking great the wrestling that these two put on the mat actually is. And I remember like on our podcast, Joshi-ing Around Weekly, it was episode 11 when Eric and I talked about this match. I think we talked about it for like close to an hour. Like we dissected this match from front to back, and it was just such a masterclass. What kind of lifts this one up from the Iwata match is like this incredible moment where Sari, like this incredible rare Sari moment where she shows like a bit of insecurity for the first time like ever, when she finally recognizes that she just can't beat Chihiro Hashimoto in this match on this day, and she just fucking throws herself at Chihiro in like a very unsari like way, which cost her the match in the end. And it was just such a crazy nice moment, which like just kept this one apart from the other great Sari and the other great Chihiro Hashimoto matches that I had considered. So yeah, that's why it landed on my 7th place, and that's basically all I got on this one.
I think I'm muted. Yeah, I thought this match was great too. Just not quite match of the year level for me, but definitely a great match. Sari obviously, just had an incredible year, and Chihiro Hashimoto had a really good year too. So 2 great wrestlers here.
They are, by the way, my first and third most outstanding of the year wrestlers. So not surprised to see the match against each other that far up.
Then we have for 7th place, Chris, you voted for Goto versus Zack Sabre Jr. from New Japan's February 11th New Beginning Osaka show for the IWGP World Heavyweight title. So this match finished in 6th place, 592 points, 76 total votes. It appeared on 37.25% of ballots and had 15 first place votes. It missed the top 5 by 55 points. It had 5 more first place votes than the Tony and Mariah match that finished in 5th, but that match appeared on 44.6% of ballots. So, a full 7% more. So that's probably why, it ended up finishing higher. I feel like telling you to put over this match it's pretty easy to put over this match, but I guess go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's I could put over the match, but with this one, it's like I'm almost afraid to say the word moment because it's made a derogatory term by American wrestling fans. But the outcome, the victory of Goto winning and like that representing the moment and including the post match is like the 20 minutes of the match before that are excellent. These are 2 excellent wrestlers. That's no surprise. But it's especially the first half of 2025, there was a real dearth of babyface champions across like a lot of wrestling, So it didn't feel like a good time of year in gestures broadly at the world senses. And then there's just heat happening in every promotion that I was following. And then Goto, almost like out of nowhere, has this undeniably incredible feel-good moment. Right at the point at which I was like, I'm done with New Japan. Tokyo Dome really bummed me out to be there. I was like, it didn't feel good. And then like right as I was like, I think I might be done with them for a long time. They pulled this out. Now they later ran me off again in Dominion, but we don't have to talk about that. But yeah, it's just the fucking he did it moment is just like all that alone this match would have made the list even if the match sucked. But the match didn't suck. The match was excellent. It's Goto and Zack Sabre. What can you say? Other people have this match on their list. I'm sure they can put over the actual wrestling part better than I can.
Now, curious, did they win you back at Wrestle Kingdom this year or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Oh god, I'm like eating on the air now. Yes, I was just wondering if they won you back when you're going to be watching. But
yeah, I know
they had such an up and down year last year, and it's very. I never stopped watching, but there were periods where I was like, "This fucking sucks." So I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, I think in my blurb, I think I said this was like a spark of fire from a dying ember or something like that. Which later on they threw some fire on those. They threw some water on that fire, but they've stoked the fire back up enough for me to care at least a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see where things go. Later in 2026. I feel like the New Japan Cup is going to be a big test, but we'll see how all that plays out. So my 7th place match, I have Goto versus Zack Sabre Jr., but from June 29th, IT Professional Gym / Dolphins Arena, IWGP World Heavyweight title, the match where Zack won the belt back. This match finished a lot behind that one, so it did get, cannibalized by the other one. Plus, it was harder to watch because they weirdly didn't put it on New Japan World. I don't think that helped either. But not for Americans anyway. But yeah, 41st place, 41 points, 9 total votes, 4.41% of ballots. The highest vote was second. Finished 551 points back at the February 11th match. But so yeah, I didn't vote for the February 11th one. I mean, that's an awesome match. I think I went 4.5 on it. And the moment is incredible, but I don't know, like from a work standpoint, it didn't quite feel match level to me, even though obviously the moment with Goto winning was really awesome. This match, if anything, like the way Zack, I think it's like one of Zack's all-time best performances, and it's an all-time selling performance by Goto where, he's selling that he just cannot go on anymore. Like, because, the moment where Goto loses the title was always going to feel kind of like a downer. And they basically decide to do this moment where Goto goes out on his sword and has to vacate the title, with the worked injury to go shoot Street Fighter. And the way Zack just like destroys his arm in this match and Goto just fucking goes down swinging basically was so fucking cool and such a great bit of in-ring storytelling that to me this was the superior match. This one I went 4 3/4 on. And, even the fact that also I was spoiled already, I knew Zack won, and I thought that was stupid when I first heard it because, again, it didn't air live on New Japan World. And then for it to turn out to be such an outstanding match anyway that it made it in my match of the year list, it pretty much says what an outstanding match this was. Also, just the atmosphere for it was really cool too because it was the last show at Dolphins Arena, the famous Nagoya Arena, before it closed. It was also just it's funny. New Japan had this kind of feel good show at Dolphins Arena, the Tanahashi Jam show, like 2 weeks after the worst show of the year, in my opinion, Dominion. But and this was the one that a lot of foreigners again probably didn't see because of the weirdness around how it didn't air on New Japan World because it was a TV Asahi exclusive. But yeah, just an outstanding match. My 6th place match was worth another match where my feelings in real time were very different from my feelings afterward, as Chris and Tim can tell you firsthand, was Saya Kamitani versus Sayuri Ano from Stardom's December 29th Sumo Hall show for the World of Stardom title. This one finished all the way down to 150th place, 9 points, 2 total votes. The highest vote here was my vote in 6th place. The other guy had it 7th. Whoever else voted for it. So missed the top 100. It only missed the top 100 by 7 points, though. So it doesn't take a lot to get out of honorable mentions into the top 100. Just like 1 or 2 other people voting for it would have got it there. So yeah, obviously, as I've talked about this match a lot already recently on the Wrestle Kingdom trip recap I did. Again, Chris and Tim can tell you how upset I was at the end of that show. It took me a while.
That's fair, though.
Yeah, it took me a while to come around on it, but when I look back at my memories of the match, I was like, well, that was incredible. And I was like on the edge of my seat the entire time. And I was really enjoying the match until the finish. So I shouldn't punish it for having a finish that I didn't like, from like a purely like, because I'm a Suriano mark standpoint. And the other thing is I watched it back on tape and it was incredible on tape. So, I was like, okay, I have to get this in my top 10. So it was very, it was a 4 3/4 star match, not quite a 5-star match, but an amazing match and one that I was always going to vote for. So this is where I ended up putting it 6. That was a little, I have like 3 Stardom matches all in a row for 6th through 4th. And of this trio, I thought it was not quite as good as the other 2. But yeah, these 3 matches were like other than the one I voted in first, like my 3 favorite matches from an incredibly deep year of Stardom top end matches. There's so many matches I could have voted for that I didn't vote for, including ones, obviously the Tam versus Saya matches that you guys are going to talk about. I could have voted for those too. The Azumi Bozilla match. There's just tons and tons of shit I could have voted for from Stardom this year. They just had an incredible year. But yeah, that's what I went for with Saya and Sayuri here. Speaking of Tam and Sayuri, you went with that. Oh, no, actually, no, Tam and Sayuri, not Tam and Saya. Chris, you and Tim both voted for the exact same match in 6th place. You both voted for Tam Nakano versus Sayuri Ano, Stardom, April 2nd, Cork and Hall. It finished 82nd place, 21 points, 6 total votes, 2.94% of ballots. The highest vote it received was 5th, so somebody voted it higher than the 2 of you. It missed the top 75 by 3 points and missed the top 50 by 14 points because, again, everything is very tight and then at this point in the ballot. I was in the building for this match. It's an incredible match. I kind of don't even know why I didn't consider it voting for it. It's a really awesome match. But yeah, Chris, I guess you could talk about it first. Why'd you vote for this match?
Yeah, I think the person that voted at 5th was Voices of Wrestling contributor Kim Wong, who did a lot of great work hyping people on this match, which I really wanted to. So, in the blurb for this, I talked about it's essentially something I picked up from a skateboard writer that I follow, but the idea that sometimes something sticks in the amygdala, the part of your brain that is involved in processing fear. And this match is like so disgustingly brutal at times. Like, it's the classic Joshi thing of like, oh, here's these 2 women that maybe look like they couldn't hurt a fly, and they come out and just beat the tar out of each other in a way that it becomes borderline uncomfortable at one moment. And I just have not stopped thinking about this match or remembering this match really probably at least once a week since I saw it. Like when I was really going through the plays, the 6 was like as high as I felt like I could get it, but in many ways it's the most memorable, or maybe second most memorable match from the whole year for me. It's not a long match. It's maybe 12 to 15 minutes. If there's one match on the whole of my ballot, or really on the whole of the entire ballot, that I would love people to watch if they've not watched, it's this one, because this is so many parts of this match are things people say that they don't see in wrestling anymore. It's all in there. It's only 12 minutes. It's two legitimate friends beating the absolute shit out of each other for no other reason than they love each other. They're never going to wrestle each other again. They know that. We don't know that, even if we can surmise that at that time. And they've never really had a proper singles match together that went more than 6 minutes long, and they hadn't wrestled each other in a singles match in like 6, 7 years. So they just go and within the storyline, it makes sense. Tam's going to have a retirement match stipulation. She needs a tune-up, against her friend. So yeah, but it's just ugly in all the best possible ways. And it's just, it's very strange to give a close friend of yours some CTE and them to give you some CTE, but that's what these two decided to do. It's incredible. It has to be seen to be believed.
Yeah, they beat the fuck out of each other. I mean, those slaps, which they look bad enough on tape. They were like, they had my girlfriend was sitting there next to me, and she was just like, "Are these two girls like gonna go to the hospital after this?"
They probably should have done. And I'm leaving Tim nothing to talk about here. Sorry.
I was gonna say.
I wrote in my blurb the noise the crowd makes when Anu puts her hands behind her back and leans into those slaps is the greatest noise I heard all year in the crowd sense. Sorry, Tim.
No worries. Yeah, I don't even really know what else I can say about this. Like, this was just Chris described it perfectly. It was just insane. It was just a highly emotional situation for both of them, knowing that one of them would only gonna have another month left in their career, and they've been basically attached at the hip to each other ever since like they debuted. I mean, Saori and Natsupoi debuted roughly a year before Tam, but ever since Tam came in, like these three were like basically their careers were like interlocked with each other. And yeah, so it has a lot of history. It has like these two knowing each other forever and just beating the ever-loving shit out of each other. And it was fascinating. I mentioned for my previous two matches that they were like these technical marbles, masterclasses of pro wrestling. This is like a different type of like great match. This is just pure like emotional and physical brutality, and that it makes for a whole different experience. So it's hard to even compare these matches to each other in a way. That's basically all I got. Chris basically summarized it perfectly. Thank you.
Just an incredible match, that is for sure. And like the whole idea, I guess, of giving your friend CTE as a going away present is so Joshi. I mean, it's like, hello, this is my best friend. We're going to beat the shit out of each other now. Why? Because that's what we do.
I mean, it's wrestling in general, right? But it's just, I may never forget this match for the rest of my life until CTE gets me, I guess.
True.
Also, I don't know if I agree. They don't look like they look like they can't hurt a fly. Like Tam was like jacked, surprisingly jacked.
Don't misunderstand me. I think what I'm speaking to a certain type of person.
Oh yeah,
like an archetype, not a specific person, an archetype of person that would see the costumes and make assumptions, I guess is
got it. Yeah, can see, and Saori too. Like she has that one photo from the award ceremony, where she like suddenly looks like she's hulking out, and she like loves that photo because she like retweeted herself, and she was like, I think the Japanese roughly translated to a woman whose strength can't even be hidden in a dress. I was like, oh well, I guess that sums it up.
That's something I've had to like get used to watching Joshi, is sort of like and learn to appreciate was the accoutrement that comes with like the outfits and just wrestling's one of these things where you can usually judge a book by its cover, but Joshi doesn't allow for that because you get these women showing up in like, princess outfits and they're all kawaii and cute. And now then they just start unloading drop kicks on each other and beating the piss out of each other and dropping each other on their heads.
I mean, it's the most physical style, but of any wrestling style, I think it's even more physical than men's wrestling on average in Japan. I mean, so
Yes.
I don't know what I don't know what the story behind that is. It's just how Joe. I mean, this is just how Joshi's have been as long as I've been a fan. So I mean, that goes. You can watch stuff from like the 80s and 90s. It's like that too. So they just really like giving each other head injuries. I guess I don't know. It's just like I don't know how to describe it really.
Do we think there's something where it's like they feel like they have something to prove? Where it's like when they're
Sure.
like all the '90s women comparing themselves to like Kawada and Misawa and Kobashi. And
Well, it's a very so Japan can be a very patriarchal society in general. So I wonder if like there's elements of it where like I wonder if it's just their way of rebelling against it. It's like, yeah, we're going to be cute, but we're also going to like beat each other senseless.
right.
So I don't know if that's just like part of it. I mean, I feel like that this would be a better question to ask a Japanese person probably. But I've always assumed that's probably part of it. Is like it's just their way of rebelling, probably. But yeah. So Brady and Sean, you both also voted for the same sixth place match, which is kind of funny that this happened twice. But you both voted for basically the Dragon Gate six man from Mania weekend. So it was Benkei, Hyo, and KZ versus the Z-Brats trio of Ishin, Koto Minoura, and Shun Skywalker from April 18th, the Dragon Gate USA /PWR show. That match finished in 32nd place, 55 points, 9 total votes, 4.4% of ballots. It had one first place vote, and it missed the top 25 by 14 points. So one more first place vote would have had it top 25. Brady, you can go first since it's the order we've been going in. I didn't see this one, so I don't know anything about it. So what was this match like?
Go and watch this. This match kicked ass. This was so Z-Brats. This was before Shun split, or before they booted Shun out. And so they were still on their heater of being like the best crowd brawling heel unit in forever. And they highlighted that in this match where they start off, they do their perfunctory chain wrestling. Then, they Ishin gets a hold of Hyo, and then they just like brawl outside. And Shun was in his bag the whole weekend, like weaponizing children and climbing on top of fans. There's a spot in this match where he climbs up on some stranger's shoulders and starts like playing chicken with like Benkei. And then like the camera cuts away and suddenly you look and this fan is on Benkei's shoulders and Shun is like toe kicking Ben in the stomach. And like this guy looks like on the top of Ben looks like he's having the time of his life, and he has to like dismount down, and the referee's coming over to check on him to see if he's okay. And the dude's like, yeah. He's just super into it. And then after they work over, I think it's Hyo, and the hot tag kicks in, and it just becomes a Dragon Gate six man where they just start escalating to higher and higher intensity and just continuing to top what you think cannot be topped. And it just red lines for like the final like 2 minutes of the match, right? And by the end of it, you're just like, I can't believe that people are capable of wrestling at this high of a level. I think I don't even think this is the best six-man combination you could put together, but I think Ishin, Minoura, and Shun as a unit bring out all the best in each other. Not even that Shun even needs anything to bring out. Shun's one of the best in the world. But Minoura is an excellent heel tag wrestler. He's good in that role. Ishin is maybe the best small room act in the business. He is just boosting with charisma. He's gonna be, whenever they flip the switch on that guy to be a main event player, he's gonna knock it out the park. Hyo kills it in these tags because where Hyo struggles is in a singles match trying to fill out time in like a 13-minute match. He can't really do it all that well. But when you put him in a six man and he gets to do his like handspring spot across the ring, the slingshot cutter, the Samson driver. He does all of his sick shit and it looks great. Ben K is awesome in these bursts where he will just run full force, be the dumb jock, hits the spear, the double spear. He will do the cell where he gets like, just kneed straight in the face and will slide his knees and spit up in the air and it looks like he just got ran over by a car. And KZ is incredible in these matches too, even though he's still like, I think he's like 38 and he still moves just as good as he did 10 years ago. He's always in the right spot. He hits with like, I think Claudio has a better uppercut than him, but KZ is next on the list. And so he just beating the shit out of everyone. I love this match. This is like the Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not fucking leaving gif in wrestling form. Like Dragon Gate reclaiming their spot as the attraction of WrestleMania weekend. Meanwhile, there's like 120 people in this building, and there's 1,700 down the road to see Sabu nearly kill himself against Joey Janela. And it's like, where did we go wrong as an industry, as a fandom, to where these are not like reversed, right? There should be 1,200 people watching Shun Skywalker instead of Sabu.
It's because American wrestling fans are dumb. But
I think I agree. Stop yelling at me. Yeah, like.
Sean, anything you want to add about that match?
So similar to that tag match that was also on the show, I just heard about this match, because I didn't see the show live, but I heard about it and I went and watched it, and yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. The second half was just outstanding with some of the action that was in there, and it's really I think I told this once to Case or Mike in the Slack at one point many years ago, but if I was not as much of a like hardcore auto racing fan as I am, and if I had more time to devote to just any wrestling, I would absolutely be a Dragon Gate watcher, and because it just seems like a promotion that just really vibes with the kind of wrestling that I enjoy watching. And yeah, and just this match, it was also funny too that Gabe Sapolsky tried to like slap the 6-man label on like some random WWE ID match that was happening on one of the earlier shows on Mania weekend, and a match that I guess, to be fair, I heard was like fine, but it's funny that he did that while there was an actual Dragon Gate USA show happening a couple days later that had like an actual Dragon Gate 6-man WrestleMania weekend match. But yeah, and hearing that they're coming back this year for WrestleMania weekend has me excited, and whatever shows they're running, I will definitely be tuned in because yeah, Dragon Gate's just so much fun when I do get to watch it.
GCW tried to do this like last year or 2024, and they only gave them like 14 minutes. And they had like Shun, Yamato, I think KZ was there. And so like they had a lot of really good guys. If you would have given them the prerequisite like 23 minutes to go out and kill it, they would have stolen the show. And that audience would have bought in, because for as much as we talk shit about that crowd, when you get them, if you show out for them, they will get invested in the match and they will go nuts for it. And it would have done something for them, maybe made a couple of new fans. But instead they're sort of relegated to like, I don't know, like just this place where no one really goes. Like they're just kind of like little brother, and it sucks. If I may give you the pitch on like starting to watch Dragon Gate more, it's from my experience, it's not that much of a time investment. You can get away with watching the Korakuen, which is once a month, which is about, you can get through it in like 2 hours and 20 minutes. And then whatever the pay-per-views are.
Which are like there's like four of them a year, 4 or 5, not that many.
Yeah, they do about like 10, they do like, I think like 13 Korakuens a year, because there's one month where they double up. And then there's like 5 big tentpole shows, and usually at the end of the month they have a big gate of something, and that's where the title matches, they'll usually do two,
Right,
maybe
yeah.
3 title matches. So in terms of just like overall time investment, Dragon Gate's pretty simple.
Yeah, they run a million shows, which I think confuses people, but you don't have to watch that many.
Yeah, you don't really need to pay attention like to the Kobe Sambo Hall, like unless you're a
you
sicko.
you really
like
don't.
Thesz.
Consider I went to one of them, and you definitely don't need to pay attention to those. But yeah, although it was cool shaking Ultimo Dragon's hand, that was fun.
You got to shake Ultimo's hand.
Yeah, I get you're revealing yourself as not a listener, Brady. But yes, I told this story 2 episodes ago on my Wrestle Kingdom recap. But yes, he was walking around. I was in front row for this show, first of all, in Kobe. Like Paul and I walked up and just got front row, which was kind of funny. But he's fighting with Genki on the outside during the Battle Royal thing they did in the last Kobe show. And the two of them were like, they saw me laughing. I think Genki saw me laughing because they're doing like comedy spots. And Genki just pointed at Ultimo Dragon and for some reason thought I wouldn't know who this is. I'm like, yes, I'm at a Dragon Gate show in Kobe, a random Dragon Gate show in Kobe. I don't think I know who Ultimo Dragon is. But he points at him and goes, he is legend. He is legend. And I was just like, I nodded my head. I'm like, yep, he is legend. And then Ultimo Dragon just walks over and he like puts his hand out and wants to shake my hand for calling him a legend. That was fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Definitely fun little thing that happened. Okay, so we're more than 2 hours in, but only halfway done. I will say we can get through some of these faster, especially since we're going to have a lot of repeat matches from here on out, especially one match that's going to repeat over and over again. So we don't have to go through quite as much detail when we're all talking about the same match. Sean, your 5th place match is one we already talked about. It's Jon Moxley versus Hangman Adam Page from AEW All In, the Texas Death Match. So Tim talked about it when he voted at 9th. Anything quickly you want to add about Moxley Page?
Yeah, I guess I'll just say that I definitely understand why people didn't like why some people didn't like it. I could totally understand that. I think that Moxley and Hangman are two of the best, like in AEW at least, two of the best like hardcore wrestlers, because especially against each other, because when they go at it, it's just absolutely nuts when there's like any sort of weapon involved. Like the spot early on where Moxley got stabbed with a fork, and it's just shooting horizontally out of his head is just like an insane visual. But other than that, were there things that I would have changed about the match? Sure, I could definitely understand the argument of like putting all the interference stuff first and then having just Moxley and Page in the second half, but I would still put their original Texas Death Match above this one just because it didn't have any of the outside stuff. But for me, this match delivered everything that I was looking for. I knew the interference was going to come from the different people involved, but I think everything worked out. It wasn't like a Bloodline Rules match where you're getting everyone's entrance music playing. People just sort of came out, which is more natural.
Well, not Darby.
Yeah, except the Darby thing. I still wonder if like it I guess it's like maybe Danielson getting involved happened because maybe he was supposed to come out after Darby because maybe something got screwed up with the line or whatever. I don't know with him coming down. But yeah. And I guess the only other thing I'll add is that nothing against him. I'm sure he's a wonderful person. But I blame Wei Ting from Post Wrestling for introducing the Avengers terminology because I listen to Post a lot, and so it feels like everything he describes is like, oh, this reminds me of Avengers. It's just so I nothing against him, but I blame him for introducing that terminology into the discussion. But yeah, this was my lowest rated, well, I guess my lowest ranked 5-star match. So the Dragon Gate 6-man was like 4 3/4, and this is my 5th place match. Was everything from here on up for me is 5 stars.
Okay, so Brady. Oh, by the way, for people again, that match finished 4th place in the final voting. I already gave all the stuff before.
Yes.
Brady, for 5th place, you voted Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin from AEW October 18th at the Chaffetz Arena in St. Louis, which was an I Quit match. It finished in 38th place, 43 points, 7 total votes, 3.4% of ballots, 1 first place vote. It missed the top 25 by 26 points. What do you think about Moxley Darby? I didn't. This is another match I never saw, so can't say nothing about it.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. I was going to ask for your take because I was kind of curious. I don't know if
No, I
you'd.
didn't.
It's a lot. It's a collection of just like escalating gross spots, and I'm a sicko for this shit. I love it. Combines pretty much almost everything I love about pro wrestling, with the exception of like a frenetic speed pace. But it's super violent. You have Darby just getting his ass kicked, which is one of my favorite things in wrestling, is just watching this dude get the shit kicked out of him. The fingernail spot was disgusting. He takes off his belt and just lashes him like 12 times. They do a taser spot, and I thought like if I'm remembering my electrical engineering correctly, I think there's a way where if you could like set up the current, you could actually have the taser running while like and just like not have it do anything, like have it kind of be like a dummy electrical shock that doesn't conduct. But they had like a legit taser and you could hear it like popping off, right? But when he goes to like shove it into his stomach, he turns it off, right? He's working it. So that's a little bit of a flaw in the match for me. I was like, I want to hear that thing go off while it's in his tummy, and I want to hear like Darby just like thrive, right? Just like writhe on the mat. But you have the follows up with a nasty DDT through the chair, and Darby just takes like the best Death Riders because he's such a ragdoll. They set up two tables outside, and Claudio picks him up, and he feigns that he's going to throw him through the tables, but then they redo the spot they did at the ECW building where he just yeets him straight onto the announce table, and he just shatters the wooden signage on top and then just goes bailing into the chairs. It looked nasty. They bring out the water tank where he tries to drown him. Sting shows up. I thought they organized. So I thought it was a very creative match. They organized all the spots in the correct order to like escalate through and through to really show Darby's relentlessness and his tenacity and his courage. I think this is what this feud should have been. Like we're talking about the Death Riders feud earlier. I think this is more aligned with what this feud should have been all along, which is Darby, or which is John like waging a war on a certain kind of attitude in AEW, which always seemed to be something that was said more on paper than actually in practice. Uh, I think if the entire feud would have been based around like what the stories that they told in this match, it would have been a lot better. But yeah, the violence really got it over the top for me. It's very bloody. Well, pretty bloody, but very stunt heavy, exciting, all the kind of stuff that I like out of these guys. I think Moxley is the most cinematic wrestler in the world. And which I think is funny because WWE is going and they like actively try not to do wrestling. They're trying to do cinema. But none of them really embody their characters like in a way that like someone like Moxley does. I think Moxley and Saya Kamatani are the two people who embody their characters better than like anyone else in wrestling, right? And I think Moxley thinks through his matches and the way he works from a more, I don't even want to say like a cinematic mindset. I just think he's like he goes further than just surface level with what he thinks about his gimmick or his matches, and just goes beyond having catchphrases and mannerisms. I think he and Saya go deeply into just like embodying their character, and they're excellent at playing that character. But yeah, I love this match a lot.
Tim, in fifth place, you voted for Suzu Suzuki versus May Sierra from Stardom's April 27th Yokohama Arena show, the no DQ match. It finished in 48th place, 36 points, 6 total votes, about 2.9% of ballots, 1 first place vote. This match is fucking awesome. I mean, definitely not quite match of the level for me, but I think I went like 4.5 on it. Awesome fucking match. And, you know, I feel like it might even like be in danger of getting forgotten given how ridiculously stacked that Stardom Yokohama Arena show was, which, you know, as I talk about on the audio already recorded, that's coming up later. Easily the best major show of 2025 and one of the best shows of all time. But yeah, just an incredible match. So go ahead and put it over some more.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like just specifically on the show, there were so many great matches that this is in danger of being forgotten, and is definitely in danger of being heavily underrated. I was positively surprised at how well it did in the match of the year poll. Even got a first place vote, which is fucking amazing to me. Yeah, this was another one of those matches where it just stuck with me, right? It was like one of those memorable ones that just more than like Mayu and Shuri from the same show or many other matches. This one just like I thought it was just really amazing. Like May Sarah's cell chop in this match is one of the best selling I've ever seen. Just I don't know how many matches she's been busted open in before, but like this must have been one of her first times, because like the shock and confusion she sold at like realizing she's seeing her own blood was such an amazing job just all around, that she was just completely out of it for a couple of minutes until she regained like basically not consciousness, but until she realized that she was in a fucking war right now. And then she started fighting back again, and it was like, yeah, it just stuck with me how well these two did this match, and how well May Sarah sold, and what a fucking brutal grudge match. It was like a perfect grudge match to me, honestly. Like also Suzu had like this new faction behind her. May Sarah obviously has the Neo Genesis, but they managed to do this completely, or like almost completely, without any interference from either the bad guys nor the good guys. They kept it between themselves, and that was a fantastic decision for this one. And yeah, loved the match. Deserved fifth place for me. Yeah, that's basically all.
Chris, you have Toni Storm versus Mariah May, AEW March 9th at the Crypto.com Arena for the Women's World Title, the Hollywood Ending match. You voted this fifth. That's where it finished on the final list. It finished in fifth place with 647 points, 91 total votes, 44.6% of ballots, and 10 first place votes. It missed the top three by 35 points. The third place match, Paige and Ospreay, only appeared on 39.7% of ballots, but it had 8 more first place votes. And that, with the way the scoring is done, the 14-9 thing, that was the difference. What did you think of Toni Storm, Mariah May? A match I love too, that if I was going to have an American match of the year, it would probably be this. I mean, it's an incredible match.
Yeah. I was at this show, which was at the Staples Center. I don't care what the sign above the arena says. Yeah, this was a remarkable match to see live. I don't like, outside of being at Lucha Underground tapings, I'd never seen this violent a match in person, and certainly not on such a large scale in such a big room. And it's funny because it's like you can, when you're in a small room and you see like a really bloody match, and you know it kind of, it feels like it's hard to describe. If anyone's been in that situation, you understand what I'm saying. Like there's a like almost like a frisson in the air from the violence, but it's still there in a big room, in a giant basketball arena. It was still that same sense of, you know, like inherent violence was there. So it was remarkable from that place. When they are in the ring and they were, especially in the arena, you can't tell exactly what they're doing, and what they're doing is dipping their hands in glue so they can dip their hands in glass, or, you know, fake glass or whatever it is. Once everyone in like at least our section, but I think really the whole arena, kind of figured out that's what they were doing, there was like this like almost like intake of breath of people like holy shit kind of moment, but like not like a holy shit chant moment, just like a like people are like, oh wait, they're gonna do that, that's crazy. That was like kind of a really different arena wrestling moment to be a part of, that was very cool in that way. You know, I think another thing that helped this match is that this is probably the top 3 long-term stories AEW's ever told. It's the only one they've done like that didn't feature Adam Page, for sure. So it really earned all of the blood they spilled in this match in a way that a lot of, you know, bloodbaths don't, especially in AEW. I feel like a lot of the time. So yeah, this was really something. The AEW production team did their best to ruin this match for the live viewer, because if anyone remembers this match, it actually ends at the ramp, not in the ring. And as soon as they start moving up the ramp out of the ring the ring crew came out and started changing the mat, which lets you know that they're not coming back into the ring and the match is nearly over, which really hurt the immersion a little bit. But when I watched it back on TV, you don't know any of that, and that's just some dumb decision they made to shave 30 seconds off the turnaround between matches, I guess. But it didn't matter. This was just violence as art in every, I think, sense of those words.
No, it's my turn now. Fifth place, I had Saya Kamatani versus Azumi from Stardom's September 27th Cork and Hall show for the World of Stardom title, and actually for the New Japan Strong Women's title. This finished in 69th place, 26 points, 5 total votes, about 2.45% of ballots. The highest vote it received was actually 4th place. It missed the top 50 by only 9 points, because again, everything's so tight around here. Yeah, I just, this match, like, I thought it was one of those matches where they both just went completely balls to the wall. Just did every spot in the history of the world, basically, which those matches can hit or miss with me. What helps them land is when I'm actually care about the wrestlers involved. And obviously, besides being very into Stardom, like Azumi is probably my second favorite wrestler in the promotion after Sayuri. So, she's someone who I think, as I'm going to talk about later in my Observer ballot, she's someone who I think should get even more big spots than she gets, to be honest. Like, I just think her wrestling is just so outstanding. And, she has such a great understated charisma. So seeing her, go to the 5-star final, another incredible match that just missed my list, and then get the win over Saya in the 5-star to eliminate her and get this big title shot was awesome. And I just love that Stardom still has the occasional world title match at Korakuen Hall. I love Korakuen Hall world title matches. I wish New Japan still did them. They just have a different level of atmosphere. So, incredible atmosphere, incredible match. Just the best, like, back and forth spot fest match of the year, in my opinion. Just love this fucking match.
Azumi oppresses me so much.
Yeah. I keep waiting for her to, like, leave, which is kind of what I'm worried about with her, because I feel like she's, like, enough normies know about her in America that I feel like she's going to end up having to go eventually, which is going to make me very sad.
Oh, she'd get over.
Yeah, but she'd be wrestling like 6 times a year, like fucking Yuka Sakazaki does, probably.
Oh yeah, so. There's a like, my feelings on this are sort of like, I think it'd be better for the industry if these guys just stayed in their promotions. But I understand that, hey, the money comes calling.
Yeah.
You're gonna go take it. But I look forward to watching more of her this year, because I love the way she carries herself. I love the way she executes all of her, like, she is pretty flawless with her execution, and I like the way she thinks about wrestling.
Hopefully she has some mystery factor keeping her in Japan. Like Maya Iwatani came out recently and said she never even considered going to America, even though she had offers after she left Stardom, because she would hate to leave all her dogs and cats behind. Hopefully Azumi also has, like, a lot of pets or something. I don't know. My 4th place match, I voted for Starlight Kid versus Suriano from the Stardom July 21st Châtelet's Gateau Kingdom? I don't know what the fuck. I think it's French word or something. It's some like onsen hotel in Sapporo, which looks, I remember looking up the hotel and being like, wow, this place looks amazing. I should, like, try to go here. But this is for the Wonder Stardom title. It finished in 179th place. I was the only person who voted for it. It had the 1 vote for just me, which got it 7 points. Missed the top 100 by 17 points. But yeah, I love this fucking match. This was a match that rose when I did rewatching, because I think I went 4.5 on it on my first viewing, and when I rewatched it, I was like 4 3/4. I was very close to giving it 5, but this is the highest 4 3/4 star match in my ballot. It takes so much courage to go out there and do a double leg selling match where both wrestlers, like, sell the leg, given how easy that is to fuck up. And the only thing that keeps it from being a 5-star match to me is Starlight Kid does kind of forget about the leg a little bit down the stretch, not in, like, a match killing way, but there are a few moments where I'm like, oh, if I'm being, like, fair, I really wish you had sold the leg a little more at the end. But Sayuri especially, like, her leg selling in this match is just absolutely incredible. There's a bunch of times where she does she like changes the execution of her suplexes to sell the leg injury. Like she basically like raises one leg in the air while she's holding the bridge, and like is basically selling that she can't keep the bridge like she normally does, which is the kind of little touch that I feel like nobody fucking does in wrestling anymore. That, you know, just outstanding stuff from her. And yeah, just I love this fucking match. I mean, just an incredible match. My favorite match of the Starlight Kid title reign. Not that she didn't have many other great ones, but just, you know, two wrestlers I really love that just went out there and did a really ambitious match and absolutely nailed it. And I feel like it's a match a lot of people just didn't see because the Sapporo show is not quite as high profile as some of the other shows. But yeah, I think if more people saw it, it probably would have gotten a few more votes. But anyway.
Yeah, this one absolutely blew my mind that it only had one vote. This definitely deserved better in the voting, I feel like. Maybe this is just a problem I had with the Starlight Kid matches, that they cannibalized each other's votes maybe a bit. I don't know. But I also think maybe
she didn't get that many votes at all, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I also think like it points definitely to how much Stardom is still like underrepresented or underreported on in like Western wrestling media. So yeah, this deserved to do a lot better, I thought. This would have probably been the one that would have made my list as well if I had to choose a Starlight Kid match.
Yeah, they're still, I mean, obviously they broke through this year in a big way to a degree, but for the output they had versus what they actually got on this list, they definitely should have had more stuff on this list because they were the best promotion in the world, in my opinion. So
yeah, absolutely. But you also, if you look at like the major outlets, wrestling outlets, they don't
nobody
cover Stardom at all. Nobody.
Yeah.
And they absolutely were a fantastic promotion this year.
I mean, I honestly think, well, that's why we have more listeners than we used to have before. Like the last time I did this podcast, because I think it's just, we're one of the only places that you can, it's like us, your show, Stardom Quest, Jumping Bob Audio. It's like, I don't even.
Yeah, those are specific niche podcasts. Yeah, but
yeah,
like
well, that's what I'm saying. We're like the only ones that cover this.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's like pretty. It's not like obviously Figure 4 never covers it. The flagship started covering a little bit here and there. Rich covers it, but yeah, there's just not a ton out there.
We've also tried to make a lot of room for Stardom coverage in the Social Suplex newsletter because it's undercovered in writing in a lot of places too.
Yeah.
In our opinion, we think that's a niche that can be filled.
Yeah. Chris, so you're the first one to have this match, and actually no, you both voted in fourth place. So Chris and Tim both voted fourth place, Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd from New Japan Pro Wrestling, January 5th, the Tokyo Dome, which obviously was the winner of the entire poll. It finished in first place with 1,074 points, 123 total votes, 60.29% of ballots, and 32 first place votes. Apparently kind of a low percent of ballots for a first place match, which I guess says a lot about, both that some people just don't watch New Japan anymore. And also on top of that, I think this year just had a lot of really, I mean, I talk about this, I think, in the Observer Award audio that's still to come, but I don't really get the people who thought 2025 sucked. And that to me says you were watching, like if you were watching not the right promotions, if you thought 2025, like 2025 was like one of my favorite years of wrestling in at least like definitely since before COVID. So, I just think it blew away most recent years for me. At least.
That's a you problem, absolutely. For people.
Yeah.
I think Chris copied my homework. Is then
what
happened here?
Yeah, definitely. Also, I took up all of the talking when last time we both had the same match in the same place. So you should go first, unless John, if everybody has this on there, we all want to talk about it.
We all have it on our list, but yeah, why don't you guys can go first because you had it first. So Tim can go first this time. Tim, what did you think about Kenny and Gabe?
I mean, I can wrap this up like rather quickly because like the main factor for me was that I was there. I was on the floor in the Tokyo Dome. And this, I think, probably got a massive life bump from that because it was like just a fucking once in a lifetime experience for me, and it was crazy atmosphere in the dome. It was a superhuman performance from Kenny Omega specifically. I thought like seeing this in person so close up was absolutely amazing to me. I've never watched this one back. I wanted to keep like my memories from how I saw it live. for the first time. And yeah, this one will just live on in my memory forever for like the greatest Tokyo Dome match. I probably okay. I mean, this year rivals it hard, but but one of the greatest life experience I will probably ever have is from this match. And if there weren't so many incredible matches, that would have easily taken the number one spot in many other years, I'd say. So yeah, I had to bump it down to fourth in this one because it's just so much incredible stuff last year, as you said, John. Yeah, Chris.
What was it like? It must have been cool in person when Gabe pulled off and had the Lion Mark tights, because on TV when you watch it, the crowd fucking loses their shit for that.
It was like, from that moment, it was just kind of everything sort of turned in the arena, and like the atmosphere in the arena just changed, and it was like it was on from that moment. It was just like there weren't many people there, obviously, but those who were there really made the atmosphere like worthwhile to be there.
Anything you want to add, Chris?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. A couple things that probably won't be things other people say. This one, I was on the plane home when it happened, so I didn't see it until maybe 48 hours after it happened, by which point it was already extremely, extremely hyped. And I was just like, well, there's no way it's going to live up to the hype, because that's what happens most of the time when you watch something afterwards. I did not know who won, which was nice. I just knew that everybody was... It more than lived up to the hype. It was one of the rare times I was like, oh, this is actually better than I thought it would be, just based on, kind of what I'd heard. The other thing I think about this match is I saw a lot of people say like, oh, well, neither of them really had a good year after this, and Gabe's whole thing kind of fell apart, and that impacts the match for me. I don't care about any of that. It doesn't matter to me what the rest of their years were like. On that day in that room, they still had this match. They still made Tanahashi cry with joy. Like none of that is changed by what happened afterwards. And I would bet that there's a lot of wrestlers who may have had a quote unquote better year the rest of the year that would trade in their entire year to have that day out in the Tokyo Dome that these two guys had. So yeah, I'm not worried about what happened afterwards. This match was just beautiful.
So Brady, you voted for Will Ospreay versus Konosuke Takeshita in fourth place. That was from AEW, April 16th, MGM Music Hall of Fenway. It was the Owen Hart tournament semifinal. It finished in 13th place, 180 points, 33 total votes, 16.18% of ballots, and the highest individual vote it got was second place. It missed the top 10 by 80 points, so Sari Shuri appeared on about 7.5% more ballots and had 2 first place votes. So I guess that was the difference. I already said earlier, this and Mariah Tony will be like my 2 favorite American matches. So they probably did like a 4.5 star match that, I would have considered for my list in a lot of other years, but just there was a lot of great stuff this year. So
yeah, this match ruled. I think Sean has it coming up too. I think it's so we're catching like both of these guys kind of at the height of their powers. I don't know how much like more we think Takeshita can improve. He's still got some mileage in the tank. He's still like is he even 30?
Yeah, he just turned 30.
Okay, so yeah, he's got a little bit left in the tank. But I think it's a wonderful treat that we're able to see these two guys.
He turned 30 right before the cutoff for the 30 under 30 last year. That's why I know that. But
okay. To see these two guys like go at it while they're at their athletic peaks. And like Ospreay is so wise beyond his years in terms of like how to best utilize his athleticism in a match to like make these thrill rides that no one else is even capable of touching. So yeah, there's nothing really particular like about like any particular spot in this match that's like unique. There is like one where he does like the flip, like the Ibushi flip out of the top rope lariat right into a hidden blade. That's nasty. But there's a bunch of sick shit in this match, man. But like I think this was better than their pay-per-view match that they had. And I'm just really glad that these two were able to go out and kill it twice. It's a privilege to be able to see them both, like, while they're at the top of their game, go out and kill each other like this.
Then Sean, you interestingly voted for MJF versus Mystico in fourth place. That was from CMLL's September 19th Arena Mexico show it was the CMLL World Light Heavyweight title versus Mask. I say interestingly because this was the second place match on the overall poll. It finished with 766 points, 91 total votes, 44.6% of ballots, 25 first place votes. It wasn't really that close for first place though. It missed by 308 points. But it finished in second place still, and you're the only one on the panel that voted for it. So none of the rest of us voted for it. So I guess before Sean puts over the match, does anyone else want to say why they didn't vote for it? Since obviously a lot of people love this match. Did everybody not like it that much, or was it just like a great match you didn't put on your ballot?
I loved it. It just didn't warrant my ballot for me.
I kind of have. Sorry, yeah, you go.
Oh no, you go ahead, Tim.
Okay, it's just I think the the match itself is pretty great. I think Mystico had an all-timer performance. It was a crazy atmosphere in their all-timer Blade job as well. In the grand scheme of things, I just kind of have a bad taste in my mouth for this match because I didn't like the build and the storyline at all. I think I'm kind of going crazy when I see so many people who act like this is the type of wrestling that they want back in their lives, because to me it's just like the lowest form of entertainment possible. Like the cheapest, lowest form of heat you can get is just like the racism, nationalism stick. I don't need this in wrestling whatsoever. I just want two people who hate each other or love each other or respect each other or have some kind of interpersonal connection to each other to beat the shit out of each other. That's for me the perfect wrestling. I don't need the very low level, like no real creativity kind of racist storyline bullshit. That doesn't do anything for me. So I was never really into it that much that I would consider it for a match of the year, because it just doesn't do anything for me. The match itself, I can totally see why people loved it a lot, because it was like an all-timer performance from Mystico. I think MJF, like anyone, could have done what MJF did in this match. Maybe a lot of people would have done it better, but Mystico was awesome. So
yeah. The biggest part of this match that I love the most is the crowd, and there's an Arena Mexico big show crowd is usually about as good as it gets. I echo a lot of the things that Tim said about how they got there. Clearly, that crowd didn't care. I didn't enjoy it. Also, I unfairly or fairly, I don't know, you can decide, I ding this match because it was not a hair versus mask match, which it should have been. A title versus mask match is bullshit. That's not a thing. No one cares about that. That speaks to MJF's unwillingness to truly commit to what he wanted to do in many ways to me. And maybe it's unfair to ding it on that, but I did. And also sometimes this match was important in the build and sometimes it wasn't. And I think it's a classic case of AEW spinning too many plates at once, perhaps, is why it kind of varied between seeming like it was very important and seeming like it also wasn't important at times. I also really hated all the John Cruz stuff during the match as well. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. But yeah, like Tim said, it's an excellent match with a great crowd, but there's just so many elements of it around the fringes that didn't work for me.
So yeah, I agree with everything you both just said. So, I mean, I would even go so far as to say I think it's super overrated. I don't think it's even a 4-star match. So, yeah, I think there's an element of the remaining MJF loyalists really wanted a match like this they could point to, and because Mystico is so great and the crowd was so hot, this gave them the match they could point to finally, when most of what MJF did in 2025 was utter dog shit and they didn't have anything else to point to. So especially the one he had with Paige the month before. So
that was a disaster.
Yeah, so just there you go. This was the MJF pushback match for the MJF fans. but I thought it was like a 3.5 star match. I don't know, 3.5 star match with a great crowd. And I'm gonna let Sean put it over in a second, finally. but yeah, just didn't. And I totally agree with what Tim said, especially. I do not need nationalism wrestling to make a comeback, especially nowadays. I have zero interest,
especially
in
right
that
now.
shit.
Yeah. Can I also say, like, people were praising MJF for his heel work in this match, and I got to push back on that a little bit as well, because he does like that one spot that drives me crazy, where like Mystico has to sit in the ring for like 20 seconds while he like slow walks the ropes and shoves his dick into his face. That makes the babyface look so fucking bad and stupid. I think that's terrible heel work to me personally, but I just, it wasn't for me. Anyway, Sean.
We all buried your match, so go ahead and tell us why we're wrong and why this match was great.
Well, I guess this pick for me was a pretty chalk one, considering it finished second. And
that's why I thought it was so fascinating, because nobody else voted for it. But
it's clear second. We're in the minority here.
Yeah.
And I'm someone who does wish that I could, like, somewhere similar to Dragon Gate, just watch more CMLL right now than I do, just because it's the hot thing right now. But this sort of reminded me of a match that I actually voted for last year in the poll, which I don't know if you remember this. It was the Death Riders match where they came in. It was a 4-on-4 against some of the CMLL guys, and it reminded me like that in the sense where, like, it wasn't like, if you actually like watched it, like, if you watched the match on mute, is it the 10th or in the top 10 best wrestling, like, just pure for what they did in the ring? Probably not. But I think what elevates it is the Arena Mexico crowd. And for me, at least, was just the blood. The amount of blood that Mexico spilled in this match was like pretty insane. And I mentioned this in another Discord that I'm in, I should say, where I think one of the big themes this year, or in 2025, especially if you look throughout some of the top 10, blood was a big thing this year. A lot of the big matches, like whether it was El Desperado Jukusai or Tony Storm or IMA or this match, and I think Kenny and Gabe had blood too, if I recall. Like this was a year where there was a lot of great matches that had a lot of blood, and I don't know if my enjoyment of those type of matches just comes down to what the industry leader is offering. But yeah, I think the combination, if this match did not have blood in it, or if it took place in a different venue, I don't think it would have made my top 10. But the fact that it was the Arena Mexico crowd, and the fact that the blood spilled by Mexico was crazy, like that took it to another level for me, where I felt like I had to put it on my list. And Mexico was fantastic. I mean, it was an incredible year for Mexico on the whole. And I guess as far as MJF, like, I don't know if I would consider myself an MJF defender. I don't think that's the correct term, but I really appreciate the fact that how much he has improved as a wrestler. Like, there are, and let's be honest, there are definitely matches of his that are overbooked to oblivion, like the Adam Page match from Forbidden Door, like that you mentioned. But on the whole, I think in certain big matches, I don't, and maybe this will be a controversial take on this podcast, I don't think there's many people better right now than MJF. I really, and the funny thing about it is that there were two matches that really turned me on MJF as like a worker. It was the Danielson Iron Man match, which obviously Bryan Danielson, great wrestler, one of the greatest of all time. But the other match that really sort of like won me over on MJF as like a wrestler, and we're talking about sort of maybe some slightly different things here, because this Mystico match was something entirely different. Was the Jay White match from that one pay-per-view a couple of years ago, where, yes, the story was absolutely absurd in that match, and the lead up to it, and him trying to, fake an injury and then coming back. But the fact that he did some of the spots that he did in that match, where he got the several injuries that put him on the shelf. Like that, I gained a lot of respect for him after that match because there were several spots in that match that he did not need to do. And honestly, like after that match, like MJF is honestly his best role is honestly spot monkey because that's he's really good at those kind of things. But yeah, I guess circling back to this match, again, the blood and I think the Arena Mexico crowd elevated it to where it was on the match of the year list for me. And while I totally get the dislike for MJF, he's not for everyone. And there are times where he does stuff that I don't like. Again, that Forbidden Door match, the way that played out was not good. But people, I guess, tend to forget that he had a Revolution match against Hangman earlier in the year that was excellent. And
match was very good. The match was very good.
Yes. And he is
unlike the Forbidden Door.
I agree with that one too.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep,
and he is more than capable of having excellent matches. And on the whole, I think as a worker, like it's funny because early in his career, the big criticism of him was he's not great in the ring. Well, now I think in the right situations, he's actually an excellent wrestler. So,
yeah.
I think his in-ring was really good for a while, and then it started annoying me. But that's where I started getting out on him.
Maybe it might. I guess it sometimes can depend on the match.
Yeah, but
like, I thought MJF had.
But his in-ring, is still nowhere near as annoying as his promos.
Yeah. Like I thought the tack match with Mark Briscoe was excellent for what that was.
I didn't see that one.
That was very good as well, I think. Yeah. Sorry, Chris.
It's just his inability to get out of his own way.
Yes.
He does have horrible instincts. I don't think anyone would disagree with that, particularly when it comes to like sports entertainment style stuff.
I mean, the promo and like the constant need to always be on like a line or whatever, to me, it's like very. I don't think it's a good mesh with a lot of the audience, especially. Because like I just saw a clip on, I mean, again, I don't watch Dynamite these days, so I'm going based on clips here. But the clip I saw was when he's confronting Brody King, and he makes this really kind of stupid joke where he's like, you know, all respect, brother, but I've never seen a liberal who looks more like a Nazi. And it's clearly supposed to be a laugh line, but you hear like maybe two people in the crowd go, ha ha! And that's pretty much the whole reaction. Like that to me is his whole stick, where it's like he thinks he's funnier than he is, and he's always trying to be like, either like edgy or whatever in a way that's supposed to turn you off, I guess, and make him the heel. But to me, it just makes me not want to watch him or the promotion, which is ultimately what I choose not to do.
It turns my TV off. That's what.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
I also gotta say, sorry, Sean, but I hate that Jay White match with a passion.
Oh yeah, it's one of the worst matches of all. The one at Full Gear.
I was in the room for that match. That show was in LA, and by the time the match itself started, like me and the friends I was with, and most of the people in our section were just over the whole thing because it had been this show running bullshit to the point that it was just like. No one. We were all just like almost sat in our hands, just like we just want to go home.
Yeah,
one of the worst AEW main events of all time.
But I watched it back later, and out of that context, there's like Sean says, there's some really good elements, some big spots and stuff like that.
And to be clear, like I'm not saying that match was great. What I was more saying is that there were spots like where he was supposed to do an elbow drop from the top rope to the floor through the announce desk, but the announce desk falls apart and breaks, and then he just does a shoot elbow drop to the floor from the top rope anyway.
But none of that makes any sense because they killed his leg for the entire show.
Sure, it was still gnarly as hell, though.
Yeah. My point was more that like, and then there was another spot where he did like just a flying cutter over the top rope to the floor, where it's like, and again, my whole thing was just more that he did stuff that he like, especially for what he does.
Right,
he had no business doing that.
But the instincts make no sense because you cannot do those spots if you're going to tell a story where they fucking like destroy your leg all day. Like it wasn't even just a normal leg selling. They injured his leg early in the show.
Yes.
And he was selling it like it was blown off by a shotgun. And then he fucking does running, leaping cutters to the outside. It makes no sense.
Well, anyway, that show was 2 years ago. We're talking 2025.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's get back on track. Yes. Will Ospreay versus Konosuke Takeshita. Sean, you voted that in third. We already talked about it, so very quickly, if there's anything you want to add, because Brady had it fourth, it finished 13th place.
So the only thing's odd. It was obviously a fantastic match. Very similar to you, John. Actually, so I had this third, as I recall, and your top two American matches are my same top two American matches, as we'll get to in a little bit. Their pay-per-view match was great. This was just as good. And it was a great way to celebrate Dynamite surpassing Nitro in terms of number of episodes. And in general, it's just another example of, yes, while AEW and AEW television does have its flaws, and there are plenty of flaws that we could talk about all day and night, but there has never been a American wrestling company in the history of professional wrestling that has given you this type of quality wrestling match on free television.
Brady, you also went with an AEW match, although it was an AEW match no one else voted for, interestingly, or one other person. So it was Darby Allin, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, Mark Briscoe, and Orange Cassidy against Claudio, Danny Garcia, John Moxley, Pac, and Wheeler Yuta. This was the men's blood and gut match from November 12th at the First Horizon Coliseum in Greensboro. It finished 135th place, 11 points, 2 total votes. You voted third, and one other person voted eighth. Interestingly, the women's blood and guts match from the same night finished 40th. That had 41 points, 10 total votes. So 8 more people voted for that. Why did you like the men's blood and guts match? And were you surprised that it got so little support in this poll?
I was a little bit, because I remember the reaction to this show being like extremely positive, like people calling it one of the best AEW shows of all time, and this was half the show. And so I I'm pretty. I know like blood and guts or war games matches are pretty divisive. I come on like I love these matches. I love the pacing. I love the violence. I love the hatred that seeps through. I love the slow build, and when the bell rings and then you finally get 5-on-5 in there and shit just blows up, and they pull out all these type of gimmicks and just the savagery that is not permitted in even in other stip matches. For me, I think the Kyle O'Reilly story they told us Moxley is one of my favorite stories of the year. I'm not sure if I were a booker, I would have used that bullet in the chamber to put over Kyle O'Reilly. Neck surgery recipient and guy who's been on, television for like 7 years. But I thought Kyle and Moxley excelled in their roles. I think when he got Moxley in the ankle lock is one of the best reactions of an AEW crowd this year, where they just saw it and they knew exactly what it meant. They pounced on it and they started going nuts. And Moxley is incredible at selling when like someone finally gets him, when he's at the end of the line, like when he I'm going to talk about this in the Texas death match too, where he gets caught in the chain and he's just like thriving. He's just like, I keep on mixing up thriving and writhing. He's just writhing in pain because he has nowhere else to go, right? And he's doing that same thing with the ankle lock because he knows he's boned. And then he just like, he taps out. He's just tapping out in the middle of glass. Kyle has the just gusher full of of blood on his face. This is everything. This is what I want out of wrestling. Just like hate heat, man. And nothing like encapsulated that better this year than this match, even though I had problems with the build going up to it. Like this was not, these guys kind of got like thrown together last minute and then are like, okay, blood and guts, even though like Darby was in there and he was worthy of being in this match, but like the conglomeration didn't really have anything to do going into it. But I thought, given just what they had in front of them to work with, I thought they did an incredible job, and this match just really hit me on a different level.
Yeah, so I didn't see it, so I can't really say anything about it. In general, I don't really like the War Games or Blood and Guts matches, though, but just my opinion.
I understand it. I understand why, because like you spend 80% of the match. It's like an Iron Man match where you spend 80% of the match knowing, just kind of waiting for things to start mattering.
So my bigger critique, I guess, and I talked about this in my blurb for Desperado and Kasai, the American wrestling thing where you're supposed to believe that these people are constantly like these people are athletes or whatever, but they just really hate each other so much that they're gonna like commit like, you know, borderline like felony levels of violence against each other. It's like, I don't know, there's something about that always kind of takes me out of it. It's just never been my thing. Like the Japanese deathmatch thing is a little different, where they go in there as it is in Kasai and Desperado. The whole idea is they love each other, and the way they decide to express their love is by going through glass together, which is kind of crazy, but it works for me because it's like, okay, masochism exists. It's a thing that exists. The idea that any universe would exist where these wrestlers do this as a career, but they hate each other so much that they're like grabbing screwdrivers and trying to stab each other, I don't know, it just really takes me out of it. So that, I guess, is my personal issue, like that I have, where I just, the American wrestling, like, oh, I hate you so much thing, it like really kind of takes me out of it. So, and especially once you get to the point where they're like using weapons and just like really trying to maim each other, it does feel like there's a whole vibe of like, should someone call the cops to me? That just doesn't really work.
To each their own. I find that to be one of the more charming aspects about pro wrestling, and something that makes it unique in just the greater entertainment landscape. And I've always been a sicko for deathmatch stuff. I like they did a spot in this match where Moxley staples Orange's hands into his pockets, right? And I was able to go, I remember when Nick Gage did that, like in 2019. So like they're ripping off Nick Gage spots, and that just hits me different. But no, I like I can see how, from your perspective, like I can see that perspective to where like this feels like too far. Especially if you come at, like, I don't know what outlook you prefer to look at wrestling from, whether it's like sports based or like personal feuds.
I like sports based more than personal feuds for sure.
Okay.
And when the feuds get personal, it can be cool, but like I like it to where it's personal, like Saya Kamatani is trying to rip Starlight Kid's mask off like she did at Cork and Hall. Like that feels like a normal personal escalation. Like when American wrestling is like, oh, MJF is going to light Mark Briscoe on fire if he doesn't get what he wants out of Heyman and Page, that becomes fucking stupid, where it's like, well, what are we doing here?
Yes, I hated that angle too. For similar reasons. In the heat of a match, I could kind of get it, because like I've been in that before, where it's like I've like, you know, I kind of have a short fuse, and it's like I can understand how, like, when you're in the moment, like these hyper masculine men can go up and just be like, yeah, I'm gonna, you know, like I'm so pissed, I'm gonna run through you with, you know, a spiked barbed wire bat, and have it make sense in the context of wrestling. But I totally understand it from your perspective, and how you view wrestling from like this sports based reality, more like a realism kind of foundation, to where you see people like whipping out drill guns, and you're like, no, this takes me out of it. I totally get that.
I think it needs to go so far ridiculous, like to the point of being comedy, or it needs to go like to, you know, people like they love each other so much they're going through glass. Like I can deal with that more too. It's like the American one always feels like the worst of all worlds, where I'm just like, someone should call the cops. Like, let's get these people out of the ring. So whether it's trying to present it seriously, but I can't take the idea of Jon Moxley like trying to drown someone in a fishbowl seriously. Let's just like, it doesn't make sense to me. But
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Okay, we should keep going. Tim, you have a match we already talked about, so that's good. Sari versus Shuri is what you voted third. The Sari-ism March 10th Shinjuku Face Show. I voted that 8th. Brady voted 10th, so we have already talked about it. It finished 10th on the final list. Anything you want to quickly add about Sari Shuri 1?
Yeah, I mean, you guys mostly got it. I think I got one aspect of the match that I wanted maybe to highlight as well. It's like the symmetry they built this match on, which they almost did like challenges to each other. Like they started out throwing these forearms versus kicks, like who could kick harder. Suri's forearms harder than Shuri's kicks, which led to no winner. And then they brawled to the outside first on the hard cam side, where Suri dominated Shuri. Then Shuri took it to the outside on the other side, where she beat Suri into the chairs and stuff. And after that, they basically took each other apart with submissions. So they had like these 3 phases where they just challenged each other to find out just who is the harder-headed woman, I guess. And in the end, they came to no result. So I kind of love this like symmetric build of the match in a way where they just kind of just try to outfight each other in various different various different ways. So I thought it was just an absolutely excellent match, just a pure fight, and in the moment I was just blown away by it in a way that very few matches ever do.
Chris, you also had Suri versus Shuri, but you had the June 21st Yoyogi National Gym number 2 IWGP Women's Title match. That match did better than I expected, honestly. I thought the first one was going to finish higher, but this one was close. It was 16th place, so right behind the 10th place one. 144 points, so and 22 total votes. So it did finish 116 points and 26 votes behind the March 10th one. But it appeared on 10.78% of ballots and had 3 first-place votes, including one we're going to get to. But Chris, why did you put this match in 3rd place?
I mean, it's just so good. Everything you guys have said about the Shinjuku face match from March, I agree with all of those things. I loved that match too. I chose purposely not to vote for both of them, as I did for another match that had 2 in the year as well. But so when I decided, okay, I'm only going to vote for one, I settled on this one, ultimately the second one, because for as great as the first one is, this one I feel like is every bit as good. Plus, it adds some kind of like shading to the first, like if the first one's an illustration, this one has some ink kind of added onto it. There's some layers added that they're, callbacks to the first matches and the way they're struggling, with each other, and the holds and the exchange of holds and the different things they do are all informed by the first match in some ways. I'm an on the record lover of time limit draws, but the decisive outcome of this one, I think added a little bit to it for me, especially because it played off of the TLD. This match goes only a few minutes longer than 30 minutes that the first one ended at. It was clear in the first one that Sari, maybe could have a little bit more time, could have made it. Maybe she couldn't. With a couple extra minutes, she does get it done. So it's very, very hard to choose between the two of them. And I think there's no reasonable people can disagree over, which one. I also, the least important part of why that just popped to me after the day after this was Tokyo Sports and Sari going to Antonio Inoki's grave so she can pose with the title belt. Just is if she hadn't won this match, we would never got that moment, and that moment was so dumb in a great way that if there's a tiebreaker, maybe that's a small part of it for me, as well, as stupid as that is.
I just love, and I'm going to talk about it more because, spoiler alert, I voted it first. I love that it felt like it put the IWGP Women's title back on the map as like a headlining title too.
Yeah, I mentioned that in my blurb. I agree.
Yeah, so definitely really cool. Okay, 3rd place, I had Kenny Omega, Gabe Kidd, New Japan, January 5th, Tokyo Dome. Obviously, we've already talked about it. I voted it in 3rd. Chris and Tim had it 4th. And there's still more people to come talk about it too. But yeah, this was obviously the winner of the entire thing. And, to me, like the Gabe Kidd, this was my first of the 3 5-star matches. So this is one I gave 5 stars to. And like Gabe pulling off the tights for the lion mark is like one of those moments that's going to sit with me forever. So definitely a really awesome match. 2nd place, I voted for El Desperado versus Jun Kasai from New Japan's June 24th Cork and Hall show. This was the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title, fluorescent light tube, glass board, barbed wire death match. On the final poll, it finished in 9th place, 350 points, 49 total votes, 24% of all ballots, 6 first place votes. It missed out the top 5 by 297 points. It had 4 less first place votes than Tony Mariah, and Tony Mariah also appeared on 20% more ballots. So not that close to the top 5, but in the top 10. And just, I love this match. Like I was kind of talking about earlier, the idea of two people who love each other and go out there and bleed together, like, speaks to me a lot more than the whole, like, you know, I'm going to kill you because I hate you so much thing. And I talked about that in my blurb, which, you know, I'm glad Rich put towards the bottom, because I'm like, after I wrote it, I thought about it, I'm like, I hope I don't get hate for this blurb. But, you know, Rich did put it towards the bottom of the page, so most people probably didn't even read it. But yeah, I was really like this match, you know, it's one of those matches that crystallizes for me why I love Japanese wrestling so much more. And it's because, like, just everything kind of feels a little more real and a little more, like, you know, passionate, and the just everything involved just has, like, more of a gravitas towards it. And someone who wants to criticize me, if, you know, if I'm going to play devil's advocate to myself, would say part of that is me exoticizing it, which I'm sure there's an element to that. But at the end of the day, this is just less stupid to me than people, like, wanting to kill each other at their workplace. So, like, that is why, you know, that's why this speaks to me in a way that the, you know, a lot of the AEW quote unquote death matches don't. So, and obviously it's just a sick as fuck match. I mean, they do that double underhook fucking tiger driver off the top rope through a glass board. It's like one of the sickest spots I've ever seen. So yeah, just a really sick match, a really emotional match, a match I'll remember probably forever. And just, you know, the whole theme of Desperado saying he's so glad he met Jun Kasai is just such a cool theme. And just, you know, it did change the course of his career, becoming, you know, a bit of a deathmatch sicko, and made him a much more popular wrestler. So, Chris, in second place, you had Mayu Iwatani versus Shuri from Stardom's April 27th Yokohama Arena show, which was for the IWGP Women's title. This match finished in 31st place, 55 points, 10 total votes, about 5% of all ballots. The highest vote was your vote in second place, and it missed out in the top 25 by 14 points.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think anybody would vote this as highly as I did. I think this was, like, my personal investment match of the year in a strange way. I mean, also my number one, but, you know, this is the match we're going to talk about that I voted number one. It's investment in the story and the characters. This one, I think, is investment in the meta plot, or whatever you would call the story that's not being told, which in this case is, like, Mayu Iwatani is leaving Stardom at some point to go be with Hatman, right? That's inevitable. It's just a case of when, not if. So this, you know, at a certain point, I was, you know, I wanted as many more Mayu Iwatani big match IWGP Women's title matches in big arenas with big crowds as possible before, you know, she left to go work in small rooms with lower quality wrestlers. So I was just hoping this was not the one where she was leaving. So the investment was just, you know, really there for me. And some of the near falls at the end of this match are pretty crazy, even I think if you're just watching it without that level of just, like, you know, thinking about it in those terms. But I jumped off my couch like 3 times watching this match, not live because it's a bad time zone for me. I watched it cold, unspoiled the next morning, jumping off my couch, not knowing what was going to happen, as moves that regularly end matches failed to end matches, and ultra death moves that should end a match that matters didn't, and it just kept going, you know. And then yeah, I might have been sadder than she was after this match, because I wanted a few more of them. But so yeah, that's just really when investment matters, you know. So I didn't expect people to have that same mindset for this match, which is why I was surprised I was not surprised it finished where it did.
Yeah, I thought it did a little better than I expected, if anything. But yeah, it was.
Yeah, maybe.
I thought it was awesome, but I thought also it would get overshadowed by the other matches on the show, which it kind of did. But yeah, I went like 4.5 on it. I thought it was an incredible match, and I definitely did not want the Mayu thing to be true either. And I mean, I don't know how you feel about it now. Like the 8 months later, or whatever, I'm a little more okay with it. both from the fact that it really does feel like Mayu did everything she could do in Stardom, and she's helped Marigold be a little more, I guess, taken seriously. And she's doing stuff in Marigold that it feels like she couldn't really do in Stardom at this point. So I get that.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
She should do whatever she wants to do with her life. Like, I support people
right.
Yeah, I don't want to go work some shitty job I don't want to work at because somebody else wants me to, right? So I totally get it. But just for, the quality of worker is not there, or at least not there yet at the same level.
Yeah.
So it's just less interesting to see what she can do to me when it's like, at this point in her career for me, I want to see her in 6 big matches a year in an arena.
I totally get what you're saying. Yeah. I guess my only like pushback on it would be she feels far more important to Marigold than she would feel to Stardom, I think, which makes sense because they just have way less over at Marigold, and Stardom's roster is just so deep that they were able to absorb this loss. So.
And many others too. I wasn't trying to make it into a toxic fandom thing. It's just like literally that was why I cared, because I was like,
I know. Yeah, I was just I didn't think you were. I was just curious.
And if she'd been going to WWE or AEW or whatever, I would have felt the same way. It was stay here and have these matches with this roster of people for a little longer, I guess.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. And I think where she's most missed is honestly during the 5-star season, probably, but. I wish Marigold's fucking Dreamstar didn't have such a stupid format, but anyway, it's a different topic, I guess.
This match made me a Mayu fan.
You hadn't seen a lot of her, I guess.
No, I have not. No, I saw her.
Because the match that made me a Mayu fan was like 2016. Yeah.
So dude, Brady, go backwards in her career, not forwards to catch up.
I don't know if you know Nathan Bernhardt, the Angry Bird, used to write about the Orioles on like Sports on Earth and stuff, but he's a big Joshi fan, and I was like, I watched this match and I'm like, man, if she would have hit the like springboard reverse Frankensteiner, I would have like lost my shit and it would have ended up on my log list.
This is the only time up until that point it had ever been botched. It had been hit perfectly every time until then.
That is an insane move to have that high of a hit rate on. That is so difficult to hit. But no, she is. I love.
Brady, the match I'm going to tell you the match I want to tell you to watch right now before I forget. Mayu versus Io Shirai, I believe December 2016, I think. The Korakuen title match. That's like one of the best matches of all time.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was there's a guy who
There's your homework. There's
a guy who uploads like all the best of the year stuff, like long lists, like somewhere. Yeah. And I'm gonna go back to like recent years past and find this stuff when I have the time, because I love the way she works, and I love the way she goes about her business. I love her gear. I love her presentation. I love the little wolf hoodie. It's so cool.
Yeah. I'm gonna plug, because I know he won't. I'm gonna plug Tim's podcast, Joshi-ing Around. There's an episode where he and Velke watch 3 Io Shirai Mayu Iwatani matches.
Did you include that one?
Yeah, includes the one you mentioned. Yeah.
Actually, we only watched the second one, but we talked about the trilogy a whole lot.
Okay. Yeah. I was close.
We watched 3 starter matches, but only one Mayu Io one. Yeah.
I screwed up the plug, but still, the episode is excellent.
and the match they had at Marigold was awesome too, although a little overrated, I think.
Yeah, but there's a deep dive into that on that show. Anyway, yeah.
Tim, you voted for Saya Kamatani versus Tam Nakano from Stardom March 3rd at Korakuen Hall in second place, the loser leaves Stardom match. This finished in 21st place, 91 points, 12 total votes, about 5.9% of all ballots, 2 first place votes. It missed out in the top 20 by 29 points, so it was 1 spot behind Swerve Ospreay versus the Bucks, which only had 1 first place vote, but appeared on almost double the number of ballots, so that's why that finished higher. This match was incredible. I mean, this is probably one of my near misses for the ballot. I liked it even better than the April one. And I think it's like the best example of like interfering heels done right there is, because it's one of the only ones I can think of where it like actually adds to the match. And
taking my talking points here.
The other thing I want to quickly mention is I showed this at a couple anime con panels actually when I did on Japanese wrestling last year, and it always got an enormous reaction from people who never watched Japanese wrestling before, really, because they were just like, "What is going on with all these people running around?" And they loved it. So yeah, they were really, really into it.
Yeah, so I was thinking about this, right? Because like spoiler for the first place vote. So essentially, Tam Nakano and Saya Kamitani from the April show, I would call probably my favorite match of all time. With all it encompasses, with the whole storyline, with everything building up to it, with the incredible finish and post match. And Tam Nakano in itself is my favorite wrestler of all time. So this obviously, there's a lot of weight on this for me, on this whole storyline in itself. And if I call like their next match my favorite of all time, and I can't say that as a match this one was any worse than that, then I have to put it second, right? It only makes sense, especially just for a single year. So yeah, this kind of had to land on in my second spot for those reasons. In itself, I thought it was just an incredible match. It was better than their previous one, which was only like three months earlier, 2 months. Essentially.
Yeah, it's a great match. That was a great match, but nowhere near as good as the two after.
Yeah, exactly. And but they all kept building on each other. They all kept like calling back to each other. All these matches were like, I don't know. It was just perfectly built for.
I love the tag too. The tag in Tochigi.
Oh yeah, that was so good with Sayaka Kurara and Natsuko Tora. I love that as well. That is also I just very recently recommended this to a friend who wanted to know more about Sayaka Kurara and the whole story.
Well, I was going on there. So I always remember that story because that's like when I was really getting, because I had been like an occasional Stardom viewer before the start of 2025, and after Dream Queendom 24 was like my favorite show of the year. I'm like, okay, now I need to watch this regularly, and I started watching pretty much every show after that, and that storyline was like one of the first like big storylines when I first started watching every show, and I thought the way it played out with like Saya's like weird like almost hitting on Sayaka, like almost like toxically hitting on her, was such a it was both really funny but really interesting. So that, I don't know, that storyline will always stand out to me because it was like I said, on those first batch of shows that I really like when I became a regular fan. So
yeah, and I realized when I recommended that match to my friend just a couple of days ago, I remember like how vividly I remember everything about this tag match that I actually should have voted in my top 10 as well.
It's such a great match.
Conclusion, it's so good. Yeah,
it's
so dramatic. Like, it's so overly dramatic too. Like.
Well, I always thought at the time it was sort of like they did the fucking melodrama shit correctly, which is
absolutely. That's the whole thing about this feud. It's like this is how it should be done, and how other promotions wish they could do it. But yeah, it's just a perfect fucking trilogy. It's a perfect storyline. It's unfortunately it looks like the end for my favorite wrestler, and I had to put him 1 and 2. So.
You say this, but Unagi Sayaka today said that she wants Tam Nakano to come work her June Corkin Hall show. So who knows?
Oh, she did.
Yeah, she said she's eager to have Tam Nakano in her event at Corkin Hall on June 21st. Quote, "She is a special person to me. I still want to see Tam retire in person, so why not make a comeback at Una's event? I'll let you make some. I'll let you make some money once more."
She's so funny.
I would love it. I think I can go to this.
I'm never gonna give up hope that she's someday will come back, but I can't let go of that.
Oh shit! Can I not go to this? Am I out of Tokyo? Oh no! Wait, June 21st? No, I'm still in Tokyo. Okay, I can go to this. This is Sunday the 21st. It's the day after what I assume is going to be the conversion.
If she does come back and you're there, I'm gonna be so jealous.
I think she's just saying shit, guys.
Yeah, whoa! I'm not. I don't doubt that. It's more just like I had it in my head. Like I was just when I saw that date, I was like, wait a second, I can go to Unagi Sayaka's Korakuen, which that's just cool to me because I like Unagi Sayaka. But yes, if Tam Nakano does actually come back, that would be fucking sick.
I would buy I would buy the tickets right then.
Yeah,
I would fly over there just for 3 days if I have to. So
I'm sure you would. I don't doubt it. But yeah, I mean, if it does happen, I'll be very happy. But I'll just be happy to go to Nagasaki Korkin. So
she's awesome. Sorry, I
she
don't
is
want to waste
great.
more time, but I was at her produce show on the 9th January, and that was such an underrated show. That was so much fun.
Yeah, that one I missed because I was in Osaka, and I wish I had gone to it. So this will be the making up for it.
It was such a nothing card, but the show itself was so much fun. So you're gonna have fun.
I got her. I did get her autograph at the what show was it? Was it Oz Academy maybe? And she was she like couldn't speak for some reason. Like she was like she had like a really hoarse voice. I was like, did she like stay out partying all night the night before or something?
I think she likes Sweden.
Yeah, so she could not talk at all because she kept pointing at her throat, and it was like it was very funny. Brady, in second place, you voted for Moxley versus Hangman Adam Page from All In, the World Title Texas Death Match, which we've already talked about. It finished fourth on the final list. Sean also voted for it in fifth, and Tim voted for it in ninth. So anything you want to quickly add? I say quickly, I'm rushing you, and we were just talking about an Unagi Saga produce event. But...
No, it's good. Like there's not a lot. I disagree with some of your assessment that this is like toe-to-toe with House of Torture stuff for many reasons. One being that House of Torture has been going on for 5 years, and that they've been doing like the same formula with Dick Togo and the Garrote Wire and yada 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 for
they don't really do the Garrote Wire that often
for 5 straight years. Well, I haven't been watching. This is what I've been led to believe from like when I tune into New Japan, this is what I see, and it doesn't bug me all that much because I'm not like a feverish New Japan watcher like I was through like 2020. But I think this is like why you suffer through like all the American wrestling bullshit is for moments like this when the bad guy's finally been outwitted, which is another problem with American heels that we can talk about, but where like he's finally been figured out, his back's up against the wall, and he's fucked, right? And I thought that was a really sick moment when Bryan Danielson came back. The video I could do without. I would have loved it if Darby had just repelled from the bottom. They didn't need to interrupt the match with the video. But the violence in this match is really gratifying. It's so physical, it's brutal. Pretty much everything I want in a wrestling match. So yeah, it made me feel. I blew up my eardrum because I had the audio cranked up. I kept on getting so into it, and I was like, "Man, my left ear hurts." So it's like, "Oh yeah, it's because I was standing way too close to the speaker while Bryan Danielson was kicking the shit out of Claudio Castagnoli." But yeah, I get why. I get some of the criticisms of this match, but in the end, it made me feel a certain way that not many other matches made me feel this year, and that's why it was my number 2.
Sean, you had Toni Storm versus Mariah May from AEW's March 9th show in LA, Hollywood Ending. Already talked about this. It finished in 5th. Chris also voted for it in 5th. So anything you want to quickly add about Toni and Mariah?
Yeah, so it's funny to me how for a brief period AEW tried to make the 4-way match the signature match of the women's division for some unknown reason, when in reality
the traditional women's 4-way.
But in reality, going back to, I guess, Britt Baker Thunder Rosa was really the first of this line. The tradition of the AEW women's division is like these violent, bloody, like hardcore matches. Like AEW at its heart is sort of like a women's death match promotion, funny enough. And this was, before this year, I thought that the Statlander Willow Nightingale match from All Out in 24 sort of was the peak. But while I guess that was a better, wrestling match per se, like this one exceeded the violence to a much higher degree. Just the amount of blood in this was shocking, and it was watching it in real time was just bonkers. It was a bonkers match. And yeah, definitely my favorite American match this year. And afterwards, Mariah May suddenly disappeared, and we've never seen or heard from her again. Although there is somebody in NXT who is very similar to her, who is
Didn't she like lose the fucking pin, her NXT title on a like shoot pin? Am I making that up?
There was she was the North American NXT Women's North American Champion, and yes, she did lose the title on a botch, like in a match where she was supposed to win. She lost the title.
That's fucking funny.
Yes.
Yeah, Tony had a line where she like, I sentenced you to a lifetime mediocrity, which is so fucking such an hilarious line to say to someone leaving for NXT. But
really quickly, while we're talking about this, because I forgot to mention it earlier. Having been there, like I said, I was live for this show. As John may give me 5 minutes to talk about the end of the show, the main event of the show sucked shit. And this was a real missed opportunity for them to end the show with this match. We don't need to relitigate that, but this was the chance they had to do something a little bit different and end with the women's world title, and they didn't. And it really feels like even more of a missed opportunity in retrospect. I meant to say that earlier.
It doesn't even make like you can say in hindsight, but even at the time I didn't get it because like this match was built up so well for like 8 months. Who gives a fuck about Moxley and Adam Copeland? Yeah, it's really, really stupid. Anyway, okay, first place. This is like where we, first of all, there's a match that all of us voted for. So 2 of us voted for it in first. So Sean and Brady both had Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd from New Japan, January 5th at the Tokyo Dome. I had voted third. Chris and Tim had voted fourth. This was the only match we all voted for, and again, that makes sense because it won the fucking poll. So this was the match that everybody could agree on. The Japanese wrestling fans liked it. The American wrestling fans watched it and liked it, and everybody liked this match, and that's why it ended up being the winner. Sean, I guess quickly, anything you want to add about Kenny and Gabe?
Just to keep it short and sweet. A match is excellent when Hiroshi Tanahashi, who was doing commentary at ringside, cries afterwards. So I think that sort of tells the whole story right there of how excellent this match was. And at the same time, no matter what, when it comes to like match of the year stuff, when there is and I know technically this was January 5th and not January 4th, but when there's a big time, New Japan match in the Tokyo Dome and it hits, there's almost nothing better in wrestling.
Okada Tanahashi's already going to win, probably. So
yes,
which I don't even know as high as that on that match as some people. I was like 4.5 on it. Probably won't make my top 10, but that's going to win. I mean, just very
but
again,
but again, at least for me, when the big Tokyo Dome match hits for New Japan, it's like one of the best things in wrestling, and there's very few things that can top it.
And it really felt like this was the first one that had done that post-COVID as well. To me, at least.
Well, okay. Where did some other ones finish?
We don't have to go through them all.
Didn't Ospreay Kenny finish? Did Ospreay Kenny win, or did it finish really high?
Yes, I think it did win.
Yeah. Ospreay
okay, we do have to go through them all because I forgot about that.
Yeah,
good point.
Ospreay Kenny won.
I forgot they had the dome match. Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, and I think Jay White and Ibushi also did really well. I don't think it won though. But anyway. The Brady, anything you want to add about Kenny and Gabe?
I think this is 2 of the best performances of the decade. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I think it's Okada and Naito, 1-5-20. I think
which should have fucking won that year, and I'm never gonna be not mad it didn't. Oh, that fucking friendship tag bullshit from AEW.
That's my favorite match of all time. The 1-5-20. That's my best match of all time. It made me view wrestling differently afterwards. Rob
Reed has been after me to write something for Wrestling 101 for that for like 6 months. I'm so sorry, buddy. If you don't, I don't think you listen anyway, but I'm gonna try to do it this week finally. I keep fucking forgetting.
But it's like that match, Omega Ospreay from was at 1-4-23.
I think 23, yeah.
And like this match, I think this is a work of art. I was vibrating watching this. There's maybe some of the 2 best between the moves performances like of all time. Do you really get the hate and heat across just from their swagger and how they carry themselves, and just like I love it when you can tell how much these 2 hate each other, right? And Kenny is in particular, he's done this like 3 times now. He did it with Tanahashi, he did it with Ospreay, and he did it with Gabe, where he uses sort of like these sort of meta kayfabe, like to build like these level of matches. Like the Tanahashi one was, hey, we view wrestling differently. I like tables and you're a traditionalist. And Osprey is about like, hey, you don't have what it takes to lead the company. And then the Gabe Kidd stuff was like, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is more like, hey, you're a poser, you left the company, you don't actually respect Japanese wrestling, right? And I find that way of building a match to be really interesting because it's really difficult to pull off. But each time he's done it great. And it leads to some really unique crowd environments to where, because it feels real, where the crowd gets really into it.
Yeah. Well, again, this is where this goes back to the point I was making earlier. This is where you get to like realistic levels of hatred because it doesn't feel like they actually want to murder each other the way we're supposed to be convinced people do in AEW at times. But it does feel like they want to like beat each other up even more than normal because they're really mad at each other, which that's a much more, that doesn't break the universe for me. So that's a very different level of hatred. And they're not actually like, stabbing each other with screwdrivers.
It's like the silver lining between like shoot and work that people have been striving to get to walk for 120 years, like since the like existence of the business, as long as it's existed. And Kenny has managed to toe that line masterfully in each of those 3 matches.
Yeah, totally. So definitely outstanding match, and it makes sense. It's the one we all voted for. Tim and Cress also had the same first place match. It's a match we haven't talked about yet. It is Saya Kamitani versus Tam Nakano from Stardom, April 27th, Yokohama Arena, the World of Stardom title, career versus career. It finished in 7th place, 518 points, 62 total votes. It appeared on 30.3% of ballots. It had 21 first place votes, which is a huge number of first place votes for a match that only finished in 7th. I believe the most ever, Rich was saying. But it missed out in the top 5 by 129 points. So it had 11 more first place votes than Tony Mariah did in 5th, but Tony and Mariah appeared on 15% more ballots. So that is why it finished higher. This is, again, a match that just missed my list. Incredible match. Tim, you got to get the floor here since Tam is your girl and all that.
Yeah, I still don't know.
No offense to Velky, of course. Anyway.
I'm not going to steal her. Don't worry about it.
She's safe on the farm, Velky.
Yeah, I still don't know if I can really put into words how much this match meant to me and to my fandom as a whole. Like in the moment, I wanted to just quit watching wrestling as a whole, to be honest. And like I said earlier, I stopped like rating any matches because it just seemed so like senseless after this one to even like measure up anything to it. And it was just a perfect story. It was just a perfectly executed thing from front to back. Tam Nakano has put Saya Kamitani over better than any other wrestler has probably been ever put over. Like Saya Kamitani's entire career has basically been beating Tam Nakano every step of the way. I think Tam beat her like twice when Saya was still a rookie, and after that Tam put her over in every single match they ever had. And you see the fruits of that work now because Saya Kamitani is the biggest star in Japanese pro wrestling, probably. She is and Stardom has made a huge surge. Like this work Tam Nakano put in over the past couple of years has just put them on a whole another level and another stratosphere. And they just I put a lot of that on Tam. But Saya is equally as effective and doing as well as their big star as you possibly could over the last year. And yeah, this match is the culmination of that and the main reason I think that what catapulted them in there, like the entire storyline. Obviously, with the record attendance and everything, it was already on another level when this match first happened. But yeah, I've never watched it back. I probably never will watch it back. I don't know if I can even do that. I can get over that. And yeah, I don't know if anything is ever gonna measure up to it for me. But yeah, it's an all-timer for me.
Yeah, and I don't take for me personally, when I vote on Match of the Year, I don't take into account like presentation or the post-match or whatever, but it did have I mean, the entrances and especially the post match, the two of them staring up at the feathers and all that is probably the coolest thing I've ever seen in a wrestling ring. I mean, just again, Stardom does this shit that American wrestling is supposed to be good at better than American wrestling, which is kind of crazy given the budget difference probably between AEW and Stardom and like how much money AEW makes. I don't really get in general why they can't have better staging and better presentation than they do. Not even just the Stardom here, obviously, but then obviously New Japan for Wrestle Kingdom for Tanahashi's retirement. Nothing in AEW ever feels as big as that. So
nothing anywhere. Like, forget about AEW. WWE, who think they do this, don't even do this.
I can't even talk to, so I never watched.
So
I can. Sorry, Chris. Before you go,
go ahead. No, you keep going.
No. I just wanted to go back to John's point, maybe, because I don't know if I can agree with that, especially for a match this big and with that much meaning behind it, like a retirement match and all, and with such a grand storyline. I don't think I can agree on excluding stuff like the post match from this one, because it means so much, and those two put so much work into this and building this retirement.
I get it. It's
so
a real
I
argument.
can't take it away from
and most importantly, everything that happened after the bell rang to end the match until the show went off the air was still part of the story they were telling. So you can't exclude it unless it's like not reading the final chapter of a book just because there was a battle in the second to last chapter. Yeah.
I guess when I do match of the year, to me it's very narrow focus on the actual match. When I vote and stuff,
completely fair. I'm just giving you my perspective.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. It's a different way of looking at it. Like when it came time to vote for like Flair Thesz, as I'm gonna, if people are still listening to this, I'm gonna have that at the end of this match of the year thing. That is more something I consider for like who's the most valuable wrestler of their company, and just the level of pageantry and the level of interest they were able to draw, to me, made Saya easy number one. And I voted Tam number 3 for Flair Thesz because I'm like, she did more. Well, she did more in her 4 months for her promotion than anyone else did in a full year besides Saya and Mystico. So
I also want to say, to your point, to this point, and I said this on my podcast, I think she was a crazy exclusion for me from the FSM 50. Even just if she was only online for 4 months, I think
there were a lot of crazy exclusions from the FSM 50,
but I think like her 4 months were like undoubtedly better than a lot of people who were on there. In my opinion, their entire year was, or I don't know.
I definitely agree.
Can I put over this match now?
Yes, Chris, please go. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. I just was before we digressed into the FSM 50 panel, I wanted to stay on topic.
She didn't even make like the honorable mentions.
I don't understand it. I don't get it really. But whatever.
Sorry, Chris.
No, it's fine. Everybody should listen to the Joshi-ing Around Weekly from last week, where Eric really summed up, I think, everyone's feelings on that quite well. But no, on this match,
I did. I'm buried in Omakase too, actually. But yeah, I got in trouble actually. But
I was assuming the listeners to this show heard the last episode and already knew you did that, John. But yes. So on this, like, I'm gonna steal a token point from Tim and I's friend Mark Gallup, who talked about that there's how people evaluate matches, of course, is entirely up to them and entirely their own choice, and there's no judgment on how people do that. People just do it different ways, right? There's the objective parts, as he put it, the objective parts of the match. Were the moves good? Were the sequences good? Was the crowd good? Did it all work in the moment, And then there's the subjective things. How did it make you feel? That's going to differ from person to person. Are you desperately waiting for the right person to win? Like I was talking about with Mayu in the last match. Did it move you emotionally in some way or other? Did it make you happy? Did it make you sad? Did it make you cry? Whatever that is. And I think a lot of the time, maybe one or the other, and you don't always get both. And with this match, I really felt like both of those things, the objective part, every part of this match, was objectively good. The crowd was good. The match was good. The moves were good. The sequences were good. The kickouts were good. The finishing sequence was good. The subjective parts about how to make me feel, it made me feel a lot of things because they took me on a journey, really over 5 years, but over 4 months and over the 20 minutes of this match and all the rest of it. And then also, a lot of the time when there's a big months-long story told like this, like the booking might hit the high note, maybe the match doesn't quite get there and isn't quite a 5-star classic. Or maybe some people have a great 5-star match, but the booking wasn't quite there to make it as good as it could been. And all of these elements with this match combined perfectly. The booking was incredible over a series of months and years. The matches they had in sequences were, as they went through each of the matches, got better and better and better. The wrestling was excellent. Everything delivered all at the same time and all hit their peak at the same time in a way that I think is really, really, rare and doesn't happen in that way quite as much as it can actually do and should actually do. And yes, you have to know what that story is. And yes, you have to understand these characters and their truths and how they're living to them and deviating from them and all of those things. And yes, it might seem melodramatic if you're not paying close attention, but maybe melodrama can be good. Melodrama as a concept isn't always considered bad outside of wrestling circles. So, all of these things mixing in together, like I don't know that I've ever witnessed a story that's been told like this effectively for as long, delivering in the booking, delivering in the ring, delivering in the promos, delivering in the post-match promos where they don't actually hate each other. They finally accept they actually love each other. They leave together. It's remarkable. This is it's a masterpiece. It's a magnum opus. It's easily my match of the decade. It may be one of the best matches I've ever seen in my life. This is, I think, for many people, and this is borne out by the 21st first place votes in 7th, which Rich told me the previous lowest a match had come with 21st first place votes was 3rd. So this is considerably lower than that. This, I think this is just might be a high watermark in wrestling for many people.
Can I say really quickly to that point? I did kind of the maths. If like the voter distribution would be, if you extrapolate it up, right? If it would be on similar as many ballots as like the first place votes or the second even, this match would have easily made like top 3 this year. So it's just a case of not many people or not enough people watching it or having it on their ballots or like refusing to give it a chance. I don't know what it is exactly.
Or, if you're parachuting in, it doesn't hit. There's a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, exactly.
There's anti-Joshi people still. So,
Joshi refuseniks, I think, is what I've started calling that
and
cohort.
And just the general coverage of the match as well. Like, to me, it is basically the biggest Joshi match in 30 years. And like,
it's not to you, it literally is.
It is. Like, factually, basically. And like the lack of coverage from like Dave Meltzer and people like that was actually shocking for this match. So I wasn't surprised that it wasn't on many people's radars. But should have been covered better, I think.
The Joshi, like, I think I made this point at some point last year. At a certain point, when it's this good, when Stardom is this good, when even Joshi as a whole is as good as it is right now, it goes from being mad at the people who are the refuseniks to just like kind of feeling sorry for them because you're missing the best stuff in wrestling. So if you want to miss the best stuff in wrestling because you can't get over the fact that they're cute or whatever, then that's your business, I guess. But couldn't be me.
Absolutely.
Speaking of best things in wrestling, my first place match was Sari versus Shuri from Stardom, June 21st, Yoyogi National Gym number 2, IWGP Women's title. Chris already had this in 3rd, so we have talked about it, but it finished in 16th place. I'll be quick, I guess, but what I would say is, when melodrama hits, it can be great. When death matches hit, they can be great. When spot fests hit, they can be great. But what is my first love, and I guess what I love more than anything else, is 2 wrestlers in a serious world title match, treating it like a sport and treating it like they're just trying to beat the other person in a straight up, very like sports presentation type wrestling match. And that's what this was. So that's why it's my number 1. So incredibly highly executed version of my favorite type of wrestling match. And that's why it ended up my number 1. There's a spot during this match where the 2 of them are just kind of like fighting each other with these forearms. And they're so like in the heat of battle, they kind of just roll out of the ring onto the elevated ramp and just keep fucking pummeling each other. And that spot felt like it's out of a different era. It felt like it was something from when wrestling used to be a little more realistic. But then on top of that, they still did all the crazy near falls and all the stuff you expect from, a match in this era. So it was kind of the best of both worlds at that, where you could feel the sense of fake realistic or simulated competition, but they also just did all the crazy deer falls and shit at the end. And, and the Sari, like her going for those Uranages at the end, just fantastic stuff. Absolutely adored this match. It's one of those matches that I think I watched it right again a second time right after it happened because I loved it so much. And I probably watched it more than any other match on this list. I probably watched it 5 or 6 times between showing it to other people and stuff. And yeah, it holds up every time for me. So easy 5 stars, easy number 1. Really never in doubt that I would put this number 1. So that is my first place match. Okay, quickly, I'm going to go through the matches multiples of us voted for just to recap. So the only match all 5 of us voted for was Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd. Brady and Sean had it first. I had it third. Chris and Tim had it fourth. There was no match that 4 out of 5 voted for. 3 out of 5 voted for Moxley and Page from All In. Brady had it second. Sean had it fifth. And Tim had it ninth. 3 of us voted for the first Shuri match from March 10th, the Suriism one. Tim had it third. I had it 8th. And Brady had it 10th. And then 2 of us voted for Saya versus Tam, Korea versus Career. Tim and Chris both had it first. Suri versus Shuri from June. I had it first and Chris had it third. Tony Storm versus Mariah May. Sean had it second and Chris had it fifth. Ospreay versus Takeshita from the Dynamite, the Owen semifinal. Sean had it third and Brady had it fourth. Tam Nakano versus Soriano from April and Stardom. Chris and Tim both had it sixth. And the Dragon Gate 6-man from Vegas. Brady and Sean both had it sixth as well. The last thing I wanted to do was just quickly go over, there's 6 matches that made the top 20 that none of us voted for. So I'm curious if any, you guys can just kind of call out if any of these were on your radar, or if you fucking hate one of these matches or something, that's interesting too. Swerve Strickland and Will Ospreay versus Young Bucks from All In finished 20th. This match, I think I went 3 3/4 on or something. Very good match, but I thought it was super overrated. I don't know. I remember it being kind of boring in the first half before they did do a lot of really crazy spots towards the end. But yeah, did anybody have this close to their ballots?
I loved the match, but it wasn't really close to my top 10, no.
Okay. 19th place, Io Sky versus Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley from WrestleMania. This was by far the highest finished WWE match in 19th, which tells you, I guess, the kind of year they had. I never saw it, so I can't tell you anything. I never watched WrestleMania this year. The only thing I ever saw from WWE was I saw the Rumble and I saw Cena versus Gunther. But Cena versus Gunther was great. Surprised it didn't finish higher, honestly. But anyone have this close? I'm guessing not with this group. Probably not.
Nope.
Kento Miyahara was Yuma Anzai in 17th from All Japan, December 31st. I was in the building for this. As I talked about on my trip recap, I thought it was an awesome 4 1/4 star match, but not close to this level for me. Did anybody have it as a match of the year level match? Okay. The silence I'm always taking as no. 11th place, Will Ospreay versus Kyle Fletcher from Revolution. I buried this match enough at the time. I'm not going to bury it some more. I thought this match was fucking stupid on multiple levels. And I've already probably pissed off AEW fans listening enough, so I'm not going to say anything else, except I was very happy it didn't make the top 10. Anybody vote for this stupid? Anybody almost vote for this stupid match?
I almost voted for it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in the mix of several matches for me, but ultimately missed the cut.
Okay. You were at the match, at the show, Chris. You didn't have this on your radar?
No, I mean, I enjoyed it live, and then I found out later a lot of people didn't like it who watched it on TV. But no, it was never in the high end mix.
Clearly, a lot of people liked it because it finished 11th. But yeah, I thought the Mark Davis stuff was so stupid in that match. So, Bandito versus Konosuke Takeshita, Ring of Honor, July 11th, finished 8th place. Nobody voted for that. I never saw it, so I can't comment on this. I'm sure it was great.
My take on this one is I watched it like maybe a month after it happened, and it was just like, oh, this is really good, and the people in the room are having an incredible time, but it didn't move me in any way. And then I had this sudden realization that I think that's how people used to feel who didn't go to PWG shows about watching a show on a PWG DVD or something. Like, yeah, maybe you had to be there, or you had to watch it live or on tape or something like that. I don't know, but like just a really well delivered match that made no impression on me, and not exactly left me feeling cold, but just, I don't know, had no emotion to it or something.
I think earlier.
The Ring of Honor title thing to me is probably a disconnect too, but because like who cares who the champion of the Tony Khan developmental is?
I said it earlier, but briefly, just thought the match was great, but I prefer the Hedgesera match that was a month later.
I would agree with that.
The final match, by far the highest that none of us voted for, was Ospreay versus Paige. It finished in third place from AEW Double or Nothing on May 25th. This was a match I went 4 stars on, but I thought was incredibly overrated. It wouldn't have annoyed me the way, if it won, the way that Paige and Moxley would have, for reasons I already talked about, but I didn't think it was like, it was a 4-star match. It was a great match, but it just never felt like a match of the year level match to me. But I know some people say this is like the best AEW match of all time. So clearly a lot of people disagreed, and it ended up finishing in third place. Did anybody here feel the way I felt about it, or did you dislike it even more, or what were your takes on it?
It was close to making my list, but again, it just missed out. So
I went 4 3/4 on it, but I don't remember anything about this match.
This was really close for me. This was like I debated between this and the Moxley match, which one I wanna put on here. This one kind of suffered from circumstances for me personally, because I couldn't watch it live, and I tried to get it in before I got spoiled because I was really invested in Paige winning, obviously. So I kind of like put it on right after I woke up, so I could get it in before going to work on that day, because I couldn't possibly make it a day without getting spoiled. So yeah, I was kind of watching it like half asleep in these days, and it kind of like suffered from that for me, because a match can't really hit as well in those circumstances, I guess. So it missed out for me, but like it was a phenomenal match in my opinion, and like just the stakes, and if you were a big Hangman Page fan at that point, like everybody expected Ospreay to win. Not everybody, but it was as much of a 50-50 as like a tournament final like this could possibly be. And like I was really invested in this. So when Paige won in the end, it was really like one of those exhilarating moments. And it was great. So it nearly made my list for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think personal investment always has way more to do with this kind of thing than people want to give it credit for. And obviously, a lot of people are personally invested in Paige winning and winning the title, which is cool. I like Paige a lot. He's probably my favorite wrestler in AEW. I just, for some reason, I've always had a disconnect with caring who the AEW World Champion is. And that's kind of, I don't know, maybe that probably is where it struggles. Like, I don't have that level of investment where I'm watching this, like, begging Paige to win so he gets the title shot. It's more like, Paige got the title shot. That's cool. So, that's just kind of how it is, I guess. Okay, so that's all the matches in the top 20. It was just those 6 that none of us voted for, but we pretty good coverage of the rest of it. So let's do the plugs. Oh, sorry.
I know we're 4 hours in, but
yeah. You want to talk about how many shitty matches?
Can I take 3 to 5 minutes to just put the button on something that bugged me all year, which people who are in the Voices of Wrestling Discord may have heard me talk about? There's 100-something matches on this list of all of the great matches of the year. We've talked about probably 15, 20, 30 of them here. There's a no end of great matches that you can watch from 2025. There's also no end of shitty matches you can watch in 2025, and I was in the room for 4 of them. And at a certain point in time, it felt like I was being purposefully punished for some kind of infraction and the universe was repaying me in kind for, because I was personally in the room for all of the four following matches, which I believe are universally regarded as being at least bad, and in some cases, the worst matches of all time. So I attended live and in person Zack Sabre Jr. against Shota Umino for 40 minutes in the Tokyo Dome.
That must have been something. Because it's so funny. Everybody talked about Tanahashi crying the day before when they cut to him after that match. And just look at his face like, you motherfucker. Like, I put you in the Tokyo Dome main event. That's what you give me.
I was nearly on the verge of tears myself for the opposite reason. Actually, Tim, I was sat next to Tim at that show too. A few months later.
That crazy.
That's when the Tokyo Dome seats really become uncomfortable, is when you're into minute 30 of Zack and Shota.
And when your 8 highballs want to go out.
I didn't even think the match was that bad, but I was like 3.5 or something. But 3.5 for Dome main event is pretty brutal.
Yes, in your first trip to Japan, that's not the main event you want to end the trip on. A couple months later, as we've mentioned, I was at the show at the Staples Center, the AEW Evolution, which had the horrific main event of Cope and Mox.
What a horrible match that was.
Just completely, nothing to offer. And then in the same day, I think perhaps even in the same hour of the same day, 1 month after that, I was in the room for back-to-back Maki Ito against Mickie James, followed by Buddha Bean against Minoru Suzuki. At which point, and I'm not exaggerating or doing a bit, this is a real thing that happened to me. I was sat in the Palms, whatever the theater is called at the Palms Casino in Las Vegas, and I was earnestly asking myself, should I still be a wrestling fan? Is this hobby still for me? Has this thing just moved to a place where I'm not interested in? As whatever you would describe the Buddha Bean Suzuki thing is happening was literally right after Maki and Mickie. There was no match in between them, unless my memory is lying to me. And I was on the verge of just being like, fuck this. I've seen all these, like, whatever. And then later that night, Senka, I can never pronounce her last name.
Atsuki, I think. Atsuki
overcame Aja Kong, and I'm not kidding. I was like, all right, I will keep watching wrestling. I'm not ready to quit. This has turned me around. So thank you, Senka, and fuck you to the GCW Maki Mickie match and the Buddha Bean Suzuki match.
How did Maki Ito under a year went from that a horrific match with Mickie James to now being a regular in Stardom and like doing some of the best comedy stuff in Stardom in forever. Just kind of crazy.
Yeah. So, but it's just funny that for all of these great matches,
you saw so many bad
we talked about, I somehow managed to draw the low card on those other ones. But it turned out better. Yes.
Yeah, because you went to this trip and you saw a lot of amazing stuff. So, because you're at Dream Queendom, which had a bunch of awesome matches.
Yes.
Wrestle Kingdom.
Yes.
What else? Did you go to Tokyo Joshi?
No, I went to, but I also went to see Marvelous, so I saw Senker in Japan as well. I have no complaints. It's really funny. And at a certain point, it became a bit, so I thought I would put the bit to rest here on the podcast while we were talking about 2025. So I appreciate the other guests indulging me for 5 minutes.
The Dream Queendom killed the curse, I guess, because that show did end up being really, really, really good. So, you know. Anyway, was anything? I'm trying to think. Was anything on that show even bad? I don't think there was anything. There is nothing on the show that was bad. I'm trying to, like, the worst match would be like,
it was front to back. It was
like the Battle Royal maybe, which I had so much fun with in front row, but that's also because they were fucking playing off me during that match, as I talked about.
Well, if we're doing plugs, you can read my and David Hayter's on tape and live review of Stardom Dream Queendom in the next issue of the Social Suplex newsletter, which should be out in the next 7 to 10 days or so.
There you go. So yeah, we should do the plugs because I still have 45 minutes of audio to tack on at the end of this thing, and now we're getting to like it's going to be just under 5 hours long. Okay, so you plugged your thing there. Anything else you want to plug, Chris?
No, thank you.
Okay. Send me like links, by the way, whatever you want me to link to. Tim, I know what you're going to plug. It's called Joshi-ing Around.
Hell yeah. Joshi-ing Around weekly on the Social Suplex podcast network. check it out. It's Eric, who you hear a bunch of times on this podcast as well.
He'll be back on. He'll be back on in like 2 weeks, I think. Am I lying? No, 3 weeks. 3 weeks. He's on the
should be good.
20. Yeah.
And also the Suplex newsletter I'm doing as well. So yeah, both of these things.
Sean, I say this with love. I don't know what you do for voice wrestling these days. I guess AEW reviews or previews, right?
I really don't even do previews anymore. Okay. So actually, I was just going to say, yesterday I did put in the drafts just a recap of the January 19th and 20th Corkins, more of a, not really a review, just a recap of those 2 New Japan shows and all the happenings with the number 1 contenders tag, which I thought was excellent, and that Never Trios match, which was pretty great. And then whatever happened on the second night, let's not talk about that. So you can catch my stuff on Voices of Wrestling. I guess the next thing I have coming up potentially is I might, if you'll remember, like a year or 2 ago, I did a series on the site regarding like crossovers with wrestling and auto racing, mainly NASCAR. I might add another piece to that series just for adding some new stuff that happened, some stuff that I forgot, just a little addendum, I think is the word. So I might be doing that this coming month, since it's February already. It's February 1st. That's pretty much it.
You say already, January felt like, especially after I came back from Japan, January felt like it took a million years.
Yes, but just follow my work on Voices of Wrestling. I guess it's just been slow because, at least for me, because there haven't been a lot of, this is the long period between AEW pay-per-views. But I'm sure I'll be on the review for Revolution if everything works out. I'm sure I'll review other shows. And I'm sure this summer I will be back on the grind doing the G1 stuff. So
that's right. You and I both do the written G1 reviews.
Well, technically, let's be honest. You did this past year. You did 1 written review, I think, and I did like
I only did 1. Really, I thought I did at least 2 or 3.
I think you did 1, and I did the rest of them.
Really? Okay. I could have sworn I did more than 1. You could be right. You could be right.
I know I did the majority of them.
Yeah.
The vast majority of them. But
anything you want to plug, Brady?
Yeah, I'm not trying to get myself over. Follow me on Letterboxd, HP Joker.
Okay. Give me the link. I'll put it in the description.
I don't care. It's fine. I give a shit. I do this for fun. Everything I do for and this no. I mean, y'all actually have work for outlets that need exposure, and I don't. So so I don't really care. I did have so much fun. Thank you for letting me come on and just vent and talk about wrestling. I haven't done this in forever. It feels so good.
Wow. It was great. It was great having all of you on, and I remember
I had a great time too.
Chris asked me how long did this go, and I said 2 hours.
What did I say, John?
Oops.
You said it would go 3 or 4.
I said 4 or 5.
Oh, 4 or 5. Well, you nailed it, honestly. All right, folks. So, believe it or not, there's more. So last night I recorded 45 minutes of audio about the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards and my ballot. So that's going to tack on the end of the episode. So if you're somehow not yet tired of hearing me talk, you can stay tuned for 45 more minutes of it. So give us 1 sec, and I'll be right back with that audio. All right, folks. So doing a little solo audio here again for the second week in a row. I did it last week, of course, to talk about a couple of shows that my guest Felky hadn't watched. So pull back the curtain here. This week, what I'm doing is I'm recording a little bonus bit of solo audio here to go after the main audio for the episode, which is of course the match of the year. I thought a good pairing for match of the year might be me quickly going over my Wrestling Observer Newsletter award ballot. And that it's kind of the same theme, right? You're wrapping up 2025. So yeah, I thought that might be a nice little bonus feature. I really have no idea how long the match of the year audio is going to go when I record it tomorrow, which of course you'll have already heard. Because again, that's the magic of recording things out of order. So for all I know, this is like 4 hours into the show and none of you are listening. But whatever, we'll see. If it goes like 2 hours or something, then this will be perfect. It's a little bonus thing. If we go like 4 hours, then Probably no one will hear this, but except the true sickos, who I do appreciate the true sickos who, listen to the end of these fucking 5-hour episodes I do. So for really long time listeners, before the hiatus we went on during the COVID years, you may remember we used to do the Omakase year-end awards. And the idea was it would be like a Wrestling Observer newsletter style awards, but it was only open to Omakase guests for that year. So in other words, if you were a guest in 2019, you voted in the awards, and then we had the winners each year. It was fun to do that. I didn't bring it back for 2025, even though the podcast was going weekly a lot, for a few different reasons. Honestly, the biggest reason was just that I was in Japan for Wrestle Kingdom season. I just had no fucking time to put an awards thing together. It's a lot of work, actually. More work than you'd think to get those awards together, because besides just making the form, the only way to actually get people to do it is to bother them a lot. Because people otherwise they just fucking forget. So the only way I would ever get even close to 90 or 95% of my guests for each year to do it was just to fucking annoy them like crazy. Which, I just didn't feel like doing that. I mean, I had a lot on my mind in December, obviously, with the trip coming up. So that was the biggest reason. The second biggest reason, though, was just we're a different show than we were in our earlier iteration, right? We used to have a bigger pool of guests. Like, we would have a few guests who would come on a lot, more like maybe 2 or 3 times in a year would be a lot. But, it was much more of I would just see who wants to come on, and I would look around for different guests, and I would be much more comfortable covering whatever topics they wanted. It wasn't so, it was okay, this week we'll talk only about New Japan because I have a New Japan guest on. Next week we'll talk only about Noah because I have a Noah guest on. It was much more like that. And the episodes were much more themed around the guest. Nowadays, obviously the people listening to the show know that these, different concept episodes like we did this week with the Match of the Year poll are now far more rare. Now it's much more of, I have a bunch of promotions that I cover every week, and I bring on a lot of the same people, and I have a kind of rotating pool of co-hosts that appear a lot, because I know those people, watch all or most of these promotions also, which there aren't that many people who watch the crazy number of Japanese wrestling promotions that I watch now, plus also want to podcast about them. And B, they're just, I've gotten really comfortable with these co-hosts, and it's kind of I know this week is an Armetha week, and this week is a Snazzy week, and this week is a John Bivens week, and we just kind of rotate through a lot of the same people, and Velky, obviously, and Paul Vosch, if he ever gets back to Europe from Japan or Europe, a lot of the same people you guys have heard on a lot of these episodes, which is cool. And I feel like people seem to like the same co-host, so it's kind of it's more like a rotating guest co-host system with a lot of the same co-hosts most weeks. That's kind of what we are. So really, if I did the awards the way we used to do the awards, and this is a long explanation for something probably only 5 of you care about, but anyway, if I did the awards the way we used to do the awards, it would really just be the John, Snazzy, Velky, Arametha, and John Bivens and Paul Vosch awards for 2025, plus a few other sort of people who are on one episode. So it didn't seem as important to do it. And maybe I'll change my mind for 2026. I kind of doubt it, considering, especially since I'm almost certainly going to be in Japan again at the end of 2026. But yeah, I'll give you my award picks here for the Observer categories, so at least you'll know what I would have voted for. And, we'll, if people can, I guess, give me feedback, if they really want the Omakase Awards to come back, maybe even do a listener awards again. I did that one year when I had the Patreon where the patrons could vote on it. If you really want that to come back, I guess give me a shout in the Discord. If you're on the, we have Discord channels on Voice of Wrestling and Super J-Cast. I guess, really tell me if you want that feature back. If you're listening to this and you're like, no, John, I love the Omakase Awards. Bring them back next year. They're not coming back. I mean, it's too late to do it for 2025, but if a lot of people want them, I'll see what I can do for 2026. Okay, with that out of the way, let me talk about my Wrestling Observer newsletter Ballot. So I signed back up just so I could submit this thing ahead of the February 1st deadline. I'm sure I'll cancel after a month because I I stopped reading the newsletter and listening to the podcast. That's why I don't. All they cover is American wrestling nowadays. It feels like so. But yeah, I mean, I did want to get my vote in. I would have felt kind of silly watching so much wrestling and not getting a vote in at least. Obviously, I abstained from all the MMA awards. I don't watch MMA. I have no idea. So we start with the Category A awards where you pick 3, a top 3 for each award. For Flair Thesz, I went Saya Kamatani 1, Mystico 2. I don't think that will surprise anybody. I mean, Saya, I think she had an enormous effect, not just on Stardom, but Japanese wrestling as a whole last year. I think the promotion is the hottest it's ever been, in large part because of her star taking off, on mainstream television. And on top of that, she had amazing matches, too. I mean, she appears in as you just heard, she appears in my match of the year list twice. And I could have voted for 2 or 3 more of her matches, honestly. So yeah, she had a great fucking year. All-time year, enormous star, clear number 1 for me. Mystico I put second. Again, I'm mostly trusting other people on that. I trust other people that Mystico had a great year, and drew a lot of money, and, was very successful. But I did not watch most of his hype matches. I saw a few here or there. But, I'm not a Lucha viewer, so I'm going with... I'm not going to put him number 1 over Saya. When I watched Saya, and I know how impactful she was, but I trusted people enough to put him number 2. I mean, it's really the 2 of them. I don't think there's really anybody else in contention. Certainly in American wrestling, there shouldn't have been anybody. Third place was really interesting. I really had no idea where to go with this for a while. For a while, I was thinking Ozawa. But Noah really, when you really peel it back, Noah had a great year at Korakuen, but their year was far more mixed in bigger arenas. I mean, they had one Sumo Hall number that was pretty good, but it wasn't like it was fantastic or anything. And they had one Sumo Hall number that was pretty bad after Ozawa was, but to be fair, Ozawa was hurt at that point. And the Budokan number was technically this year, not 2025, but I guess January 1st, you could say they drew that into the year. They did a good number, but again, a lot of that had to do with Naito. So I don't think Ozawa's drawing record is quite as big. I think it's a little overhyped, is what I would say. And from an in-ring standpoint, he's very hit or miss for me. I like him. I think he's very charismatic. He had some matches I really liked, but he peaked at like 4.25 to me. So he never gets to like that next level, like match of the year contender level that Saya gets to. So I went with Tam Nakano here. I think that's a kind of a goofy pick probably to some people, but I think Tam in 4 months did more for her promotion than probably anybody but Saya or Mystico did for their promotion, because she obviously was a huge part of putting Saya over and getting her over as the new top star to help Stardom get to this new level. She was the bigger draw of the 2 for Yokohama Arena, clearly. I mean, the draw was clearly her retirement. People suspected that she was going to lose that match. So she drew the biggest number in Joshi wrestling in like 20 to 30 years, depending on how much you trust All Japan women's numbers in the early 2000s. So yeah, and she was amazing in that 4 months. I mean, that 4-month run, I talked about, if I had an FSM 50 vote, which, I should, I would have put her in my FSM 50 up that 4 months, pretty high probably, because, from the work rate standpoint, that's supposed to be part of this award. She has the 2 Saya matches. She has a Suriano match that you'll hear Tim and you'll have heard already, but we haven't recorded it yet. Tim and Chris both voted for that. I love that match too. She has she has some great Artist of Stardom title matches in the first part of the year. She has, she has a pretty robust 4 months, honestly, for a career. So I think her third of a year was that much more successful than most people's full year. So yeah, I put her third place. I went Tam Nakano third. So again, Saya 1, Mystico 2, Tam 3 for Flair Thesz. Most Outstanding Wrestler, which again is just in ring. Flair Thesz is obviously in ring plus drawing. I probably should have said that earlier. There was a lot of people I could put in contention here. I went with Sari 1. That one, Sari's a slam dunk. I mean, to me, the race was for 2 or 3. Like, Sari had such an incredible in-ring year again, where everything she touched turned to gold. I mean, there's just no better wrestler in the world. It's just not even close to me. Starlight Kid 2, I think her white belt reign was really underrated. I think her 5-star was really, really, really good. I put those 2 things together. It's more than enough for me, even though she missed the very end of the year after she loses the white belt to Konami, but that was already towards the end of the year anyway. And yeah, I think she was a different level in ring. I love technical wrestling. I love submission wrestling, and she was doing it at a really high level all year. And, you know, she has that in-ring charisma that really draws you in, too. And she's still a great flyer, even though, you know, I assume part of the reason why she's gone to a more technical style is because of probably injuries. But she can still fly when she needs to. And, yeah, I think she had an outstanding in-ring year, like, probably the best of her entire career. So, definitely Starlight Kid 2 for me. And I went Miyu Watanabe 3. I think she wins and loses the Princess title in the same year. She was really good at the start of the year. She was really good at the end, the back quarter of the year after she wins it back from Mizuki, in I think August. But in between, she still has outstanding matches. She has that amazing match that's like 4.5 stars, like half comedy, half serious, with her and Rika Tatsumi challenging for the Princess Tag titles against Shoko and Hyper Misa. I can never remember their tag team name. But yeah, she did other great stuff even between the title reigns. But yeah, I just think she's like such an outstanding wrestler. She carries Tokyo Joshi from a work rate standpoint. And she's just fantastic. So I went with her third place. There are a lot of people I could have put third. Desperado had a great junior title reign. Saya Kamitani, I just put over what a great year she had. Soriano had a really underrated year. Taichi had an amazing year, as we talked about last week. Just some really, really good wrestlers last year. Zack Sabre Jr. had an outstanding year. I mean, these are all people that would have made my top 10 probably if I did a whole top 10. Chihiro Hashimoto, Mika Iwata. I'm trying to think of who else from other promotions. Yamato for his Dreamgate raid and Dragon Gate. I mean, there were a lot of great, like, the people who are really down on wrestling for 2025 to me are just watching the wrong promotions, because I don't know how you could watch a lot of Japanese wrestling, and I even mentioned Higuchi from DDT, Yuki Ueno from DDT. Like, there are some really great Japanese wrestlers right now. I think they're maybe not concentrated, or Japanese. There's a lot of great Japanese wrestling right now. It's less concentrated than ever in the mainstream men's promotions. Like, New Japan had a really good in-ring year, even though the booking was horrible. All Japan and Noah did not have really good in-ring years at all. So if you only watch those three, which I think is a lot of people, I could see why you'd be down on Japanese wrestling. But, like, Joshi had an outstanding year. I mean, Joshi was, as we've talked about throughout the podcast, Joshi was fucking great. Pretty much the entire, like, not even just Stardom, but, I mean, Tokyo Joshi had a really good year. Marigold had their moments. Sendai Girls had a really good year. Not from booking standpoint, but definitely in-ring. There was a lot of great Joshi wrestling last year. Just a lot of great. And I don't even watch. I mean, people who watch like Ice Ribbon would say they had a really good year, as you heard on various podcasts, that we did. So there was a lot of really good Joshi last year, and like DDT had a really good year. Dragon Gate had a bounce back year. I mean, there was plenty of really great Japanese wrestling, if you knew where to look. So, that's why the people who thought 2025 sucked, you got to watch different stuff, I guess. Because, I don't know. I thought 2025 was awesome. Easily my favorite year since at least 2019. Tag Team of the Year. First place, I have Taichi and Tomohiro Ishii. I just love that team. I know they didn't even come together till halfway through the year, but everything they touched turned to gold for me. They had that incredible match with Zack Sabre Jr. and Jun Akiyama from the Taka Taichi Mania show. Again, one of the most underrated matches of the year. Incredible match with Naito and Hiromu during Naito's goodbye tour. Another really incredible 4.5 star match. Obviously, the match where they win the tag titles from Newman and Great Khan at Dominion. One of the only bright spots on that horrific show. The outstanding match where they lose the belts to the Knockout Brothers. I mean, I just thought they were the best team this year. They were the team I enjoyed watching the most. Knockout Brothers I put second. Again, they only came in towards the end of the year, but they were incredible once they showed up, and they're the early favorites for this year. That is for sure. So New Japan, I mean, the way the heavyweight tag division is so fucking good now is possibly the most surprising development in New Japan, and I don't even know how long, given how bad it was for so long. And then I went with Wing Gory third. I really liked Hanan and Saya Ida's team. It's just they kind of petered out, after June. And I didn't think their half a year was quite as good as the top two I put there, but still an amazing half year. I mean, there's still really, really, really good stuff out of them during that half year. So enough to get third for me. So Hanan and Ida get third place. Other teams I would have considered, definitely the Strange Love Connection, although I guess they didn't win the tag titles towards the end of the year. I saw Astronauts and a bunch of good stuff before, again, Takuya Nomura had his health problems. So a lot of teams like that in Japan that did really good stuff for some of the year. Got another one, Rising Hayato and Yuma Anzai in All Japan. They had a great All Asia tag title run for like half the year. But, not anybody that felt like really carried the entire year, which made it like a weird category for, obviously being primarily a Japanese wrestling viewer, as my Discord DM goes off there. I don't know if that sound picked up or not, but anyway. But yeah, that's where I went with this. I went Taichi and Ishii 1, Knockout Brothers 2, Wing Gory 3. Best on interviews. I didn't give this one a lot of thought. It was just kind of like, whose interviews do I really enjoy listening to in 2025 / watching with subtitles or reading the translations of after I listen to them. I was Saya Kamatani 1, Evil 2, Shun Skywalker 3. Those would be my 3 favorite interview or 3 favorite promos for the year. I just think Saya, the way she just captured the entire crowd in the palm of her hand every time she talked. I got to see that in person, at the end of the Ryogoku show, even while I was very angry. It's just amazing what she's able to do. And I think she clearly just is the best on interviews in Japan right now. And that's what I vote on because I barely watch American wrestling. So, Evil 2, again, this is kind of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, Lifetime Achievement Award, right? Because he's retiring to go to WWE. So, he's probably not going to do that many promos over there. Maybe they'll let him do some subtitle ones like they did with Nakamura at some points, but I don't even know if they still do that anymore. So I wanted to recognize I just think he's such a great promo. I mean, he had so many, if you watch those, YouTube promos they do, which you really should because they're really, really good half the time, and they are, subtitled, and, they tend to be shot really well, and they tend to, the wrestlers tend to be dressed really well, especially Evil, those, suits, the purple suits and shit he wears. But yeah, he's always amazing in those things, and I feel like doesn't get enough credit. And yeah, he does the evil laugh, and the evil laugh is great. What is it like? Ha ha ha. Nicole could probably do it. Want to do the ha ha ha? Yes, he's so over the top. Sounds like Hiromi. But yes, evil in second place, and I went with Shun Skywalker in third. The one he did in the karaoke room during the whole lead up to Kobe World, when he said he would leave Dragon Gate if he lost the Dream Gate match to Yamato, and briefly scared the shit out of people, the Dragon Gate fans, thinking he might actually leave. I remember that being really, really good. And he's again a very, you can tell I like theatrical heels in my Japanese wrestling, and I really think all 3 of these are really great promos. There's plenty of other contenders, I thought Naito did some amazing promo work, as he almost always does, especially in the lead up to his departure. I thought Ozawa was an amazing promo. There's plenty of people. I'm trying to think who else. Yuto Ice in his third of a year has been an amazing promo. And I'm sure I'm probably going to end up voting for him for 2026. But yeah, just some really, really great promos in Japanese wrestling now, and the kind of thing that, a lot of Japanese wrestling viewers probably don't pay close enough attention to. Best weekly TV show. I abstained because I don't watch American wrestling. And by the way, how fucking stupid is it that this category is a category A where you pick from 3, but best major show is a category B where you only pick 1? Like, there's not that many fucking weekly TV shows. Why the fuck are you picking 3 of them when you could fucking, and only picking 1 best major show, when best major shows actually open to the entire world, and, promotions have tons of major shows. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So yeah, that's completely backwards, Dave. Fix it. The last category, A category, is Match of the Year, which obviously you just heard me give my Match of the Year picks, but I guess if you skip to this for some reason, it was Sari versus Shuri from June 21st in first place. I didn't do promotion of the year, actually. But anyway, Sari versus Shuri, 6/21. Desperado versus Kazai, June 24th in second. and Omega versus Kid January 5th and 3rd. Promotion of the year, where you're supposed to take into account both like your own enjoyment in ring and business. I went Stardom 1, CMLL 2, DDT 3. Very similar with 1 and 2, where obviously I was always going to vote for Stardom here. They were my favorite promotion, and they were a huge business success last year. I'm taking it on people's word that CMLL had an amazing year. It seems from every factual, box office metric, they had an amazing year, so that's good enough for second place. And then DDT in third, they had a quietly great box office year with a rep based around Kaisei Takeshi. I think it's not obvious because they don't fucking release attendance numbers, which is so stupid. But besides the fact that I thought they had a great year and I really enjoyed them, you could tell their business really turned around in 2025. So yeah, Stardom 1, CMLL 2, DDT 3. This was a really easy award, honestly. Like, I don't even know who I would put next. Like, if I had to pick just from Japan, I guess I would go Stardom 1, DDT 2, Sendai Girls 3. They had a good in-ring year, and it seemed like they drew some pretty good crowds at times. Yoyogi did a good crowd. The retirement show for Mako did a good crowd. Even after Mako retired, it seemed like they did a couple good crowds in Sendai. So yeah, the Sendai big shows. So yeah, I guess Sendai Girls would be next probably. And how would I round out a top 5? That's a good question. Can't think of who I would put after Sendai Girls. Who would I put next? I don't know if I could put Tokyo Joshi because they didn't really have a great attendance here. Besides, I mean, they showed a little signs of life here or there, I guess. I guess I could put them 5th. Why not? But yeah, I mean, I definitely enjoyed them, especially the second half of the year. I thought their second half of the year was really, really good. So, now we're in category B where you just pick one person. U.S. Canada MVP. I really didn't think too hard about this because I just watched very little American wrestling last year. I gave up on AEW weekly TV completely around May, I want to say. I was probably watching it regularly, but not every week up until and only Dynamite. I never really watched Collision. I never watched Collision, really. But yeah, I think I was still watching Dynamite up to about May, maybe. Oh, no. Okay, I can tell you when. Actually, it was probably till late March. Because when I went to Japan in late March, for my first Japan trip of the year, the late March, early April one, obviously I wasn't watching Dynamite in Japan, and I dropped the habit completely. I never picked it back up. So that's it. I watched Dynamite for like the first 3 months of the year, not even the full, because I left for Japan during March. And I never really picked it back up weekly. I probably watched a few Dynamites here or there. I saw most of the pay-per-views, but not all of them. There were a few I missed. And, I don't know, I just never picked it back up. So I never got back into it. So yeah, I didn't think too hard about this. I just voted for Heyman Adam Page. Mostly because my friends like him. I don't know. I don't really have a good reason for voting for him. It's just like, I like him too. When I say my friends like him, I think he's a good wrestler. I know there's a lot of backlash with him now among a lot of people. It feels like, especially on Twitter and some other Voice of Wrestling adjacent spaces. But I still like him. I still think it was stupid taking his title off him at that the Full Gear show that I went to. Although I didn't see the actual title change because as listeners know, I left early. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. So I didn't think too hard about this. I just voted for Page. I like Page. Seemed like he had a good year. Had some matches I really liked, so I voted for Page. Japan MVP, Saya Kamatani, very easy. Mexico MVP, Mystico, very easy. I mean, these are all obvious ones. Abstain from the Europe MVP. Non-heavyweight MVP, Mystico. Women's MVP, Saya Kamatani. Feud of the year, Saya Kamatani versus Tam Nakano. Again, these are all really easy picks for reasons I already pretty much went over. Saya versus Tam really put Stardom on the map in a lot of ways. I mean, really not put them on the map, but put them to a new level for sure. Just an incredible feud that really, really helped the promotion. Most improved, I went with Callum Newman. I think Callum Newman, people, again, longtime listeners will know, I thought Callum Newman sucked before this last year. I thought he was pretty bad in the G1 in 2024 especially. I thought he got in that tournament way too soon. When he came back from injury in 2025, he started showing flashes to me. So I thought he was looking better and better. I really liked his performance at Sakura Genesis when he teamed up with Jeff Cobb to beat Naito and Hiromu for the tag titles. That was the first one where I was like, okay, I see it here. I see something with Callum. And then obviously had an outstanding match with Goto at Dontaku for the IWGP title when he got thrust into that when Cobb left for WWE early. Had a great G1, I thought. Well, great might be a little strong. A very good G1. Very good G1. And then the end of the year, when he turned it, when he went, so already he would have been on the track to be my most improved. It was the heel turn at the end of the year, and the charisma he showed. To me, he showed top heel charisma. So that is ultimately why I went with Kyle Newman as my most improved. He went from a guy, there's a lot of people I thought did some of the best work of their career in 2025. Another great contender for me would have been Hina in Stardom, who went from a nothing, basically. I mean, nothing's too strong. The lesser of the sisters for sure, to outperforming Hanan in singles matches. She's still not on the same level as Rena. Rena's still the best sister. I think pretty much everybody would agree with that. But she's not that far behind anymore after that Future of Stardom title reign she had. So Hina would be like my number 2 probably. Then like Mai Sakurai would be another contender. She's someone who, I never thought that highly of in Stardom, but when she really tapped into the bully Mai role in Marigold last year, in 2025, she's now one of my favorite workers, which is crazy because I never really thought of her as anything, but I love my bully Joshi, and she is an incredible bully Joshi right now. So yeah, Mai Sakurai would be another one. Hina would be one. I'm trying to think who the fuck else I would put in most improved. Those two like jump off the page to me as most improved. But yeah, Callum, the fact that he tapped into this heel charisma that I had no idea was even there and became such an unlikable shithead in a really, I mean that in a good way. Like a guy who you want to watch and you want to see get his ass kicked. That to me is what put him over the top to me as most improved. He was already a contender before the end of the year and before the heel turn. But once he tapped into this heel run, found some magic there, that to me locked it up for me. So Callum Newman, most improved. I think that one's an easy one. Most charismatic, Sai Kamatani. Again, not even close. I mean, just look at what she does and look at that woman. Best technical wrestler, I went Soriano. I think nobody does smooth technical wrestling and smooth transitions like she does now. I think she's such an incredibly smooth wrestler. That's why I voted for her here. Probably no one else is going to vote for her. I'm sure I'm going to be the only voter for her. But I love watching her wrestle. I love watching her put people on holds. I love watching her, mat wrestle. I think she's an incredibly smooth wrestler. And it really stood out, especially in the Starlight Kid match. Starlight Kid's another one I could have gone with here. Desperado's another one. But I really wanted to give Suri her shout out here because I think she's low-key one of the best technical wrestlers in the world right now. Best brawler, I went with Gabe Kidd. He had some really, really wild brawls during 2025. Obviously, the Kenny match, that one match of the year, was basically a big brawl. The Narita New Japan Cup match that's really underrated. That was a great brawl. He did plenty of great brawling throughout the year. I just think, best brawler, that's who I went with here. Best flying wrestler. I was like, who really stands out to me and like makes my jaw drop when I watch him? I think it's Ryoya Tanaka from Dragon Gate, and that's who I went with here. I mean, his flying does look next level in a way that, it's hard to stand out with flying nowadays because there's so many people who do it well. But I think Tanaka, just how explosive he is and how, like how he can go 0 to 100 immediately, it still stands out for me. So that's why I went with Ryoya Tanaka from Dragon Gate as my best flying wrestler. Most overrated, which for people who don't follow the Observer Awards that closely, really means most overpushed. MJF. Easy pick for me. He's the reason why I don't watch AEW. I mean, it's impossible. Even before he won back their world title, it's basically impossible not to get like a double dose of MJF while you watch AEW, especially if you only watch Dynamite. Maybe if you watch Collision 2, it doesn't feel like it quite as dominant, but if you watch their their most important show that most people watch, it feels like he's all over the show, and I can't fucking stand the guy. So it makes it very easy to pick him. There's really nobody in Japanese wrestling that, in the Japanese promotions I watch, that feels overpushed to the same degree. Like, I guess I could have gone Jun Saito here, but Jun Saito, I mean, he drew at least on an All Japan level, so I can't really knock them, even though he probably would be my next pick, because just that fucking Triple Crown reign felt like it went on forever, and I did not enjoy it. Let me think, who else? Who else is most overrated? Because I went MJF so quickly here that it was like yeah, of course that's who I would vote for. But from like just Japanese wrestling, yeah, Jun Saito. Could I see myself voting for Yoshiki Inamura? Not really. I mean, I don't really like him, but I can't say he feels overpushed. I mean, they need to push young people anyway. I don't buy Shota Umino as an argument, because yes, he had the Dome main event, but he really didn't do anything the rest of the year. So I don't really think he's overpushed at all. I don't really see anybody else, honestly. I don't really see another, like, there's really not, this is why it was so easy to go to MJF, because other than Jun Saito, I don't see an easy contender here. I mean, most of the people that were pushed by Japanese promotions in 2025 totally made sense to be pushed. So I really can't think of anybody, honestly. Most underrated, it was Azumi for me. I think she was incredible again last year. And I don't think she gets enough of a push. She did get to the 5-star final. She did get the title match in Korakuen. But there were still really long stretches where she just felt like she was doing nothing. And for someone who's as talented, especially the entire back half of the year, the back quarter of the year, I should say, and for someone who's this talented and also as over as she is, it doesn't feel like she should be going as long as she goes without getting spotlight during these years. So, yeah, I mean, that makes her an easy, like, she could be a top star right now. And so that's always an easy, most underrated pick when, you know, she's like she's an upper mid-carder, I guess, but like she feels like she should be a main eventer. And a lot of that, again, is because Stardom is such a deep promotion, which obviously they are. They have a ton of people. But, you know, that's ultimately why I went with Azumi here, though. She feels like she could be a top star right now. Who else? I mean, Soriano would be a good pick for this. Natsupoi would be a good pick for this. These are other people that got pushes at times in the year, but also at times didn't really do anything. But again, that again speaks to the depth of Stardom. New Japan, I don't know if there's a good pick in New Japan, because I mean you would have gone with Tsuji, but then they went all the way with him in the end, so you can't really complain. And it worked. You know, the way they did it worked, and if anything, made the crowd want it even more by the time they gave it to them. So like you can't, and the early returns are really good when you look at the New Beginning Osaka number. You know, he's doing it against Jake Lee. So yeah, I don't know if I can't really go with him because their plan worked. I don't know if there's a good one in New Japan, honestly. Maybe Oiwa. Maybe Oiwa could get a bigger push than he's getting, but even him by the end of the year, it kind of came together for him. I don't know. Is there a good pick in Noah? Could go Tetsuya Endo, right? I mean, he comes over from DDT and he doesn't have anything to do after they tell his little story with joining and leaving Team 2000 Next, which is like over by like May. So yeah, Endo would be a good one. Could go with Endo. Could go with anyone in DDT. Maybe Higuchi, because besides the KOD raid, he didn't have a lot to do either. And the King of DDT win, obviously. I don't know if there's a good pick. I mean, Azumi to me is a really good pick. So that's ultimately why I went with her. Rookie of the Year, Senka Aksuki. I just don't think I think that's one. There's a lot of great rookies, and I still think she's the best rookie. I mean, it's so rare to see someone who's that much of a natural. But yeah, there's a lot of great rookies. I mean, the entire Stardom rookie class is great. Obviously, Sari Yamaoka in Marigold is great. Homare in Dragon Gate is great. I mean, there's a lot of great rookies, but Senka's still the best one. Best non-wrestling performer. There's way less of these people in Japan, obviously. I went with Yoshitatsu because the way he pretends his nightstick is a machine gun every time he comes out makes me laugh. And he does get booed every time. You gotta give him that. Best television announcer, Walker Stewart. I think he does an amazing job. I mean, the job he does with Stardom especially, when he parachutes in that promotion and calls these shows on his own a few times a year, is really fucking good. I mean, I don't know how anyone could say there's anything but really fucking good. He does a great job at New Japan, too. Worst TV announcer, I abstain from this award. I don't watch WWE, and I don't even really think any of the AW people are bad. Like, you know, when I don't watch Collision almost ever, so maybe somebody on Collision's bad, but like, I don't know. Like people say Excalibur is bad. I don't really think he's bad. There's really nobody in AEW that annoys me when I watch them that, that makes me want to vote for them here. So I abstained. Best major show, easiest fucking award. Stardom All-Star Grand Queendom, April 27th, Yokohama. One of the best shows of all time, and definitely the best show of 2025. Just the entire fucking card was amazing. I mean, I don't think there's anything on that card. The Battle Royal, I guess, but like every fucking match on that card was like, there's some fucking deep bangers on that card that nobody even remembers. Like, Maika and Chihiro Hashimoto was fucking great, and nobody remembers it because it was, like, the 7th best match on that card. Worst major show, Dominion. Again, I don't watch WWE, so this was an easy vote because Dominion was just such a fucking downer of a show. Hopefully the one I go to this year is going to be a lot better. I didn't even think of that until after I put this bout together. I'm like, wait a second, I'm going to Dominion this year, so hopefully I don't fucking make it 2 for 2. But yeah, just what a fucking wet fart of a show. Just a horrible fucking show. Horrible vibes. Just a really, really bad show. As for reasons we ranted and raved about on this podcast at the time. Best maneuver, I went with Cerise Uranage. I think she makes that Uranage look like she's fucking killing other girls every time she does it. She fucking throws them so hard, and the way she fights to get it in is such a fucking cool move. I love that Uranage. That is my favorite wrestling maneuver going right now. It's such a simple move, but it works. It's so great. It looks like absolute death every time she does it. Most disgusting promotional tactic, I abstained. I guess I could have voted for Brock. I didn't even think of it because, again, WWE is just so off my radar. I just couldn't think of anything, honestly. Worst TV show, I abstained. I don't really watch any of them. Worst match of the year, Yuka Yamazaki versus Ryoko Sakimura, June 15th in Fuji from Marigold, a Marigold VOD show. 99.9% of people probably never even watched. I don't even watch that many Marigold VOD shows. I don't remember why I watched that one. But I happened to see the worst match of the year because, yeah, this was the match. Poor Yuka was this was the second match of her career. And she's good for a rookie. She's another good rookie. But she's in her second match of her career, and she's in there with Ryoko, who people who don't remember who that is. She is the wrestler who was so bad they basically forced her to retire, or forced her to leave the promotion for quote-unquote bad health. I think it was announced as hiatus, but we're never going to see her again, certainly not in Marigold, because she just couldn't do anything. I mean, she couldn't sell. Every time she'd take a move, she would laugh, basically. She couldn't do any moves. She couldn't bump properly. But other than that, she was great. What are you looking at me for? I'm almost done. Why? Okay. Nicole's asking for an update. But yes, Yuka Yamazaki, Ryoko Sakimura. Horrible fucking match. Just a rookie 2 matches into her career versus one of the worst wrestlers I've ever seen in my entire life, who, thankfully went to go. I hope she's a very nice girl. I hope she found something she's better at because she's not a good wrestler, which is an understatement of the century. So yeah, that was the worst wrestling match I've seen last year. The worst match in a long fucking time, honestly. Just really, really, really bad. Worst feud of the year? MJF versus Jeff Jarrett, baby. This fucking feud was so bad, they pulled the plug after 2 or 3 weeks. So how could it not win? This was the feud people don't remember. That was the feud where they would cut these incredibly bizarre promos that were getting Jeff Jarrett booed when he was talking about wanting to make one last run or whatever the fuck, and he was weirdly slut shaming MJF's girlfriend. That I don't remember their fucking name. What is it? The interview checked. I can't remember her name now, but it'll come to me the moment I finish recording. But yes, he was weirdly slut shaming MJF's girlfriend. He was just a really bizarre, horrible feud that they pulled the plug on mercifully within a few weeks. And think of all the shit. Tony Khan staged with his fucking plans. And even he could not fucking keep this one going because it was absolute death every week. So yes, easiest choice of all time here. MJF versus Jeff Jarrett, worst feud of the year. Worst promotion, this was not a hard choice for me either. Again, I feel like I'm a broken record. I'm sure WWE was really bad. Everything I've heard, it sounds like it was really bad. But I wanted to vote for something I actually watched. And the worst promotion that I watched in 2025 was easily All Japan Pro Wrestling. They had 2 major tournaments that were 2 of the worst tournaments I've ever watched. The Champion Carnival and the Royal Road. to have 2 tournaments that bad in the same year is incredible. And the N1 was also really bad. It might have been worse than both, honestly. Three really horrible tournaments in Japan last year. But the rest of Noah's year was nowhere near that bad. And really, there was not that much that was good about All Japan's year besides those 2 tournaments. Had an outstanding match on December 31st. Good for them. A really good show, too. But, like, the rest of their year was pretty fucking bad. And, yeah, just the vibes were awful. Obviously, I didn't really include this in the vote, but, like, you know, they had a death that happened. This you could include in the vote. The Yuma, I mean, that's a horrible accident, so I didn't want to include that. But the Yuma Aoyagi thing is like, what the fuck is going on over there? Just really, really bad vibes. And then they bring back the Noah sexual assaulter back towards right at the end of the year too, which just, I don't know. They earned this fucking award last year. They were fucking awful on so many different levels. Just a really, really, really bad promotion last year. I don't know who else I wouldn't even consider anybody else. I mean, Noah wasn't great, but they had their moments, and I mostly enjoyed following them, even when the work rate wasn't really there. New Japan's booking was horrible, but they had too many amazing matches still for me to even consider them for this award. I know that would be a lot of people's picks, but the wrestling was still really good for the most part. So even though the booking was horrible, you know, they weren't even in my consideration. But yeah, I can't really think of anybody else. I mean, who else had a bad year? It was really All Japan, and that was really the pick. I mean, I never even considered anyone else for this award. Best Booker, Best Promoter, both awards Taro Okada, easy layup. Best Gimmick, Sai Kamitani. The whole I'm so adorable, I'm so cute, and I'm also evil thing clearly is an enormous success. So, and it's a very unique gimmick. I mean, how many other people have been like? She's basically like, I guess Rina's kind of doing a similar thing, but like she's basically like Kuromi in real life, right? I mean, to bring up Kuromi again, but it's such a cool gimmick, and it works and she does it so well. So, you know, and the crowd and the people love it. So definitely best gimmick, I think it's Sai Kamitani. Worst gimmick, Megaton. I don't understand the appeal of this. Why do people love Megaton so much? She's just like a weird, like little chubby fucking annoying gremlin thing. Like I can't even really describe her gimmick. I just know it sucks. So to me, it's easily worst gimmick. I don't understand why Japanese people love it so much, but they do. So best wrestling book and best DVD streaming documentary. I abstain from both. I don't really give a shit. So yeah, there you go. I went, how long did I take with this? Like 45 minutes. Wow. I gave you a little bit of my thought process behind all these Observer Awards. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the thing I haven't recorded yet that I put before this, which was the match of the year. Hopefully that was good. So again, it's so weird recording stuff out of order, but you've already heard it, so hopefully you liked it. But yeah, next week we'll be back to much more of a normal episode. So Arametha, he'll be coming back on with me again. We have the Major Stardom December 7th. What the fuck am I talking about? February 7th, Osaka show. The Starlight Kid, Sai Kamitani main event to talk about. The January 31st Korakuen, also, we'll talk about that, which was a great Korakuen. I mean, I'm sure we're not going to spend a ton of time on it next week, but because we, you know, it's just like there was nothing else going on in Japanese wrestling this past week, which would have made it hard to do an episode just on the Korakuen. But I do want to mention that Korakuen was awesome. It's like one of the best hype shows I can remember in forever. So great start to the year for Stardom here, obviously. But yeah, February 7th, Osaka, and January 31st, Korakuen from Stardom. That'll be the lead topic, plus the New Japan February 1st and February 2nd Korakuens, along with a New Beginning in Osaka preview. And then also Korakuens from Noah on February 6th and Dragon Gate February 5th. So yeah, Stardom, New Japan, Noah, and Dragon Gate. Those will be next week's topics here on Omakase. Until then, folks, thank you as always for listening. You can follow us on Twitter at WrestleOmakase, Wrestling Would Not Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. Gotten a few new Blue Sky followers lately, so that's cool. A few people who said they discovered the show through the big, long Japan recap episode we said we did. So yeah, please interact with me on there. I post on there, you know. I'd love to hear from more of you on there. Obviously, the Discord channels. If you're not on the Discord, I feel like I don't plug that enough. Go, you know, give me a shout if you want a Discord invite. The Voice Wrestling Discord channel is very active. Super J-Cast 1 is a little less active, but people do reach out to me on there. But yeah, the Voice Wrestling Discord, Great place where our listeners hang out. So if you're a listener, feel free to pop in and talk about whatever with other regular listeners and regular guests. We love talking. I clearly love to talk, and so I just talked by myself for 46 minutes. I'm going to go have a drink, folks. Going to go pop open a bottle of Dasai 39 that I bought in a Don Quixote back in Tokyo towards when the fuck did I go? I think I went, that would have been the 28th, right? The day of the JTO show in Itabashi, the giant Don Quixote. God, I still got to wait 19 and a half more weeks to go back to Japan. Please get out your tiny violins for me, because it feels like it's going to take forever. Okay, folks. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed the episode, and we'll see you next week.
Hi, I'm Andrew Rich, and if you're like me, you look at the state of modern wrestling discourse and think, wow, what a cesspool. That's why I'm here to tell you about Music of the Mat Remix. That's right, your favorite wrestling music podcast is back with a new format, where I bring on a guest and we play songs related to wrestling-themed topics. It could be a wrestling reference, a wrestling concept, a wrestling pun, things of that nature. Now you might be saying, Andrew, that is a very, very tenuous connection to pro wrestling on a wrestling podcast network. Is this just an excuse to hang out with your friends and talk about music and ignore the rest of the wrestling landscape? Yes. Yes, it is. So listen to Music of the Mat Remix on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network, available on Apple, Spotify, or your podcast player of choice.